Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. The pre-show before the Telecom War. A Telecom War best of 5 that has never been seen for the last 5 years. In fact, 5. That is actually just the truth. We haven't seen a best of 5 between T1 and KT for 5 years. Gentlemen, like, this is unprecedented territory. Last time around, KT even managed to win.
Yeah, 5 years is very different. I just want you to go back and think, where was I in 2018? What was I doing?
Well, yeah,
what was I up to? What were you up to?
I mean, I was there 6 years ago against KT so.
Yeah, but 5.
5 years ago, I was in somewhere in in US. Yeah, I was somewhere.
He was somewhere else. Let's have a look at the predictions here for the playoffs thus far. I believe first round, we did kind of okay.
No way, Jason put it
Jason,
no way.
I don't remember seeing that last time around. I don't remember seeing that.
Well, honestly, that prediction was it was kind of late. Let's be honest.
If it was after the series,
it was after the deadline.
Yeah. I think we can forgive Jason this one time, but next time no shenanigans, because it was a little bit late, and also it wasn't added at the start, so you only get the benefit.
It was before the match. I have confirmation from Jisun herself that it was from before the match. Okay. And she's the one making the rules, so I don't know why we're even fighting this.
So even though we're complaining, it's gonna be
before the first draft. Jisun managed to get her.
I think we're just salty.
And I know, yeah. I wanted to go for Harmalife Esports as well. I wanted to trust my waters, and I didn't. And therefore, I'm gonna have to make up for it by voting for Harmalife Esports against Genji. That is what we're gonna have to do, as that is going to be tomorrow's matchup. Today, though, we are focusing on the Telecom War. This is one that I don't think has been this exciting for a very long time. And yes, I know I said the wrong word, but hopefully KT fans can forgive me. And to be honest, there is not a lot of expectation on this team right now, so I think you can say that word as many times as you want.
And what is really interesting to me, and we'll talk about it for a little bit, is that even though KT are third, T1 still picked them, right?
Yeah.
They still picked them over a Harmalife, and looking at how good Harmalife looked and the pedigree of those players on that team in high-pressure situations, I do think it makes sense, because KT against Sandbox didn't look amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to give them more credit, because they were kind of trying new thing. It was not like Harmalife Esports. They won against the DK, like how they used to win against compared to in the regular season. But the more so in KT, like compared to regular season, when they play against the Leap Sandbox, they were trying new things. So they were looking like more scrappy, but I definitely do agree. More so, KT was looking more saucy.
Yeah, and let's have a look at some highlights of exactly that as we gaze back between KT and Liv Sandbox here. This is in game number 1, and honestly, I don't think BDD gets Viger this series. I think he was absolutely amazing on the champion.
BDD in general has just looked really good, and even though it was KT that was very clearly the better team between the two, the main difference is, I think, with the expectations that were on Sandbox, because Sandbox looked very, very poor when we went into playoffs. And the fact that KT, even though they did win 3-1, didn't necessarily look the most convincing, I think, is one of the large reasons why T1 have picked them. But at the same time, there were a lot of parts that were still working very well, because I think still looking in pristine form, and the same can be said for the top half of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect the Keen performances as well. I think it's only one LCK top laner can handle against Zeus, that's the Keen, which is, you know, that's a big shot.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Doesn't often give big praise to top laners, so that says a lot.
And I think Zeus was the only all-pro first place to get a unanimous vote as well. Actually, everyone that had the possibility of voting voted for Zeus.
It was him and Keria, except Lehens, because
No, there were 3 Kellen votes. It was strange.
But I do know that Lehens didn't vote for like the first. He only voted for second and third for some reason. Which I think is just how Lehens is.
That is definitely very Lehens. And like you guys were saying, this was a messy series, but probably the most KT series that you could have, right? Like, this is a team that plays to their opposition, but Keen was just having a day out. This all out was not exactly what you wanted from Bertel, but looked really, really cool from Keen's perspective.
And what, in my opinion, is the biggest edge that KT have shown over Humble Life here, which is something that I think they might rely on today, or try to rely on against T1 as well, is that I do think, as Huni was saying, Humble Life played the exact same game, as they have the entire split. KT pulled out Malphite, pulled out Urgot, really tried and kind of push, particularly on the top half of the map, obviously, bot lane still picking Zeri whenever it was available, but that kind of creativity, I think, is a sign that KT is still looking to develop as we get deeper into playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think the Malphite pick, especially against Zeus, I don't think it's gonna work really well. He's gonna get punished in the lane 100%, even though you're playing against Cassante. The champion is, you know, it's not strong.
But Malphite.
But it's not strong.
He's a man.
Even Urgot, you're gonna get punished against Zeus. We'll see today.
Let's have a look at the team stats here between these two squads. Of course, T1 looking a little bit better as far as those statistics are concerned. Is anyone surprised? I don't think so.
What I want to highlight, what is the insane thing and what is a really big statement on T1's dominance, is that they're first in the LCK both in Herald and Dragon. That's not how it works. You get one. you have teams that very highly prioritize Herald, that very generally early game teams that try to snowball off of the gold it gives or the turret, and you have teams that have very high Dragon percentage that try to play towards either their bot side or to scale, but T1 are first in both. So, like, they both have on average.
I mean, that means like they just don't care. They just go for it.
They get both.
They just fight.
That's not loud.
Oh my goodness. Here's the match record between T1 and KT roster over all of the years. This is, of course,
you see there, 2017. The reason why they also get the 2018 because I wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because
they let him go.
Yeah, because they missed me.
We missed you as well, Huni. Don't worry. Never leave us again. Please never leave us again. But of course, that is the entire time of Faker playing League of Legends. It's actually crazy. Starting off in 2013 is where we're going to begin listing it. But let's have a look at the jungle matchup here. Our key player and owner versus Cuz. This is the ex-T1 jungler that T1 decided to choose because it was either him or Clid.
Yeah, there's only ex-T1 players still left in the tournament. And owner, first in All-Pro for a good reason. But Cuz, to me, as much as we talk about many of the other parts of KT, and I think they are a lot more obvious, Cuz has been so much better than he was in like the last couple of years. Like his consistency, which has been something that he struggled with the most by like an extremely large margin, has been so much better throughout this split. And I think it's a large reason of why KT look a lot more consistent than they have in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the key champion will be Sejuani. That's how I feel. The KT Sejuani is gonna like everyone knows the KT is like known as really good at Sejuani, but also owner Sejuani is also build differences. So I think from the peak and ban it will be like really interesting. Like even against Leaps and Box, like they were perma banning Sejuani, and they just opened one game and the game was completely broken.
Yeah, that was definitely not the ban to let through. There's actually a lot of things in the draft, I think, that are going to be very interesting to track, because do you keep denying Caitlyn and Ashe? Does it mean that if KT are on the red side, they have to ban the old 3 champions that you just have to ban just because of the bottom lane being so powerful? There are a lot of questions here. But one thing that we do want to have a look at is BDD and how much League of Legends he's been playing. The BDD Classic, 598. Absolutely incredible.
Going to be playing his 600th here today, no matter what. And there's been some amazing years. There have been some rough years. This year is a great year. BDD has looked really, really strong. Has consistently fought his way back this split, I think, to, in many minds, the top 4 again, right? It always was Showmaker, Chovy, Faker, BDD. Then BDD left last split, or last year, because of Nongshim. And now it looks like he is back to make his claim.
Yeah.
Even though, you know, barring some very specific series, going up against Faker hasn't always worked well for him.
Exactly. Yeah. We have to go to points of the match, though. We've got to get into this one because the match is just around the corner. Sorry, Huni. You're going to be talking first now because T1 versus KT. Take us through, Huni. Is there a chance for KT here? I think is the way that you were needing to frame this whole series.
Well, I mean, I think there's a chance that KT could take down the T1, maybe the single game, but if they can actually manage to go game 5, I think that's the first key. I don't think they're gonna be like clearly, like comfortably just doing 3-0. They have to make a messy game as much as they can, because also in T1, when the game is like actually messy, they actually make a mistake too. Like especially against like in regular season against like HLE, like those kind of type of game, when they drop the game, they were making mistakes.
And we see the KT fall from grace after being champion in 2018, finally getting Scorers Championship. They then got a lot of bottom places, and not until last year did they really recover as Faker versus Keen. Keen really has had a great split, I think, when it comes to coming back. But Faker, the amount of work he's doing with how little resources he's getting has been insane.
It just doesn't make sense, honestly.
Oh, Pace. Oh, no.
I mean, Faker's not even getting a lot of attention from the jungle as well. Like, he just win by himself.
There you go. Damage per gold. Highest in the league.
No, he's just absolutely ridiculous this season. It's hard because I feel like Faker just keeps reaching new heights. There are times where people are like, oh, yeah, well, he's not as good as he used to be. I think he's better than he used to be this season. It is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, for Keen, I said, like, I think he's performing, like, really, really well. The problem is just opponents is a Zeus. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, probably Zeus has to be, you know, like, he kind of had to be sick to be Keen to perform, like, really, really insane. Like, that's how good.
That's how good he is, yeah. And again, ever since Zeus became a starter, he has made it to every single final that is possible for him, right? Like, he obviously played a little bit in 2021, but every single one, every final that he could reach, he reached. And it wasn't until World's final that he kind of cracked as other half of the map. Aiming and hands have been great, but they're going up against Carry.
It's the same thing. It's bot and top.
It's not fair.
It's the same. Like, if you're playing against T1, yeah, I mean, KT, we're good. We know, like, they know, but the opponents, they're against us T1. So theirs is first.
Yeah, there's no but. This is the problem, right? It's like, oh, Zeus is better than Keen on the top side of the map. And what you're supposed to then say is, but look at the bottom lane. Well, there is really kind of no but. Woo! As Carrier is just too good at Thresh, another champion that maybe is just going to be illegal for him to pick up.
And Caitlyn and Kalista and Nautilus, which is all he really wants to play. And that kind of solidifies the issue because as good of a split Lahan's had, in my opinion, a really big part of what has made this team such a menace, his roaming and his impact on the map and his impact on games has been extremely high. But that is provided that he can actually leave his lane. And I think against Keria and Guma, that is going to be one of the big problems that they're going to have to deal with today.
Yeah, I mean, Lian was crazy.
He was super good, but now it's time to hear from the coaches, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they have to say about this telecom war.
맡고 있는 뱅기 배성우입니다. 최근 경기에서 좀 선호하는 챔피언이 뚜렷하고 그래서 조금 플레이오프 준비하는데 편할 수 있겠다 싶어서 KT를 지목하게 되었습니다. 확실히 운영을 좀 잘하는 팀이라고 생각해서 베테랑들이 많아서 그 중후반 운영에서 조금 저희가 깔끔하게 하는 게 제일 중요하다고 생각하고 있습니다. KT를 약간 맞춘다는 느낌으로 일단 뱀픽을 준비했었고 경기 들어가면 뭐 나올 것 같습니다. 지금 나쁘지 않은 상태고 오늘 경기에 지장이 없을 거라 생각하고 있습니다. 오늘 통신사 대전에서 꼭 이겨서 승자조로 올라가고 빠르게 결승까지 가고 싶습니다. T1 화이팅!
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 KT 롤스터 코치 최승민입니다. 네, 이제 2라운드부터 진짜라고 생각을 해서 좀 더 최선을 다해서 임할 생각입니다. 뭐 지목 자체에 대해서는 별 생각하지 않았고 어차피 이제 플레이오프 2라운드에 온 이상 한 번씩은 또 만날 수 있다고 생각을 해서 더 높은 곳을 바라본다면 꼭 이겨야 되는 상대이기 때문에 오히려 잘 됐다고 생각했습니다. 네, 뭐 어떤 점을 중점이라기보다 일단 T1이 전라인 다 탄탄하고 잘하기 때문에 저희도 뭐 최대한 안 밀리게 좀 그렇게 준비한 것 같습니다. T1이 약한 라인이 있는 것도 아니지만 저희 라이너들도 충분히 거기에 걸맞는다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭐 전라인 다 중요하다고 생각합니다. 오늘은 일단 오늘 경기는 이기면 그 스프링 정규 시즌에서 최고였던 T1을 이기는 거라서 좋을 것 같고 지더라도 저희 부족한 점을 빠르게 체크하고 다음 플레이오프 일정에 좀 임할 수 있을 것 같아서 최대한 부담 없이 최고의 경기력 보여드릴 수 있도록 하겠습니다. KT 롤스터 화이팅!
I really do kind of like Supreme's attitude about this one, you know, like kind of going into it with nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, I really respect it. Also, I said it, like, T1, even though you get picked by T1, it's a good thing because you get actually one more experience as a BO5 against T1. Like, if you're already good team enough to be like actually beat anyone else, you're gonna, even though you become just a lower bracket player team, you're gonna just win anyway.
Yep, exactly right. Well, we'll see whether they stand a chance of doing so as, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to head towards the intro and then our best of 5 telecom war after 5 years. See you there.
들어와서 그대로 때려봐요. 소리가
답이 없는 T1
LCK 1황입니다. T1
프로 경쟁은 너네끼리 해.
거의 단위치전
올라간다.
여러분 이미 시작됐습니다. KT 롤스터입니다. 2018년도 서버 이후에 5년 만에 무건제를 이긴 거예요.
얼마 만에 잡은 기회예요.
Hello and welcome to the LCK playoffs, the telecom war after 1,816 days. It has been quite a while. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and this one is going to be awesome. We are in the first time that we get into our best of 5 where we have double elimination, so we get this telecom war. We might even get it again.
We could get it again. And isn't it interesting that the last time these two teams faced off in 2018 spring, it was arguably the worst year in SK Telecom's history for the organization in the LCK. Now, one of their most impressive ever. Record-wise, no, they haven't broken last year's record or the 2015 record, but in terms of the eye test in current form and their understanding of this meta and the changes it's seen, T1 looked to be as strong as ever, if not the strongest we've ever seen them. KT Rolster also strongest they've been in 5 years. But it's so sad that the matchup does kind of feel like, as was mentioned on the space, you have all these great things on KT, but you're A tier in every position, and T1 is S tier across the board. So it is going to be a very difficult matchup. A lot of one-sided predictions going into this one.
Yeah, no spoilers yet, as we did take a look at our past predictions that mostly were wrong. So, take with that what you will. As let's take a look at the predictions here on the Korean side, everybody going for T1. We do see Pony did go for the 3-2, and the second we saw that earlier, we were like, oh crap, that's scary. This guy knows a lot about predictions. He's very knowledgeable. On the global side, we are a little bit more one-sided towards T1, as Chronicler was the only one to even give KT a game.
Yeah, and I think the 3-1 prediction is a reasonable one. I think it is possible that T1 does lose a game in this series, but I personally couldn't even predict that. I just feel like based on what we've seen so far and how dominant this team has been, it just wasn't a choice I could make. But I do respect the vote because I could see it happening for sure, as we see the fan vote here overwhelmingly in favor of T1 as well. You have to consider there are a lot of KT Rolster fans across the years who have been waiting for this moment. They showed up big time to support here in the fan prediction as well, I'd say. But even then, you're playing against the most popular team, and they're going to hit nearly 88% of that fan vote.
Yeah, that's what happens in the fan vote, of course. As, by the way, Ji-sun did let us know about her prediction as well. She said 3-1 for T1. So she actually also gave a game over to KT. As here, we will introduce our player, Zeus, on the All-LCK first team for 2023 spring. That's not going to be the one player you see on this roster.
Nope.
With that.
It's the entire team, and yeah, some people might criticize Zeus and won best of 5 in the World's Finals last year, but beyond that, I feel like he's never really slipped up. He's never really underdone our expectations. This player has been extremely consistent. And his opponent on the other side of the Rift, an All-Pro second, in fact. And this is what's so exciting is the top 2 top laners. That sounds very weird coming out when you say it out loud, but our top 2 players in the top position are actually facing off against each other in a best of 5 tonight, and it's Keen, who's actually shown a wider champion pool in this role. So we'll see what he's got planned for this evening.
It's going to be really fun. I think that if there is going to be any top laner to challenge Zeus, it will be Keen, so you never know what'll happen. As now, let's introduce Owner, our first jungler here for the LCK team, of course. He has really stepped it up, and I feel like the meta as well it feels almost unfair, but it feels like it has shifted even more in the direction of Oner. So, even especially compared to Cuz, I think that Oner will have the meta advantage in this match.
He was the only player to not make All-Pro in 2022 spring last year. He's on the team this time as Cuz, the jungle opponent for him, a player who has, as was mentioned by Chronicler, has really stepped it up. It's been his best year in a while, and in the middle of the season, he really just turned it on. So definitely an angle of attack here for KT Rolster. If they can get some early advantages, will be tough for him to play this one out, considering each individual lane seems like it is going to be very difficult to get advantages in, which makes Cuz's life more difficult, but maybe he could be a hero tonight.
And his uncle is here again today. I think this is a really important day to support Cuz, as he will be going up against Faker here. Of course, no introduction really needed, but this guy, it feels like he's even adapting and changing his play style 10 years later in his career, which is kind of insane to say, but he's getting even more aggressive. He's leading the team even harder, and it has been a pleasure to watch him play this season.
It's 10 years after his debut, that he's in another playoffs here against the team he defeated in that very famous finals. And BDD, the only real true counterpart to Faker in terms of champion pool, games played, mastery of Azir. It's so fitting that these two legends and veterans will face off tonight here in the upper part of our bracket. BDD, in a lot of people's mind, definitely a top 3 player here in the LCK, despite the votes not going his way there in terms of second place.
And a lot of us even put him at second, so that's the way it goes. Some of the other mid laners here have some big names, but either way, here's Gumayusi, who did make it onto the first team. I feel like he had maybe the most competition when it did come to that role.
Yeah, I'd say this was the most controversial one of all, but even still, not a lot of controversy when you consider the duo kills here, where he and Keria dominate lane, which we will, talk a lot about as we go into this series. Is aiming definitely on the other side of things here in this AD carry matchup. He has been more of the scaling type, but second place in duo kills here do go to KT Rolster. A pretty surprising stat when you consider how many champions aiming has played that are more on the sit back and scale side of things. His Zeri, his Ezreal, for example, but he is still winning out 2v2s.
I like this. It lists their 2 wins, but it also lists a prediction for their win here in 2023 as what's going on here.
Oh, you love to see it. That's right. This MVP.
Oh, man. Player of the split. This was pretty much unanimous. It's hard to argue with this. This guy is he's getting even better. I don't know how to say it even more, but he was already insane, but now he is reaching new heights.
I feel like he's improved a lot, but it's hard to say he's improved. I think he just showed that he had more things that we didn't know about. Like, he's like, oh, you guys only think I'm good at like 90% of things. Let me show you I'm good at 100% of all things. As Lehens will come down here. He also was able to get onto the LCK third team, or the all LCK third team here, with very impressive finish to the season here. I think more than the early parts. His Blitzcrank coming back as Leona. A very aggressive player who has pushed that Lehens aiming duo kill number much higher here, especially in the second round robin and beyond.
There is so much pressure on the KT bottom lane because they are going up against Keria and Guma. So I think it's just going to be really up to Lehens to put a wrench in the gears, right? Because aiming, as you mentioned, he kind of sits back, he farms, he's not really doing anything, different from the norm. So I think Lehens really has to come up with a wild and crazy idea to take them down, and I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
I am too. I think for KT tonight, the key is going to be patience. It is going to be not taking bad fights. It's going to be just being decisive at the most important moments. The only team to challenge T1 realistically this season was HLE. Hanwha Life Esports did find those angles in the late game on objective fights. And the biggest way that T1 has been winning over the last 2 years is dominance in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, winning team fights that look optimal for the enemy team and then turning them around with amazing coordination. So if it looks too good to be true, it probably is KT Rolster. And I don't want to see any more best of fives here in our playoffs, like what happened to D+, where we're fighting early, we're fighting where our composition isn't online. Even if you have the numbers advantage against T1, they will out-team fight you. It's going to be, I think, if KT win this, long games, patient games, where we do see clutch plays from BDD and aiming.
Yeah, I like what Huni was saying about how KT kind of took a best of 5 to try a lot of new things, a lot of different things. Even their play style was somewhat different. I was somewhat losing my mind on the cast because it wasn't, the straightforward, clean, awesome solo laning from the side of KT. Lahen's just getting basic roams off and making plays and getting them ahead and winning. But maybe that's the key. Maybe they needed to take a best of 5 like that to really figure out something special here for T1, because regardless of what you say, T1 in this bracket are the final boss, and KT are the underdogs, but who knows? Even against all the predictions, Hama Life were able to take down DK. Who's to say that KT can't do it?
Yeah. No, upsets have happened already, and I think they potentially will continue to happen as we go through this tournament. And the way in which T1 has dominated has been in all aspects of the game, from laning to macro to vision to secure on objectives. And I think if you're KT, your biggest fear is falling behind early, because no team snowballs, no team cross maps better than T1. The Faker sacrifice we've talked so much about, where he'll push a lane and either die so that his team can get 2 turrets cross map, or will stopwatch and buy enough time for his rotating team where they know the exact angle they can get in there without vision to basically bait the play. These things, these traps that T1 have set so successfully, KT needs to avoid.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are ready to jump into game number 1 draft, as we do have Sejuani taken away. Actually, it was pretty cool to see, the second they clicked in, Zeus was already typing out Sejuani, and I saw him click it, so that was kind of a peek behind the curtain.
Yeah.
That was pretty cool, as already we are targeting Cuz. And this is a guy that didn't make it onto any all-pro team, but I think he kind of got robbed a little bit. This guy has really had a huge return to form, his best form, and he's been really consistent at that top level.
We'll also see aiming Zeri banned away. I think that this is leaning towards my thought process as well for KT, is just trying to get to the late game without too many deficits, which is kind of the opposite of how KT have played a lot of the season, almost like a budget version of T1, getting ahead in lanes. Lahen's is roaming, you've got those duo kills, and you're making plays around the map and snowballing early. They will not allow aiming to play this Zeri once again, as Owner will first pick the Elise.
Oh boy.
Okay, this is a little bit more rare these days, but you don't have the Varus, you don't have the Caitlyn, the Sejuani and Vi are gone. And even with Lee Sin available here for Owner, they want to have a little bit more control of the bottom lane, and this allows T1 to now wait and counterpick the 2v2 based on what KT show here, so they can have bottom side prio with this Elise pick, making the 3v3 very difficult to play out for KT.
That's going to be interesting to see what they counter with. Aphelios coming through, and Lance doesn't have to pick his support here. Probably wants to pick jungle first and then save it for counter pick, or maybe even look for a pick for BDD, but the Wukong will come in. Definitely not a jungle champ that has as much early presence as Elise, as Lucian.
Not surprised by this. The other option you could have considered here would have been a Draven lane, but when you have the Elise here and you are the best 2v2 lane in the LCK, you're not worried about what Aphelios is paired with. You're not worried about whether it's a Thresh, a Lulu, maybe even a Tahm Kench. Lulu's so incredibly strong with Wukong that it's going to give Aphelios a little bit more oomph in these team fights, some extra survivability for what is going to be a pick-based composition here initially for T1. So it's going to be all about how much KT can stave off the pressure, but we already know in these first 6 lock-ins that bottom side is T1 favored. This opens up top side for Keen if he wants to actually play around that instead, and T1 should be well aware of it.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned it, because playing around solo lanes and playing around Keen has been part of KT's win conditions the entire season. And note that KT selected red side against Live Sandbox. They were the only team to select red side first, even with side selection. So they're a team that are actually like, okay, you want to take blue, that's normally, the stronger side, whatever. We can find ways to try to counter these solo lanes, as that looks like maybe a Kassadin look. I mean,
well, we've seen a lot of Tristana bans recently, even overseas in the LPL. It's so strong right now to snowball games, especially if you walk face up into this, as we have seen in the past, a Gwen being hovered here. Now, they did ban the Jace away, and this is a way to get a strong amount of magic damage, but they'll take the Renekton. I was going to say, expecting a Cassante pick, you have to imagine, but it will be the Renekton instead, and they can save counter pick here for BDD.
Yeah, they denied away from Zeus just in case T1 wanted to play Renekton and Elise, but instead they'll just get Zeus' Gnar. It's extreme comfort, and it is one of his best champions. So, might get the same in that facet for Faker here.
Okay, we're seeing the Flex Cassante here with the Elise. Chovy showcased this earlier on in the season, and this becomes a little bit tough to play out now for KT Rolster, as it might have just been BDD thinking he's playing Lissandra into the LeBlanc here, looking for some of those late game setups here and laning well against the LeBlanc, having obviously the engaged tools here with the Renekton and the LeBlanc. But now I think, yeah, you could just play this Veigar, and this is something that was mentioned on the space. BDD has been so good on Veigar. He played it very late compared to the other mid laners, but his performance has arguably been the best here in the LCK. And, a lot of times we look at Veigar and we're like, okay, this pick seems like a trap. It seems like it's overrated. Doesn't seem that good. But when BDD plays it, he gets lane prio. He's now playing into a Cassante, so he's going to have a huge edge here. And now Cuz has a lot of agency around the middle and top of the map, because bottom side is kind of a wash. You will probably have to protect aiming and Lehens in the early levels, especially at level 3, where Elise is going to come over, start taking your jungle camps away. But after that, Cuz has a lot of agency through mid and top here, because it is a Cassante, it is a Gnar into this Renekton. But what I'm most concerned about for KT is that this composition can snowball so well, and they have Zeus on Gnar into Renekton, a matchup he has crushed in the past. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter if it's Keen. I mean, It's just so comfortable on this Gnar versus Renekton matchup.
Yeah, it just feels like relatively safe solos for T1, and then they have the really strong 3 champions to really just get the snowball rolling down on the bottom side of the map. So, kind of what you were saying before we even saw the draft, Wolf, is that KT really need to play patient. They're more of the scaling type compared to T1, who are fantastic at snowballing, and we have seen they have been the best so far in 2023 at doing that. So can KT stop the snowball here in Game 1? I feel like will be one of our sub-stories for this game.
No doubt, because the two compositions do very different things. It's not to say that T1's composition can't fight well in the late game, but their magic damage is going to be essentially just this Elise on the jungle. Everything else is about setting up picks here, getting the solution ahead, setting up fights with Zeus. On the side of KT, they have single target Elim set up. They have great late game scaling.
Yeah, it's going to be a really fun game to start us off on this best of 5. Let's hop onto the Rift right now. So cool to be back casting a telecom war in the playoffs with you, Wolf. We have done this more than once.
Yeah.
Maybe not in League of Legends, but in the past. And this was always such a fun matchup, not because of the history, but also because in times past, these usually were the biggest 2 fan bases, right? So even though nowadays T1 is known as the biggest one, KT still has a huge fan base in their own right. And they have come out in a lot of fiery emotion already to start us off with some of those cheers.
No doubt. In StarCraft, I think KT Rolster was able to hold on to some of their players for such a long time. Players like Flash, for example, have such a legacy. And in League of Legends, it's been T1 who's been able to do the same with Faker. And we've seen KT's roster, recycled over multiple years. Score finally getting his title, but then of course had to retire. He's back now as a coach. But you look at the KT Rolster roster here, and you're like, well, BDD's back, right? He was with this roster in a less fortunate time for KT. He's back now and is a huge, crucial part of this. And it's just the difference here, I think, in how T1 has been able to just be dominant so long, whereas KT started off pretty aggressively. This is going to be a 75th pick.
Yeah. I don't know the exact number of champions that are released at this moment in time, but I believe it is over 150. But he's getting close to the halfway mark of playing half of the champions in the game in a professional match in the LCK.
Yeah, consider at one point in time, usually about a third or about a fourth to a third of champions are relevant in any given meta. So just showcases how long he's played and how many different styles of play he's played through. As here comes that level 3 Elise. This is about as standard as it gets. Lehens here doesn't have level 2 just yet, trying to get a few of these minions very close to it. And this is going to get very difficult for Cuz to defend this blue buff. He's even just going to let it go.
Yeah. And this is what we talked about. I mean, the Wukong himself doesn't really have a lot of power this early on, especially in this matchup. So you might just have to give up a lot. For now, you know, they haven't given up the blue. Of course, Owner's going to stick around, but Faker's getting mid-prio, and he's roaming over.
Yeah, BDD actually not here at all. Can start to head this way, but it'll be very difficult to actually wrestle away control. And I love the first strike here for the Elise when you know you have this bottom side prio. We've seen a lot of PTA to actually get additional damage done and actually have better single target. But in exchanges like this where you know KT are going to have to come over, you're just getting more and more gold. You're just harassing with your spiderlings and just picking up money while you're also delaying your opponent's experience. So knows that Cuz is 9 CS down right now, is down about half a level here. And every time Owner hits these spiderlings, he's getting more and more money. Just using the level 3 timing here to get so many small advantages. And ultimately, we'll still pick up the blue buff.
Yeah, I mean, Owner, he knows what this Elise does so well in the early game, and he's not going to back away. It's pretty refreshing to see, you know, even in this game 1, just that some of these players, they understand like what their win condition is, and they're really playing around it really strongly. That's something that T1 do really well. Whereas it feels like a lot of our other teams so far have kind of been nervous to, you know, push the envelope even when it feels like that's their win condition.
Yeah, you get a heal here out of Keria, small advantage. But here comes the Elise once again. This time there is no Wukong nearby as Owner wants to set something up. Again, worst case scenario, probably just push them out of the experience range.
It's level 4, so Lehens is like, well, I don't really want to fight this guy. And there are 2 wards that spotted him coming over, and there's really not much they can do because, of course, Cuz on the Wukong, again, you know, he's on the other side of the map just trying to survive and farm something.
This is T1's MO, man. They just 4-man dive bottom lanes when they have Prio, and when they have the best bottom duo in the game and they're playing Lucian Nami, you are just going to be able to deny a lot of farm. Now, I like that KT do not panic here. They are just going to back away. A lot of experience will be lost. But there's nothing really you can do about this. Giving over kills, losing that gold would be huge.
Flash on in, teleport used as well. Owner has to flash out of this one as well, they were being patient until they weren't. They found a little angle and tried to go for it. Didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, we'll be able to get Owner's flash here, but it is going to be a TP and flash in exchange. And this does allow aiming to get back to lane here and just fall behind only by the 10 CS here. BDD might drop a plate here because of this wave, and the Demolish looks like Faker should be able to force this. Just going to kind of kite back here. Not quite going to secure it, but we'll be able to get it with the next wave. And this is a play that KT made to try to wrestle back some modicum of control, like some small amount of control here on the bottom lane. Like, and this is what this draft for T1 affords you. Now, this is about as good as it gets, but it is exactly what this draft is designed to do. This is not, oh man, KT's dropping the ball. Speaking of...
Faker's getting in there already as the cage will be put down. Faker just skirts around it. Has another knock-up potentially, but no. Faker's getting very aggressive here in the mid lane. BDD's MO is just sit here, farm tier, and try not to die, so... He did that pretty well, though. He's like, okay, cool story. Cassante, I will just continue farming.
Yeah, interesting. Hold up. See if Cuz gets seen here. Just on the edge of vision. Might be able to try to force something here. Get a flash or a cleanse. Grabbed him. This is the timing you're trying to find here as a Wukong who doesn't have 6. You have to use the laner's CC to set up for your damage.
He's not spotted. So he's just going to go back to farming here. He's only about, you know, a camp and a half behind the Elise now, but even able to get this Rift Scuttler, not bad. Going to smite that one away. Could just go back to the top side, farm out his red buff jungle, and try to hit level 6 as fast as possible. But guess what? He's just going to sit in the bottom side and continue to try to help out his bottom lane.
Yeah. And this is going to be first strike gold. Like I was saying, coming over to Owner. Going to stop a back here. Nice warrior trickster here from Cuz to avoid the damage, at least. A vast majority of it. And the scaling here for KT is fantastic. So, you know, you look at the game and you see a 1,000 gold lead here at 7 minutes. It's not a situation where you're like, okay, well, this is T1, they're going to win this game for free. But it is a 30 CS lead that is mounted here on the bottom side. Aiming is trying to rush back down here with his Noon Quiver in tow. So these advantages are big. It is going to be a Drake going over. And KT Rolster just do not want to give more than what the lane prio is going to provide. Not going to take any bad fights here, not going to try to force anything. And I think that as painful as it is to watch as a KT fan, watching T1 take everything on the map, I think this is the right play.
Yeah, Faker getting poked out here. We actually did have the ultimate used by BDD, just trying to push him away. It's not like Faker had to flash or anything. That's part of the reason why you do select this, maybe expecting BDD to pick the Veigar, and he's like, well, I could just get through the cage some ways, and you know, I can set up him very tanky. I'm just going to sit in the lane and farm it out and look for team fights later.
BDD is going to get a pretty significant CS advantage here from this wave that's crashing into the mid turret. Faker had to back, took a lot of damage, and didn't get through the cage, but it's going to take a big hit. Now, I wanted to point this out earlier before we had Cuz going to the bottom side, but Faker is building plated steel caps here early into this matchup. Not something we normally see. It is kind of essential for Cassante to be able to fight against Renekton and the Wukong in the front line. And it's much stronger, obviously, against both of these champions with the recent patch and the recent changes to the steel caps versus Wukong. But doesn't mean that the Veigar cages get a little bit tougher to deal with if you cannot actually dash through them.
Yeah, absolutely. As well, we do have Faker making his way down to the bottom side here, and it looks like Aiming currently level 5 alongside of Lehens. They know this is coming, and yes, they haven't died yet, but still, I mean, 3 plates are gone at 9 minutes. And once again, the snowball continues. Note that Guma did go for the Dirk, which is pretty common, especially if you're trying to snowball in the early laning stage.
And going back to the draft, like, I think a lot of people would look at that draft and the bans we saw as targeted for Cuz, but actually, these are targeted for champions that can compete with Elise pre-level 6. And so now you have this Wukong pick that can't really do anything, can't engage until level 6 is ready. And you're just like, yeah, I am Elise. Nobody can contest me. Nobody can fight me.
Yeah, well, he's going to hit that Q, but he is being charged down here. Can't get over the wall, so he will be safe, but yeah, it's just a scary moment there. Should be totally fine.
But notice the second Valdez that Cuz gets 6, the attention is shifted topside, where they have had Prio in the top lane, so even though the Herald has been up for a little while here, T1 know that KT can't take it. And they're like, oh yeah, Wukong has engaged opportunities now, but we're actually, with so much Prio here in the faster group up, going to be able to take this instantly. And yeah, Aiming can go back to lane for free, and he's going to have some pressure relief, but we've already done the damage there. When Wukong can only just kind of show up and watch defensively. So we're winning top side. Mid is going fine. Bottom side, we're massively winning. We got both early objectives here, talking about the objective stats that we saw earlier. T1 getting both a lot of the time with these prio lanes. It's another scenario where that's just the case here.
Well, we're watching Zeus just continue to put on that pressure in the top side, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon unless Cuz does want to visit the higher focus top side. As Cuz is currently down here in the bottom side. Looks like Carrie, he's staring at that brush. Maybe understanding that, okay, we don't have much vision. Cuz just hit level 6. He's level 7 now. Got to be careful about some of these Wukong games.
Yeah, I mean, they have Tidal Wave here. Both players with Flash. It's very difficult to actually make this happen successfully. They identify, okay, let's go clear that ward and push this Wukong away if he's in the vicinity, which he is, and they're going to be able to get back control of this bottom side.
Culling, Aiming down to 20% health, just like that.
Just for, I mean, these are things you could do just for tempo, and they will, and they did. And now Carrie is like, if they stay here, I tidal wave them, and they die. And if they don't stay here, they lose more farm, and we get more plate gold. This is, by the way, without Herald being dropped. They do not need to drop Herald here necessarily.
Owner is going to face check in here. The polymorph very annoying for him as he will have to flash over the wall. So nice little win to the side of the KT bottom lane, but another plate is going to go into the hands of Guma and Keria.
They should be able to get the whole thing, not necessarily off of this wave, but look at all the damage being done here. It's first strike on this Lucian, so every time he's just chunking away, picking off more of these health bars, and Now that this wave has showed up here, I'm going to probably try to force this one in. And Wukong is still in the vicinity, but they have a lot of ward coverage here. And actually, Faker's coming over just to kind of make sure it's okay, because he has all that mid-prio. And the Drake is spawning in 12 seconds. And with Owner losing Flash, he's just backing off. He's going to use this Drake in mid to try to help get this early mid turret, as well as Drake prio to take a 2-Drake lead.
Yeah, that Rift Herald could be big, as meanwhile, speaking of big, Aiming has to flash, but I think he's 100% dead. They wait in the brush, and they hide on bush. That's all you got to do. Aiming had no idea, and that is a pretty free first blood, and should be first turret given over to Guma.
First turret with all 5 plates, and we'll get the solo plate here for the final one. 625, that's going to be the second Drake. And again, Herald could just be dropped here mid. 2 plates have already gone down. So BDD in a lot of trouble, and if this turret goes down, after already losing bottom side turret here, you're going to have big problems defending against this Elise, who's now pretty accelerated in this game. And she's going to be able to just roam around, and I'd say accelerated, not in items, but just in map control. Like, she's going to be able to constantly threaten.
Okay, we got the Lehen Skank coming up to the top side as waiting for a good moment, as that will be the flash away from Zeus. And it's not every day you see the level 7 Lulu gank, but Lens, there's not much else that he can do at this point. So actually pretty nice that he gets up there and burns Zeus' flash.
BDD doing his best to prevent this turret from going down. The charge will still come through, but he's able to stop the wave, delay the charge, and that turret will not fall this early, luckily for them. And yeah, Zeus losing his flash here. This is going to give Keen a little bit more agency in the lane. It's not really about the lane right now, unfortunately. So you watch this play once again, no vision here. Aiming is just hoping that he's going to be able to get away with some additional farm down here, but this is just straight up greed, and these are the types of mistakes you cannot make against T1. They have the wave straight in the middle, and if you don't have vision there, you can't walk up like that if you have no idea. Just had the impression that they backed and that he was going to be able to get some additional gold. 1,400 here is 8 plates across the map.
This is something that T1 does. It's like, okay, well, we have these win conditions. Maybe if we can hold on. And it's a big if. As, okay, maybe trying to find a little angle here up on the top side. That's that Lulu and Wukong played together as in goes the Cyclone onto 2 of them. Guma has to flash away, so they finally find an angle, cuz coming through the river, T1 did not have vision here in this river, and they got totally caught off guard.
And Cuz has definitely identified that, you know, Owner is on this Elise, a very squishy champion, even with Repel. There's an angle there. If you actually catch her and blow her up, you're going to have some great follow-up here potentially for objective fights. This one, just a skirmish on the top side of the map. So they're trying to get some gold here to BDD. They will end up taking out the Elise. They're trading back a kill here. Not too significant at this moment in time, but it could become significant as BDD has now picked up his first kill of the game and is scaling up. As T1, they are still about 4,000 gold ahead at this point in time, as Owner is very aggressively up here trying to control this vision with the ward. And like you said, the synergy between Wild Growth here and the Cyclone for the Wukong just allows you those additional knockups. He plays it very well, Cuz does. Gets a little bit greedy with the flash here. Great bubble from Keria. Without that, perhaps you get an additional kill there, or at least Keria's summoner. But his bubble is great, so they will escape there. So flash use there from Cuz, unfortunately, not going to lead to anything else.
Yeah, you saw that Zeus on the bottom side of the map, he was trying to steal away a bunch of the enemy jungle. And little things like that are also ways to continue with the snowball, but actually Cuz got over there and took the blue buff down, so that was pretty nice. Obviously not able to give that to BDD or anything like that. He's on the top side of the map, so pretty good to take that away from Zeus that just wanted that extra gold. As meanwhile, T1, they want, with this early lead, to take a second Rift Herald and really push this forward. As I'm not sure if you mentioned it, Wolf, but we actually do have Chemtech Soul on the game.
We didn't talk about it in Tidal Wave. Gonna go wide.
Okay. That was interesting.
Well, they want to
guarantee
back.
Yeah, they want to get the turret.
Exactly. They want to guarantee this turret, and they like to use the Herald top so they can get all 3 outers. And if you actually catch somebody there, you get mid without using the Herald. They didn't, so the turret will live, but they're going to just drop it here top side, and then we'll be able to get their second turret of the game here. BDD has Cuz.
Oh, man, he's caught on the edge there as waiting for that TP. KT's got an angle here. Faker on the run. He does have flash, and he is quite tanky, as Keen really wants to force this one. Faker just on the dash. Still has not flashed, as he will all about him over the wall just to escape. Still has his flash. as he is under here, and Owner getting over the wall with the cocoon, and they turn this around. 2v4, you gotta be kidding me.
These are the fights. These are the fights. I said KT cannot force, or T1 will just turn them every single time. Faker using the geometry of the map. Now, meanwhile, they get the turret
Look at
mid.
this.
Yeah, they get the turret mid because they were looking for this anyways.
TP bot?
TP bottom, and they're actually going to turn this into a 2-turret play here after defending the topside turret. Mind you, the Rift Herald was not used, so it's still available here to use wherever they like. And this is a double inner play here they're looking for right now. Mid-inner goes down, so 2 turrets here. Could be 3 if they actually commit the Herald there on the bottom side. 30 seconds to go until the Drake comes over. And man, T1 a masterclass of macro here. And it was so close there on the top side, but you're committing a TP.
It looks so good for KT. They're like, oh man, we got the flank. I think the TP was like a 1.5 seconds late. Like if he was right on that, maybe he had something going, cuz now he's just dead. There's just nowhere to go. I mean, he doesn't have flash, used it in a couple of fights ago.
And you have no map vision really as KT here. You know, you're trying to set up control wards defensively in your own jungle. You lost an inner. So just, like you say, nowhere to go, nowhere to hide.
Look at this.
Faker he just turns.
라인 높여. 나 궁으로 다시
Says he has no full, no flash rather, and no ult. But he is just gonna ult through the wall.
얘 무리한다.
And he's like, they overextended. And he just calls it out. He's like, they overextended. And I mean, it's just the fans going crazy because once again T1 makes this happen, and all the while Guma's pushing that mid turret.
And he's calling the entire time like he's not really getting, you know, overwhelmed by the fact that he's getting flanked by 4 people, right? That was a 2v4 they were running. And Faker's like, yeah, I don't have to flash. I'm just going to ult him over the wall. Like, he's calling it as this is happening. And he's able to turn what looked like a very unfortunate position into a winning play. And the T1 effect is then to just get mid-turret and also half of bot turret.
And these are the moments where teams haven't realized that Faker has planned this 2 steps ahead, and they're getting all these turrets across the map while Faker is turning this around with all out. And it's like one of those moments where you realize Faker wants to play Cassante because he's like, no, I can actually survive for so long with this champion when they collapse on me.
It's just a great champion for, I mean, for everyone basically, but Faker obviously playing it very well. Nowadays, everybody's really prioritizing this, and I feel like he's like, well, this has a good matchup into what BDD plays, and it's going to be fantastic once we hit the mid game, and that it has been.
And now we're looking at a game state that is pretty doomed, because we're talking about some of the scaling aspects of KT's comp and how they need to survive, they need to not take these poor fights, but it's not about the kills for T1, it's about what they got on the map while KT committed that. All of that turret gold going over is worth more than the kills that T1 could have in this game if they were just constantly fighting. But they're just winning the map because that vision means that KT can't farm, for example. Notice Aphelios is now 60 CS behind. Where does he farm? Where does he get minions? He waits for Guma to give him the minions. Like, he's like, please, Guma, send them to me. Guma's like, I'll send some of them. And, he has to farm like under inhibitor turret, so KT just have no control.
Because that's not your jungle anymore. He did smite the big raptor.
True.
I'll give him that.
And like,
yeah, it's just a total cutoff of vision and control.
Exactly, because now
your own jungle.
If you can't farm, you can't scale. You need money to scale.
Okay, little angle here onto the Elise as, okay, well, the rest of T1 is there as the very long-range tidal wave comes in and forces a flash out of BDD.
And as KT, you just have to force these awkward fights now. You know, you have to do the fights I suggested not to do at this point because you can't get minions. You know, look at the bounties. 3 turrets for the taking here for KT if they win one team fight. All that bounty gold will go over, but they have to win the fight first. It's just not looking likely. As you can see, Guma with rapid fire cannon.
He's got basically 3 items. It's like 2 items and 2 components, but they're big components. So he is really chunking people now. And T1 are actually going to back off of this one. It's not every day you see that from them. They say, you know, okay, we can get this, we can turn, but actually, you know, Guma got in an awkward spot. He had to flash away. They're like, no, we don't take this just yet.
Cuz has flash, and even though he took a ton of damage there, Flash Warrior Trickster with Smite, it makes this a potential 50-50. And like we were talking about, if you somehow end up overextending here and losing 2 players and losing Baron, and then KT get all that standing bounty gold on the map, the cost is just too great. T1 lose literally nothing except a little bit of time in this game by just saying, we'll walk away. There's no loss here, right? And you can see the money coming through here for Guma to build that 3rd item. And here it comes. Bam, IE at 22.5 minutes. As, I mean, if he got Baron, he would have had the money there. He's like, okay, I'll just go get Raptors. It's cool. It's cool. Just back off.
Yeah, and, you know, we've said in metas past, in patches past, I should say, here in 2023 that, you know, Lucian, he got tapped a little bit early on, but he's always been decent as long as you can pressure in early to mid and you can get the snowball going. He's still going to be strong when it comes to mid to late. Maybe not a hyper carry in the sense of like an Aphelios or Zeri, but Guma in this position, just because he's so far ahead, he has so much potential to put on pressure, to look for burst kills. He's almost like a pick champion at this point.
Yeah.
As disguised as an AD carry, so he's going to be looking for so many angles onto anyone that steps out of line, even more so than anyone else on this team.
I think the big nerfs to Lucian made it so that if you were just a decent Lucian player who was going to win lane, you're not winning as hard. But if you're an amazing Lucian player and you have an amazing team who can empower your Lucian play in the mid game, that's the kind of ways that Lucian is still going to be strong. And I know a lot of people are probably watching this game feeling like, well, Cuz didn't do anything, Owner outplayed him, and the game is over. But again, remember, Wukong can't do anything pre-6, really, against this Elise.
Yeah.
They played around bottom side prio. Faker got mid prio, which I wasn't sure if it was going to happen. I didn't think it was going to happen, but he got mid prio, so he had a lot of control there. And then Zeus, we knew this is like his favorite matchup to play. He's going to space it, as you can see here, so incredibly well. So I mean, this game just snowballs. It doesn't matter about, oh, do they have magic damage? It's only a Night Harvester on the Elise. Does it matter? No, not when you have this big of a lead.
Chemtech Soul here, just picked up 24 minutes in. It is also an Elder Spawner as Cuz... Did he smite away the red? At this point, maybe it doesn't matter too much, but kind of funny that that's the spot we're in. Maybe it was going to leash back. Maybe they thought T1 was right there, but either way,
yeah,
it does mean that aiming doesn't get it.
But, you know,
potential poke.
Yeah, the potential poke you mentioned is significant, but at the end of the day, I don't think they can even come near this Baron.
T1 can just start it up. You know, they do have a lot of control in the enemy jungle. They can see Cuz, as that ward is not denied by the control ward, actually. Keria takes a massive chunk, though, has to use heal.
Okay, this is the angle, maybe. Tidal Wave not great either.
They're not able to zone out Cuz, though. He's still got flash. Still got a way in. He's over the wall. The damage comes in, and they get it! KT take the Baron away! And now they're looking for the fight afterwards. The Cyclone, though, doesn't get much value, as T1 really want to get in there and punish for this, as Zeus not able to get a big Gnar, might be able to take down 2 members of KT, and even Keria will survive. And it is 5 versus 3 in favor of T1, but that Baron is pretty huge for KT. They gotta hold on from here.
It looked like Faker thought the Blast Cone was gonna be enough to actually zone Cuz away, but he doesn't actually hit Cuz with that, and they don't focus the Baron quickly enough, so Cuz is able to come in like we were talking about with that flash. Almost the exact same scenario we were talking about on the previous Baron attempt from T1, but ultimately it may not matter here because T1 end up getting 2 kills here on the solo laners, and aiming, he just got his 2nd item. He's been 2 items down this whole time. He's not really going to be able to carry this on his own, and this should be an inhibitor minimum for T1.
It is still a 10,000 gold lead, so T1 even against Baron minions not really caring because KT can't step up to defend those Baron minions at this point, and they have the damage to peel through them.
And now with the push and all these lanes here for T1, they've prepped top and mid, they've got the inhibitor. Only bottom is fairly exposed here, but you don't have teleport to rush down and grab it. Like if Keen wanted to play this one out here, you'd lose a lot of control on the map, and Keen would probably just be collapsed on us. Let's go back to this moment here. Faker's in, Blast Cone is eliminated, and then I think he's just thinking, all right, I'm gonna zone them away, but they don't have any angle here onto Cuz, so this ends up being straight up a 50-50. And then Cuz is able to survive here, and they want to turn this into a 5v5 fight, but they don't have great engage. They don't have the turn they're looking for. Cuz couldn't actually turn around with the Cyclone. There's just too much damage. If this was an even game state, Cuz just goes back in. Maybe they win the fight with the Aphelios ult, but it wasn't going to happen this time.
It is a breath of fresh air for KT. I'm not saying that they're in a position now to make a big comeback, but it would be the first step towards getting to that position. It is only a Chemtech Soul, so, you know, not a great one. It's still 10,000 gold to lead, but now KT are getting some more items on some of their scaling champions. And if they can hold on for dear life,
it is pretty good for Cassante too. I mean, he's got a Gargoyle Stone Plate with some of that additional shielding. And Anathemas is picked up here.
True. It's just not the best, you know.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kill him. And if he goes below 50% health, he's going to be even harder to kill, and he's going to do more damage. It's just so frustrating. He's got Jack Shows, so... You notice that Faker was so willing with the lead he had to 1v5 in that fight, and if he could have zoned Cuz out, it would have been totally different. They wouldn't have been able to even go for the Smite contest. But they can't get close, even with Baron buff, to any of these bounties on these turrets. KT's still just defending in their base right now.
Baron buff about to go. 5 seconds, and down it goes. Zeus in the face of 5 people is just chipping away at a turret. As the super minions being very annoying in this mid lane. Can provide that, you know, a little bit of extra farm for some of those scaling champs, but yeah, I think T1 are just trying to put on the pressure, really trying to choke out this blue buff side of the KT jungle, because of course we do have Elder in a minute and a half, so they want to prepare for that.
Yeah, aiming here, just trying to push Zeus out. And as you mentioned, the Elder coming up, and there's not a whole lot that you could really criticize KT for. Maybe that top side player where they committed the teleport and Faker baited them into a bad exchange. Like, we could be somewhat critical of that play, but it's really just masterclass from Faker once again. I think we have to go back to the drawing board here in the draft as KT Rollster, because you gave T1 an amazing tempo-based comp. While it seems in some ways outdated with Lucian, Nami, and the Elise, it feels like a week 1, week 2 LCK draft that we saw from D+. Faker has his own flair to it, right?
They brought back a golden oldie from the early weeks of this season.
And it feels in some ways outdated, but when you could play it this well, and T1 have been practicing this for so long this season, even before the season began, you know they're going to play it well. You know they're going to snowball. And, you know, maybe a blue side look here for KT in Game 2 might be the way to go, as it's not over till the Elder is dead. Maybe KT can win this miraculously in a 5v5. No death cap for BDD, just doesn't have the money, and they have to fight anyways.
Do they have the damage to peel through somebody? The Chemtech Soul you mentioned might actually help in this facet, but if you can get a cage and like a Renekton follow-up, maybe you can get something going, but the culling is already in, the tidal wave right on top of BDD, and Guma just frontlining, forces the dominance before the fight even really begins. As everybody on the side of KT just running away, we do have a cage to keep them alive against the Gnar, but this Elder should be T1's.
T1 grouping over here, and I mean, if KT don't fight this, they lose the game, but if they fight it, they will not win it. Faker again, 1v5, he's like, I'm gonna lock this down. He's level 16, he's got Anathemas locked, and he just locked it. Onto aiming, he's like, nope, aiming, you can't do damage to me.
And he really does, and he's just there, he immediately hits Cuz, he's like, you're not getting in there, like, that's never gonna happen. So, Elder Drake taken here by T1.
And we're gonna cower in fear in the base. And there is a flank potential for Cuz. He's like getting red buff right now. I thought maybe he's gonna wrap around. He has flash ult, but who do you even kill if you get the ult off? It's Elder buff, and KT are thinking about Game 2.
Yeah, just gotta wait. Just gotta cower, as you mentioned, as the poke is already in.
Trying to clear minions.
And yeah, that is the way. We do have a nice little flank here. Inhibitor comes up. Tower, though, is going away. Tidal wave is going to be big, but does part the team as Cuz still waiting.
You have to kill Guma twice, by the way, if you kill him. You have to kill him twice. And they're respecting the Cuz flank. They're like, I know he's back there. We don't know exactly where. And wow, KT will live a little bit longer here, and the Baron take time will eliminate some of this Elder clock, though there will be a period of time where they have what we like to call Exodia, where you have both critical late game buffs at the same time. Well, the overlap won't be huge here because they do defend. And if KT take time to, or rather, if T1 take time to reset here, some of that time will actually further be eliminated. I don't think they will. They're just going to straight push top, make sure they have 3 inhibs to end the game. But KT just hanging on by a thread. TP here for the reset. BDD has death cap now.
Aiming is looking for his LDR, but he's not going to have Infinity Edge for a very long time. So You've got the entire team of T1 breathing down your neck in the top lane, and you don't even have that LDR yet. So now with one Nexus turret and a Dream, KT are hanging on for dear life. Poke already does begin. Cage catches the Gnar.
Cuz once again, searching, hunting.
Boy. Here we go. That's going to be the end of Keen, and that should be the end of this game. The culling comes in onto BDD, and yeah, that's the end of Aphelios as well. Everybody is just scattering to the wind as Lahens is just emoting, and T1 will not let them get away for free. Takes them all down, and takes down all of the Nexus.
Just textbook tempo-based play from T1 once again here. And these are the types of games you expect to see with T1, regardless of composition, where they're winning out early, but they had the winningest early game composition where you have jungle Prio and you have Prio in all three lanes. The mid lane, again, somewhat of a question mark, but Faker played it really well. Was threatened only once in the lane ever, and then was able to even set up dive plays bottom side. We've seen T1 do this all season long with Annie. We've seen it with the Kassadin pick. This is 4 T1 players against 2 weak side AD carry and support players, regardless of team, who are just like, I can't farm, I can't play the game. These T1 guys are coming at us again. Yeah. And it's a big draft dip here, I think, in terms of what you could do in the early game. KT tried to stave off the pressure, but they made a few mistakes around the top side of the map, and then T1's lead compounded so hard. You could see the big spike around 13 minutes, and then that other big spike right now around 20, where they're able to get all those turrets and then take that further lead.
Yeah, I mean, what you were mentioning about the draft, I think you got to have the nameplates on. You give T1 all of these early game pressure points in the draft, you're not going to have a good time. You do not have time to scale, so I think we're going to have to see a different idea. KT maybe going to be forced to go over to the blue side, which doesn't seem to be their favorite anyway. But either way, guys, we are done with game number 1. We'll have a break in the space. We'll be right back.
공 뺐어.
야, 5분 본다. 5분 마크 할게, 나가.
한번 쓸게 위로.
레이트. 아래 볼게.
한 봐줘. 나이스.
야, 기다려, 5분 좀 잡을게, 기다려봐.
나도 얘 잡고 올게. 한 입만.
다 왔다.
한 입만.
싫어?
나이스.
시즌 킥오프 이벤트 팀 데프트 감정 표현이 출시되었습니다.
시즌이 거의 다 끝나가는 시점에서 이제 다시 시즌 전에 했던 킥오프를 이겼던 게 다시 생각이 나서 되게 좋고, 저는 아직 스킨도 없고 뭐 저를 나타낼 무언가 없었는데
되게 이겨서 이렇게 만들 수 있는 기회 얻을 수 있게 돼서 좋은 것 같아요.
일단 프로게이머를 시작할 때야 그래도 내가 이 롤 안에 뭔가를 남겨야겠다고 생각했는데
저를 모티브로 한 감정 표현이 생긴다는 게
너무 기쁜 것 같아요.
이제 은퇴에도 여한이 없는 것 같습니다.
일단 감정 표현을 생각할 때 일단 제가 좀 잘 떠올랐으면 좋겠어서 경기 끝나고 나서 한 손 떨리는 그런 모습이 카메라에 나왔어가지고 그 모습으로 아마 이렇게 바라보는 감정 표현했던 것 같아요.
저와 관련된 느낌의 이미지가 있었으면 좋겠고 그리고 또 사람들이 많이 찾을 수 있는 그런 컨셉으로 만들고 싶었어요. 제가 지금은 던리가 없지만 옛날에 웃을 때 던리가 있었어서 그 웃는 모습을 좀 그렇게 만들고 싶었습니다.
제가 일단 그라가스를 좀 좋아하기도 하고 경기에서 잘하기도 했어가지고 그라가스를 좀 쓰게 되었고 제가 평소에 이제 좀 리액션으로 많이 하는 포즈여가지고 그거를 좀 부탁했는데 그걸 반영해 주셨어요.
이렇게 얼굴에 V하는 모습을 표현해 달라고 한 것 같은데 제가 쓰레쉬를 좀 강력하게 업데이트했단 말이에요. 제가 쓰레쉬 좋아해가지고 근데 쓰레쉬는 분위기가 너무 다크하다 이렇게 하면서 락한으로 해주신 것 같아요.
제 감정 표현은 알파카가 이제 따봉을 하고 있는 건데 뭔가 그냥 비슷한 것 같습니다. 사실 알파카가 되게 눈이 똘망똘망하고 그래서 뭔가 상대방을 놀릴 때나 아니면 팀원들이랑 장난칠 때 둘 다 쓰면 되게 좋을 것 같아요.
슈퍼플레이를 했을 때나 잘했을 때 내가 이걸 뭐 저질러 버렸구만 이런 느낌으로 이제
어떤 상황에서도 쓸 수 있다는 게 장점인 것 같아요.
상대방이 뭐 스킬샷을 실수했거나 아니면은 뭐 게임을 이겼을 때
승리를 했을 때 이제 상대방 앞에서 약간 도발하는 느낌으로 쓰시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그냥 약간 이렇게 깔보는 느낌으로.
일단 귀엽습니다. 귀엽고
특유의 표정도 뭔가 되게 제가 생각했을 땐 귀엽게 잘 나온 것 같아가지고 아무래도 되게 유명했던 밈이기도 하고 딱 봐도 이제 이런 뜻이구나 하고 정말 재미있는 감정 표현이기 때문에
제가 이제 솔랭 점수가 되게 높고 1등도 찍어봤거든요. 감정 표현을 구매하시면 여러분도 솔로 랭크 높게 가실 수 있을 겁니다.
감정 표현 재밌게 잘 만들었으니까 많이 사용들 해주세요.
제 감정 표현으로 많이 도발해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
한 번씩 이제 감정 표현 켜가지고 보여주시면 팀 분위기가 좀 유쾌하게 잘 가지 않을까 싶습니다.
제 감정 표현을 쓰면서 이제 저 생각하라고는 말을 안 할 테니까 많이 사주세요.
많은 관심 부탁드립니다. 월요일까지 판매되는 팀 데프트 감정 표현 많이 관심 가져주세요. 감사합니다.
신비로운 승부와 함께 정규 스플릿 1위를 확정짓습니다.
KT! 야, KT 팬 여러분 꽉 잡으세요. 한상 특급 갑니다. 고점의 KT 누가 막냐?
Welcome back to the space, everyone, and man, T1 just demolishing KT in that game number one. Not really a whole lot to say about it. They picked an early game composition, played extraordinarily well in the early game. KT kind of got to play League of Legends that one time. Do you remember that one time? Not really, yeah, no. Didn't really happen.
So Elise, it goes without saying, is a really strong pick when you can play aggressive early games well. T1 is our best early game team. And the Aphelios really, to me, was kind of them saying, okay, we're not going to pick for early game. Like, obviously, Aphelios in some matchups can have some early presence with his Calibrum range. But Lucianami is open, and at least Lucianami cannot be given to T1 because you don't, like, literally, bot lane did not get to play the game at any point. Like, literally, starting level 1, they were already trading as expected. And then, like, the rest of the draft, I think, barring the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, no. This is the reason why you have to ban at least against T1, but it's so unfair that look at the ban. You have to ban Annie.
Yeah,
you have to ban Caitlyn. You have to ban Varus. What do you need to, like, they need like 10 ban against T1.
You need more bans.
Like,
why don't you just be on the blue side?
That's it. And the only solution, I don't even know if it matters.
And one thing more, I think the Veigar pick was like it was really desync between the Aphelios and Lulu. Like, if K'Sante be able to move to bottom and then help them be able to not even dive, it just, they were proxying like more than 3 times, and they were not able to play the game single second.
Yeah, and even if when the Veigar did TP bot, it didn't really matter. If you pick like a Galio or a TF, like you might still have trouble in lane, but you need to have something to impact the map. Because you know this is happening. Like you see Elise Lucianami, you know exactly what is coming.
Yeah, and I think we can jump into our first highlight here and see where it all started, as this was just the orchestration of this bot lane demolition that we saw from Ona from minute 1, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is the mentions that, like, exactly what I just said from the draft, that Elise just counter jungle and Lucian Nami had a lane prio, even K'Sante all the game against Veigar. I mean, that's why you can't have a scaling with the Veigar and Aphelios in the same team. This is the punishment.
Even as a cost mentioned, the Wukong as well. Like Wukong early on is not going to be able to match Elise even remotely. And they don't even go for the dive initially, and we don't get first blood until much later in the game, but it doesn't matter.
I mean, if you see also if you see the Wukong, he can't even counter jungle. He decided to press B right there even before take a blue.
No, he did. Well, there was a full jungle. He got only blue. Yeah. And then he had to back.
Or like blue side jungle, right?
Yeah. Well, exactly. Because if he doesn't back there, like his team is dying. Like they're getting zoned for more waves. So he's not winning anything. He has to back there again. And then here, at this point, this first blood, funny as it is, like I don't even think this first blood matters.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
It was already done.
I mean, this will happen eventually, no matter what.
It was like 12 and a half minutes.
And also, they lost more than 5 play. That's a 5 kill. That's his kill.
Yeah, it's basically done. Plus, it's also worse than a kill because you've done that and also prevented your bottom lane opposition from ever playing the game. So Gumiushi, I think he was, what, 3 items ahead, 2 items ahead by like 25 minutes?
4.3k differences.
Well, we are going to have a look at our second highlight, some more masterclass macro decisions, as well as just defensive play, let's say, from T1.
Yeah, and even if Faker ends up dying, you're fine. Yeah. It doesn't matter. You're winning the cross map.
But the thing is, this is a truly Faker shows. He finds the angle that he can actually bring, just isolated the Renekton from the team, and there's like he was just trying to make the enemy team just mad.
And I think that this hero comes. So this is a desperation play, but I don't mind that from KT. I don't want to criticize the decision to go for that there because they know that's desperate, right? The moment that ult comes through, they know. Why not? Like, let's Hail Mary it because we're losing the game otherwise.
Yeah, you have to.
And it doesn't work. And meanwall, in mid lane, they lose 2.
There was 2v5 in the map. Or
and they still traded.
I mean, even Zeus didn't even have it didn't have to TP. That was a 2v5. They make a super play and they can't come back in the game anymore. Like, not at all.
This is number 1 against number 3.
Yeah. And this was T1 with first choice as well. Halma Life Esports were on the table. They were number 5 coming into this one. KT still chosen number 3 and treated to this. And look, a lot of it does come down to the draft. It does come down to executing an early game draft correctly. KT, not a whole lot of options there. We need to see some changes, but where are we going to get them? As we're going to bring up the POG first and see who is going to collect it. It will be Gumiushi towards that bottom side. A whole bunch of DPM on this Lucian.
Yeah, there were really, as with many T1 games, you can go for anyone between bot and jungle because that's where the game was won.
850 first strike gold earned.
Crazy. I mean, he laned really, really well. Like, that's the first point. I mean, we can't really see it from the highlight that he laned really well. I mean, be able to proxy the game, like in the lane with the 2 people extra, 1 person extra, that's already more than enough. Because he lane already dominated and, well, like the opponents.
We've also seen Lucian really drop in stock because you need to play like aggressively, it very, very well. And if you don't do that, you're really going to struggle, right?
Yeah.
And I think that many other teams struggle with actually making use of that Lucian. So really well done.
I like the Faker vote too.
Me too. I probably would have gone there just because of that one play that was really, really cool. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to get into game number 2, see whether KT can show some signs of life in this best of 5. Take it away, Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, Spacers. We will take it away right now as we jump into game number 2. T1 kind of coming in, pretty standard stuff. You know, this isn't kind of like they pulled out some new picks or they pulled out some new strategy. This should have all been kind of expected coming into this one, even by the side of KT. Now KT will have their chance on blue side, and we'll see where we'll go from here.
I think the blue side pick is very wise because there are too many priority picks to take away, and if T1 want to play that aggressive style that they played in Game 1, it's much more difficult to get advantages on red side. We've talked about this a lot over the last, really, 2 seasons because T1 played this very similar style in summer season. So I feel like at least now you have some opportunity to control some other aspects of the draft, and BDD playing his 600th game here, fitting he would play it against Faker, right, in this really important best of 5. We haven't mentioned this, and I know it goes without saying, but this is a double elimination bracket now for the first time, so if KT lose this series, they will continue to play through playoffs, so this is not the end for any of these players. But winning and actually defeating T1 here would be such a huge momentum shifter for our entire expectations of this tournament.
Our playoffs already kind of got all jumbled up with Life Esports upsetting DK just a couple of days ago. So maybe KT can get something going here. That is what I said at the beginning of Game 1, and then Game 1 happened. But I'm really hoping that maybe here on blue side, they'll have an answer.
So Annie going to be banned here from T1. Still see the Elise taken away now. KT also taking away Zayas' Jace. And the Elise in could have been a pick that we would have seen KT find more success with into the Elise early. That was one of the only picks that was left available, but doesn't really suit what their composition is trying to do later. And I think that's why they stuck with the Wukong for the engage opportunities that Cuz would have had there and some of the defensive steps they can have against, Cassante and R. But he just didn't have the agency at all. As we'll see a Thresh ban here. So eliminating some of these really strong T1 composition. The reason why you see this instead of an Aphelios or the Jinx is it just takes away those Jinx comps, the Aphelios comps, it takes away the Ahri that we've seen T1 have so much success with when they have the Thresh to be looking for aggressive dives with. So I actually really like the Thresh ban here. It's worth so much for so many different things that T1 is good at.
Yeah, absolutely. Taliyah going to be taken off the board, so we've seen, even in the first series with Live Sandbox, a lot of Taliyah bans, a lot of Veigar bans from the blue side, but they even sneak in one here, which means that Varus gets through, and KT immediately slam that pick down.
Notice that T1 did not ban the Caitlyn, did not ban the Draven, not ban the Varus. Aiming has not been very strong in terms of playing around bot side prio. Like, he has gotten it. He's number 2 in terms of duo kills here with aiming, or with Lehens rather, in the bottom lane. But it hasn't been a strong point for KT to actually play Varus, into these matchups, or Lucian, or the Draven, and get ahead. The Ezreal Karma, that's a different story. Well, we won't be seeing that today, as this means the Vi will go over to T1 here with this Ashe, and there's a plethora of picks that T1 can play with the Ashe here in this bottom 2v2. Could be AD carry, could be support, a lot not shown yet here for T1.
KT do need to show a bit of their hands here. Will they be playing Varus Karma, Varus Heimer? Like, what is their bottom lane going to look like? What do they select for the jungle matchup here with the Elise and Sejuani already banned? Might just see, straight up Wukong. Yeah, which it looks like that is going to be the case. This should be a much more comfortable situation for Cuz on Wukong compared to Cuz versus Elise in the first game.
You have blue side, and you're going to have some amount of control here in the bottom lane. I really hope we don't see the Heimerdinger, because I think that in order for Heimerdinger to find value outside of the laning phase, I like this too. The Blitzcrank, the Leona, all sorts of engaged champions I like here for Lehens. What Heimerdinger is not going to do for you in this draft is be able to set up on objectives that where T1 already has map control, right? And the Leona can actually engage, and when T1 get control of a Dragon or a Baron, for example, now Lehens has some opportunity to actually set up fights. I think we probably will see on-hit Varus in this particular scenario, which I think does also suit Aiming's playstyle. And we'll see a Zeri Ashe. We have seen this before. Be very strong here at setting up for team fights, and it's really difficult to get a huge advantage into this lane now for KT.
It definitely is, unless they overextend, or if, Lehens really finds the big angle relatively early on. As, let's see where we do go from here. Sandra coming in.
So
maybe some LeBlanc play or Ashe play.
I think it's 100% Ahri is the first thought. And then you're like, all right, so now if you ban Ahri and LeBlanc, then we have a lot more power in our solo lanes. If you're banning both of those, T1 are just threatening. They could basically trade one ban for two like this because they have the Vi pick. And when you consider how much follow-up there is for an Ashe arrow with Vi, Ahri, it's crazy. So that's definitely got to be banned. Now they can take away the Kennen here. And it may be just a Cassante angle here for T1 on the top side of the map. And, you know, if you ban the LeBlanc here, it feels strong in isolation. But it means that T1 have their pick of the litter here in terms of the top side of the map where they have pick prio. T1 just kind of winning again in terms of using red side better than KT did in the previous draft.
Renekton. So maybe they do just play the LeBlanc.
I wouldn't be surprised. It is going to be blind here, but the Lissandra is gone. And it's on hit Varus with the Leona. So your pick potential here is quite high. They'll wait and save it. It'll be the Gnar to come through, not the Cassante.
Yeah. I guess he's comfortable to play in a Cassante as he uses Gnar. And we'll just wait and see what BDD is going to pick here first. May just play... Okay.
He is all three of those wins that you see there. He is the only player who's played it, and he has not lost a game of it yet. Jax will come through here for Gain, an old favorite, but a tough matchup into the Gnar. We'll need a lot of assistance. That's where the Twisted Fate comes through. I mean, it's KT this time. We're trying to settle things.
I think it's happening.
I think it's happening, too. I actually thought about this going into today. I was like, today's the day Faker plays Fizz, isn't it?
That's not Fizz. Kassadin?
That's not Fizz also. All right, so now T1 are going to draw an Ahri ban, right? Get a Renekton ban, and then we'll actually swap their draft's identity into Vi is just going to play a little bit of keep away, a little bit of defensive setups here for the lanes. We have the Gnar, where you have the spacing where you could play it well against the Jax, as we've seen Zeus do in the past. Such an exciting matchup between the LCK's best Jax player and the LCK's best Gnar player once again here in the top lane. But they just changed the identity. Like, no, we're just scaling now. We're just playing defensively. And Twisted Fate can help get you advantages. And KT now have to play around, constantly roaming Leona around, constantly setting up kills. And the identity of these two teams has changed completely. Now KT has to be the one who gets the advantage. Now KT has to snowball because you're going to be dealing with this scaling Kassadin as a Twisted Fate. You will never match that damage. And locking down a Kassadin as well with Twisted Fate is very difficult. And it's going to be a hard game here for KT Rolster.
Well, they do have insane amounts of picks, so if you can get that snowball rolling, like you were talking about, if you can begin to get ahead of T1 in the early game, you can set up so many plays with your TF, with your Leona, with your Varus, right? And you will need to, as you were mentioning, so I'm very curious to see if they can do it. I think this will be the next great test for KT, because if they put on a good showing here, that really puts a wrench into the gears of this entire best of 5, I'd say.
Yeah. There is a small chance with this draft here and this setup that it's actually going to be Lethality Varus. Now that we see the Twisted Fate and the Jax coming through, we'll see what Aiming wants to play. I think that's probably the better call now that the draft is fully unlocked. But this is going to be really tough to play. You have to play T1's game better than they do to get ahead enough to win this game.
We'll see if they can pull it off here as game number 2 is loaded up. Let's hop onto the Rifts.
Intense Valdez, this draft here. Aiming going Comet. That's probably all we need to know. And BDD on this Twisted Fate, it's just one of those picks you want to get excited about. You want to feel like, okay, this is one of his best champions. There is a lot of lockdown in this composition to try to kill the Zeri. And because of the Ashe pick, you know, normally it looked like, and it very much did seem like T1 was going to play this as a pick comp initially. Now that the Kassadin's come through, you're like, okay, well, no longer as much utility for this Ashe. KT's draft is looking to kill this Zeri or the Kassadin, if you get the opportunity to. And the Ashe is going to offer you very little in terms of peel. a lot here at level 1, however.
Well, this is not the way you want to start it off level 1. Especially with your melee support that is also getting chunked out. So just coming into the brush, trying to get some posturing here in the bottom lane, and immediately aiming in Lehens will have to start on the back foot.
Yeah, this is really painful. Now, at least they do have some consumables to chug through here, and we'll be able to maintain some level of health here, but it's going to be really painful. And once level 2 comes out here, they can start to hold their own a little bit, and aiming will be able to poke away and hit some of these comets, but they're going to get zoned out
of XP.
Yeah, so it's going to be a while before they hit that level 2, as you're alluding to.
Yeah. This is pretty rough. I mean, you really wanted to get started on the front foot. It is going to be difficult against the Ashe. A lot of teams have just been dropping the Ashe entirely, but Keria and T1 are not really abiding by that, right? Because you can see what happens if you play it out really well at level 1, especially with Halo Blades. You're just Ashe, you're going to slow them down, you can kite them down. Leona level 1 is not very good, right? Like, what do? You just stand there.
Well, that's what I was going to say is if you have level 1 and you go for the stun first, then you can't get in range to stun. If you go for Zenith Blade, you go in and you die if you are losing that much health at level 1, which they did. So Lehens doesn't actually have the health to Zenith Blade in, even if he had it, right, to come over there and try to make something happen. Double cleanse in this lane as well, so you just die, actually, if you go in as Lehens, so you just kind of have to sit back and lose lane. A plate.
0 CS, and yes, there is a big wave in here, but they just got back to lane after having to back at level 1.
And Keria just knows these matchups so well. He's like, all right, well, as long as we win the trade at level 1 with Halo Blades, which we do have, that's what you take as Ashe, there's nothing that the Leona can do, and we're going to continue to put that pressure on. Now some CS will finally come through as a fourth, of the cull is completed here from Guma already. And he's going to take an early back timing here and have the level 3 advantage. This is... I mean, disastrous is putting it lightly for KT, and yeah, a good start for T1.
Yeah. Cuz going to get started up here, and that's fine. Owner looks like he just went for a full clear of his own jungle, so you might have to forego some of the Scuttle Crab pressure. He's not going to win on the top side, even though he is up level, just because his Kassadin is mid, right? And he's not going to be able to match the TF, so all pretty basic stuff. So Owner just has to give that away. He's fine. He farmed his whole jungle. Looks like he was expecting that anyway. Does have red buff, looking to maybe play towards the top side of the map as he does go on to Vision. Flash on in, as with the red buff, really trying to make this work, but Owner just kind of using his flash to pressure Keen, but doesn't get much out of it.
Cuz here does not have red, but they wanted to bait this super hard, and they are successful at getting Zeus into a vulnerable spot, but because Owner is still here, I don't think they can actually make anything of this. This is going to keep Keen safe here under this turret, and if Zeus really wants to push the issue, there's...
Yeah.
You want to think there's an angle, but pre-6 without red buff, there's really not.
And Jay's just playing this as if Owner is still here, right? He's like, okay, I'm under your turret, I am harassing you, and even though he sees Cuz, he's like, I'm not scared because I'm going to play aggressively and show them that I have my jungler here. Now, Owner wasn't there for like the last 10 seconds of that whole bit, but it just shows you what you can do with lack of information for your opponent.
Exactly. Just the threat there means that respect has to be shown. So Owner's flash is on cooldown now. This is significant, especially pre-6 for him. And this lane is a wash for now. Can be relevant later on for KT if they are able to win some early team fights, but that is going to depend wholly on BDD now and where his Destiny Gates go, because he cannot just sit back and farm. You know, we've talked about some of BDD's games where he knows exactly the timing in which he wants to go in, and there are other win conditions. For example, that series against Genji, where KT won, and he was able to shut down Chobi's Akali. Did not Destiny Gate at all in the early game. This is not that type of comp. He will have to get some advantages early. Otherwise, T1 will naturally scale with this Kassadin Zeri. The Zeri that's halfway through now, this cull early.
Okay, they're looking for a play down on the bottom side. Keria just going to respect Flash. I mean, they even had Vision in the entire river, but they say, well, we don't really have it in all of the lane brushes, so I'm just going to flash away.
Yeah.
Not going to mess with it.
Feels like a huge win here for KT, considering cleanse is available here for Keria, and he probably would have been able to cleanse and get his way out of anything, considering that vision, but Keria's just not going to take any risks this game, and will flash respectfully. Although from what we could tell, definitely didn't need to, and Cuz just trying to get some additional information here. Clearing vision with all the prio here is just not even realistic for KT. You won't be able to get in there and take that control ward away. You won't be able to get some guaranteed vision on Drake, so someone is going to go over even with the Twisted Fate here. As you can see, a slight lead for BDD in mid. It won't mean anything if he can't use it to get the more relevant parts of this draft online.
So we're going to have that first Drake picked up here by T1. It's a Hextech Drake. The second one is Infernal as well, so some of that early game prio on the bottom side with some of those early Drakes might actually end up being pretty lucky here for the side of T1 if they can get that second one, but wouldn't be surprised to see KT try to make a move on the second one, right? With all this pick, you've got to do something, you've got to make some plays somewhere, maybe try to get a pick on the bottom side and look for follow-up objectives from there. Lehen's still level 3, Takaria is level 5, so what happened in the early game, we have not forgotten, but we'll see what they can get done.
He's also spent a lot of time out of lane trying to clear some of these wards, trying to make an impact elsewhere, but it's mostly just the
Destiny up to the top side, and that is going to be the stun, but Zeus just flashes away. The Gnar away of the Jax means that the follow-up pressure after the gold card was not there.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is a trade of flashes. If you were able to get the Gnar's flash and Keen still has his, you now have pressure on the top side, but instead it's just going to be a reset here, and Zeus is not going to be afraid of anything unless he makes a misplay or walks into a counter-strike. But he's got Hop and he has the range advantage, and this is what Zeus is just so famous for with this Gnar, is his spacing. And we'll be able to get a back off here. He has teleport advantage.
Okay, here we go. Over the wall, level 6 against Lehen's level 4. Even with the Eclipse up, he has taken so much damage. And they just use that again for tempo. Remember the culling in game number 1, that kind of makes sense with Lucian, but not every day you see the Zeri's really get in the face of Leona and put on that much pressure.
Showing a lot of respect to the fact that Lehen's has flash too, because he wants to maybe flash engage here if they're in turret range, but now they have another wave and there's no aggro on the turret. Lehen's just wants to scare them away.
And double cleanse, like you mentioned before, so it's so difficult.
They're just playing it so perfectly. It's it's sad if you're a KT fan, you're just watching this, you're like, it feels so hopeless.
That has been the MO of T1, to try to just essentially just suffocate their opponents from minute 1 and make it feel helpless and kind of win that mental game. As now we are going to have T1 starting up this Rift Herald. Remember, they got the early Hextech Drake as well, so they're looking to take both objectives early with a Cassid in mid.
Plus the fact that they know the Destiny Gate is on cooldown, so there's just no angle here. You have the Wukong ult and you have to try to use it, but he's zoned.
Okay, so they're going to get it. They try to collapse in here. Nice try to get the Jax away, but T1 are on the run. As now maybe the pick's coming in. A arrow from bottom lane, but that doesn't really matter. First blood given over to Keen. On the top side, Zay's super low. As Cuz trying to follow up here. Faker wants to be the hero. We'll see if he can do it. Maybe not expecting him. His Counter-Strike is used onto him just to zone him away. And down will go Zeus. So a couple of kills finally into the pockets of KT.
Yeah, and this is pretty huge for the Jax picking up one. Stopping the Herald would have been nice, but T1 are going to be able to pick up the eye regardless here. And you have the engage with Cyclone and Counter-Strike, and that's what KT were banking on here. And unfortunately, the initial setup there with the Twisted Fate was great.
Here we go, getting in on Takaria. The cleanse is late, as down he will go at the end of it, just waiting for the stun. And he did not have flash, so a trade of kills.
Yeah, but it's a better trade for T1. The enemy AD carry goes down, and Guma is going to be able to pick up the kill here and go back. He has not completed his call, so could be better here. But look at how well T1 is set up on this objective, even with one of these sick combos, right? Zeus blocks the initial engage here from Cuz. Counter-Strike's still good, though, and if that Counter-Strike doesn't hit like this fight doesn't go off the same way. Follow-up with the Cyclone is good. Owner is taken out. Zeus is chased down here. Faker tries to help out, but unfortunately it's just too little too late. There's no flash on this Gnar, so he is going to go down no matter what. And, you know, there on the bottom side, finally Lehen's decides, now I'm going to make my move. This is exactly what I was talking about before. They were being so respectful of this flash engage range. Finally, he gets it off because the cleanse is late. But ultimately, Guma still trades a kill. So, in one tiny mistake, arrow.
Okay, cleanse from aiming. Still going to be a good trade for T1 just because the Ash Arrow, it did get nerfed, so it is going to take longer, but it's going to be up before that cleanses. So, either way, nice pressure there. They also get a nice chunk onto KT aiming. As you can see, Lehen's, he's starting to get more and more frisky. He's like, I'm not scared of you anymore. Gonna force that Zeri over the wall.
Yeah, BDD Also trying to put some pressure on here with Cuz. Cuz doesn't have flash, of course, because of that last fight, and this is really risky.
Keen is about 15 seconds from his flash. Just not going to go for it here. Gnar into the wall, but Keen doesn't really care. He got that early kill, and now he is in charge of this top lane.
Yeah, he's a level up, and he has his cooldown boots, plus the fact that Zeus doesn't have his flash still for a little bit longer here, so he actually has some kill pressure, in fact, when Owner is not there. And Owner did back, so now KT getting a little bit of map control. I think it's very slight, and the Destiny Gate is available, so you always have to consider that you're fighting a man down here, even if your jungler is there. Rod of Ages complete here for BDD. Pretty early, you know, about the time you'd like to have it. The spacing from Zeus, man.
Yeah, it's rough. Even with this kill, you know, he does have the pressure, but he still doesn't have that first item, so it's not like a massive amount. Still having a nice lead, but not able to punish Zeus, really. As KT, like I mentioned, I think they're going to make a play for this second Drake, this Infernal, and that they are.
Yeah, I mean, T1 want to contest still. Keen just TP'd top.
Ooh. Well, let's see how this goes. Baker's in the pit. That's an arrow on the BDD. The Cyclone is massive, though, as the damage is in there. Double Cyclone onto everybody in the pit. The damage here from Guma is pretty good. He's going to pick up a double as we have a little Zeri moment beginning to form. Aiming, not able to run away. That's another kill for the Zeri. That's 3, and it might just be 4 at the end of it. A quadra kill for Guma, who has 5 kills now.
He has 5 kills and a completed cull, 4 plates of gold, and he's got a whole minute to get the final plate. So 2 back-to-back full plate turrets to Guma, this time with 5 kills. I think we can certify it, Valdez. I think we can say
Stamp
it is stamped. And this game is now off the rails here for KT, no longer able to take these skirmishes. And it looked risky, it looked greedy for T1 to try to force this fight because you're fighting into Wukong ult, but there's no Jax. And that's really the X factor here. Without the Jax and without really your support, your Lehens is not actually able to make a huge impact in this fight either. He has level 6, but he's just being zoned out. Arrow comes through here first, and then when the collapse comes through, the Cyclone is massive, but the damage just isn't really here.
Guma's untouched the entire time.
Guma takes no damage, and aiming is a lethality Varus, who's very far behind. It doesn't have lethal tempo, is not going to be able to match an AD carry this early in the game.
A little kill on the top side, maybe. Nicely done from Keen. He's like, I'm going to take this into my own hands, okay? My team's not getting it done on the bottom side. You see Zeus not very happy about that kill on the cam, so nice little breath of fresh air. And yeah, on that fight, it was funny, you and I were casting T1 Challengers on Tuesday. I don't know if you remember, it was a very similar fight with, you know, Zeri versus Lethality Varus, just not able to do much in that extended trade. Either way, in this game, we do have Baker in a little bit of trouble here, getting chased down by the Jax.
It's a twisted fade angle, and now Keen is starting to get fed. And we have seen Keen do crazy things with Jax in team fights, his flank angles, and T1 they're ahead in this game pretty significantly, but it's not oppressive map control, it's not oppressive vision like it often is for T1. They have a huge lead on an AD carry, right? And that's an early Zeri that's very accelerated, is going to have her second item very soon. But if she dies at the beginning of fights, that won't necessarily matter the lead that she has, and there's so much lockdown in this draft as we'll watch Keen in this exchange. That was oh, that was the post, I guess, of the kill.
Yeah, he was just saying, I'm going to take the top turret.
Yeah.
So I think we were like in between replays there. Either way, as maybe now we'll get another look, as here it is.
Yeah, Isaiah's greeting for a plate, gets him on the edge of the Counter-Strike, even with the crush. It's the empowered hit here, and Twisted Fate coming up. BDD is ready to follow up Collapse. And this means there's just no way to counter this. They also miss the Ash arrow. As now KT are looking for second Herald here.
Yeah. And
Baker's free farming, you know, so this is not going to be something that goes over without a cross map.
Of course. As down goes the objective, they get the Rift Heralds. And there is a way, you know, with Fed Jax, you got a Wukong, you have a million ways to pick the Zeri. Maybe KT can find ways in these fights here. I'm beginning to believe in the chances of KT in this game, as Cuz is going to be spotted over the ward, or over the wall by a ward.
Yeah, they really want this mid turret, and they have a Vi here to support it. Zoner just going to make sure they can grab that. Will be a turret going over to T1, their second of the game. Runens is done for Guma. It's been done for a little while at like 16 minutes. So this is insane team fighting power for the Zeri. But like you said, if you can kill the Zeri, if the gold card comes through, Keen gets a counter strike off, you only have one cleanse. And you're going to have to use it well. There are so many threats. If the Gnar was ahead and you had a Vi who's got map control, I feel like this looks way better for T1. Still very winnable in terms of how these fights can play out. It's going to be execution based. But what looked very doomed has now looked like the Keen stripe is showing right on the top side of the map where you're like, okay, this is a win condition. This is a winnable game.
It absolutely is. I mean, we saw it even on the Dragon fight. Like, yes, T1 did win that because the Zeri just survived and got so many kills, but the amount of CC and pressure that you have, if they get it into the backline instead of focusing it all onto Owner and Faker like they did in the Dragon fight, if they're on to Guma and Keria, if they're on to Faker, you know, later on in the game, I think they're going to have so much value in these team fights.
Yeah, I actually like the Lich Bane second here for BDD in this game too. Often see rapid fire cannon in games like this where you're just trying to get that gold card super early.
Maybe it's Cosmic Drive.
It could be.
The buffed item? I don't think it's.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Codex is out, so. But it could have been. As this is going to be a Drake fight here. It's Ocean Soul, but KT have this choke point control. It's very difficult for Zeri to actually get into position. And because Flash ult available, so respect has to be shown. They've got the Narbar.
Lens has to go in, he gets slowed up, and he gets bursted down, and down goes the Leona, but they traded for the Gnar, and down goes the Vi as well. Where did their front line go? And Guma's like, I just want a front line to do some damage. He's not going to have one. As here comes KT, they're going to find Guma and get the massive shutdown of gold into the Jack.
I mean, that fight was so perfectly played from KT. They know Zeus is at 90% of his Narbar, and he wants to engage and be the front line for Guma. They instantly engage on top of him, kill the Gnar before Zeus could do anything. The follow-up damage is real. And now an inner turret looking like it may go down here. KT, get that mid turret. They're going to get Drake. And so much money, 900 gold onto this Jax for Keen. And we have got to watch this fight again because look at the Narbar of Zeus here. He is ready. Lehens goes in, turns perfectly as end of the plate. Follow up, every single person. Yeah, every single person focuses down Zeus. Cuz is here, ready for the follow-up as well. And Faker knocked up here, wants to actually escape, but there's a Destiny Gate on the chase. Guma has no agency, has no room in this fight, and we talked about just this. Doesn't matter how much money you have, how much gold you have, and how many items you have, if you can't actually fight, if you don't have a front line.
Lehens feeling himself. He was pretty happy about the play. And it was quite nice, I have to say. You know, they selected their target. Everybody on the side of KT focuses down the Gnar, who has played at Steel Caps, and yes, maybe he's got unflinching, whatever. Like, they're able to just burn through that because they have insane amounts of CC. We're back on this, you know, this is the chain CC meta, and KT drafted a whole lot of it here. So regardless of who's fed, you can just burst one person down, you will have enough damage, especially at this part in the game, you know? Like, taking that big fight at this part in the game for T1, I don't think that was a great idea. Like, yes, your Zeri is very fed, but it's one singular Ocean Soul. When KT are really strong right now, like, why not just wait for your Kassadin to hit level 16, your Zeri to get a third item?
And the one thing that I'll say that I feel like is the reason why T1 were so tempted to take that fight is if you win this fight, you probably win the game. You end up getting so far ahead, you get that tempo lead, and you had an R-bar set. Like, Zeus' positioning there, while he was caught from an amazing Zenith Blade there from Lehens, his positioning was set up to actually carry the entire fight. And it was like him in that moment versus Lehens in the Blade. Does the Narbar finish? Does he actually get the engage into the wall here? Or does he get caught and get chain CC to death? And I agree that the risk was quite high for T1, but they have a fed Zeri and they're like, okay, we smash this fight, we win the game, it's done. And in fact, KT are like, no, we win this. Now the Spear of Sojin done so early here for Keen, and he is ready to teamfight on this Jax.
And Owner has to flash now. It's just not looking great for them. And, you know, what you just mentioned, Wolf, is that T1, a lot of times, they're like, we can just take this fight. We're the better team. We can just win. You know, that overconfidence, that cockiness. It's not the first time it has bit them in the butt in the past. And maybe it might just get them here as Keria is caught out. BDD is now on the map. Down will go Keria for free.
And we talked about this, like, because this Ashe was picked so early and T1 aren't playing a pick comp, the Ashe is actually vulnerable on the map. A very squishy support can't really offer anything for Guma. It's really Oner and Zeus who have to be the front line for this carry. And we're doing a Baron early, 21-30 here with that pick on the Ashe. They have map control and they've got such great turn. TP from Oner, or rather from Zeus.
He does have an R-bar this time, so there is potential, but the rest of the team not really able to get in here just yet.
Oner has no flash and they have no vision on this.
Mini Gnar now. KT just, oh, they're going to keep it least, and they immediately go straight to Keen as Faker takes it down. Gonna get the Baron. Now they're going to buy a lot of time for themselves.
This is a T1 move, man. You've got double smite. Faker's got unsealed spellbook. You go in for the double smite play. And KT, they had vision control, but when T1 came in, the collapse, the engage was a little bit slow, and T1 will actually steal this away. As this is what we were talking about with the Ashe, you know, you're trying to come up here and shadow for Faker so that if there is an engage, you can arrow them and then you can have the escape. But unfortunately, there's not much Faker can offer here at level 13 to save this Ashe who is caught. As Faker has smite, as you guys could see.
They don't have vision over the wall.
They have no vision over the wall. And it's a double smite here. Faker secures the Drake before Cuz could do anything about it. They just call it out. This is exactly what T1 does. They go 3, 2, 1. Out, out, out.
나이스.
Good job.
이거 크다.
That was
huge.
big.
Yeah, it's huge, he says. And I mean, that is a huge window back into the game. It's going to buy a ton of time for T1 here on the map for these scaling carries to come online. I mean, Zeri is online, but the Kassadin needs more time. And the Gnar needs more time.
At least they have bought some time here as Faker just going to flash away. Keria still shadowing up on the top side. Now he's got Oner as here comes an arrow. He's going to hit aiming.
Gets a Ghost Blade too.
Cleanses it, yeah.
Not going to be too significant here, but getting some additional information.
It's a lot more difficult to get value out of those arrows if you're not set up in position with vision to actually, you know, follow up on those. I think he was maybe just trying to stop actually the back. Like, I think someone was backing in mid, but
yeah, and
either way.
He can also check during that path, like, is anyone coming down to shadow the Jax who's side laning there? Can we maybe look for a pick there?
Uh-oh, Guma in a little bit of trouble as he does have cleanse.
That was so sick from Guma, the way he played that, wall riding the exact part there on the river partition. To get away there, has the cleanse.
So now he doesn't have cleanse for this fight.
Yeah.
So shouldn't have been there in mid by himself, I think.
And
did play it well from there, at least, I guess.
The Drake here, I think, is definitely one you give as T1, because as the last fight showed us, you're not really ready to actually push through when you don't have vision control. And it's better to try to get Faker level 16, which he will get in just a moment here because his rod is about to complete. He just got level 15 off of that wave. So you're ready for the next fight. This is just Soul Point. And you know, the arena is so wild right now because you have this like huge T1 fan base here in Lowell Park, but you have this group of KT fans who are super hyped as well. But they're like, let's not get too excited, right? Let's not actually really trust just yet. Like every single objective goes over, they're like, yeah, but Faker is getting 16. You know, hold on. Like this is good for us, but will we actually secure the game? I believe they can do it. I think KT are set up to win this game, but it is going to be about execution. There's the 16. On this Kassadin, so we have ticked the clock over. And man, it's all about the setup on these team fights for KT. And if Keen can get a flank, because there's not a lot of deep vision here for T1, every time he has teleport, it's so scary. You just don't know where the Jax is coming from. Speaking of.
Faker waiting in the brush. He is 16, so even if they did something, probably would be able to just hop the wall. Has the unsealed spellbook. Wonder if he would consider moving over to a cleanse if we do get into an actual team fight and he's not in the side lane.
Exhaust still pretty valuable here. He has now.
Maybe he doesn't have cleanse anymore.
Yeah, he's
not sure.
Cooldown. But he has exhaust now, which is going to be useful against the Wukong, obviously. Yeah. And that's just an additional peel tool for Guma.
They're just they're just like gank brushing here on the right side of this inner turret, RT1. As KT, you know, they do have the ability to collapse extremely fast with, you know, teleport on Keen. You've got, obviously, Destiny Gate, but
if KT...
for a little angle.
Yeah, and if KT had gotten that Baron, this map would look totally different. There would be deep vision around the top side of the map. There would be some turrets missing here on the map. Might even have been an inhibitor. I'm not going to say that happens 100% of the time if you get Baron, but you get a lot of extra money. You have a lot of map control. And because T1 bought that extra time, they can do stuff like this where they're grouping up in brushes and hoping for mistakes out of KT. Because just 1 or 2 times you make an error like what T1 was hoping for there, then T1 gets an inner, they get additional gold, they get additional map control. And right now you can see there's no real wards, minus the one that's under that inner and mid, that are deep on the map here for T1, for Zeus to teleport to, for Faker to look for an angle on. And so Keen is still ruling the Rift right now. He is a big side lane threat that Zeus alone can't match, so more people have to come over, and it's never a 1v1. And even if it's a 2v1 you think is T1, that's when BDD shows up. He's playing Twisted Fate, and that's the power of Twisted Fate plus a strong side laning champion like this Jax.
Yeah, you see that Zeus can't step up to him. He's down a level, down a lot of gold, so he just has to catch waves inside. No pressure for Zeus.
16 for BDD now. And this Jax does have his Zonias. It is very deep where he can go and look for forcing these fights. He can teleport into almost any location. Look at the deep wards they have here behind the Baron pit for him to teleport to. T1 needs to clear all of that, but also needs to somehow find a path for Zeus, who's a level and a half down now, to get into this team fight with Narbar, or KT just get the Baron this time around.
T1 trying to clear out some of the vision here that you were mentioning, but KT immediately moving into position to restake their claim.
The 1-3-1 power is real. I mean, this is exactly where you want to be.
Zeus, he's trying to do blue buff. He's going to get punished for that, as, he doesn't have much place to go. Has to flash, as Keen now will have a flash advantage in 2 levels.
Yeah, and they should just be able to run to Baron here and hold this choke. And Keen, like you said, he doesn't flash there. He has level 16, and KT in perfect position to continue to 1-3-1 this while threatening Baron. Zeus loses flash, loses his Narbar, so he's not coming in anytime soon. Actually not going to hard commit to this, though. Just going to put the Twisted Fate in the top lane, continue to get advantages. I feel like KT a little bit nervous here to start a Baron. They are very low damage with this Lethality Varus and the Twisted Fate, so the speed at which they could do the Baron is not great, but their turn with the Zonia's Jax and the Twisted Fate is amazing if they start it.
Depends on if they have Jax there, right? If Jax is there, I think they have a lot of damage, but as you were mentioning, he's probably going to be pushing aside and looking for teleport angles, so...
And he doesn't get the turret critically, so they get the flash of the Zeus, but that turret still stands.
Yeah, and eventually, Faker's going to be level 18, he's going to have 4 items. Guma's going to be level 18, he's going to have 4 items, and in a late game scenario, like, there's a ton of CC on the side of KT, but you're giving T1 a lot of time.
Yeah, you really are.
Continue scaling to continue getting big items for your carries.
Zeus trying to set up for that Narbar engage. This time Faker has a cross angle. Keen hoping to be the one who engages with them.
All right, Faker. Okay, they're not going to go for this. They don't know what's on the other side there as vision was being cleared out.
They gave T1 prio on this Dragon, though, and now Zeus is just holding that Narbar exactly where he wants it. And they've got good turn here, too. Just need that front line.
I was waiting for this. Meganar is going to be started as here he goes. Looking for this angle, and he's stolen away because takes the Ocean Drake, takes the Ocean Soul. As they're trying to turn here onto the Jax, they want 100 zero hit, but the Solar Eclipse is massive from the Leona. They're going really deep as Keen is just frontlining into the Zeri. Is not going to get Guma, though. Crucially, Guma's still alive. Did they go too deep is the question. As now, the Zeri's going insane, but it's not enough. Faker has to do it alone, and can he? Yes, he will. With Zeus and Keria left alive, T1 take the win.
12,000 damage between Faker and Guma. 2 players did 12,000 damage in that fight. Yeah, Keen's got his Zonias, and he's up in the thick of things, but they can't kill the Zeri fast enough, and they cannot kill the Kassadin at all. You got the Cloud Soul here as KT, but it isn't going to be as significant right now as what T1 is going to get with this Baron. The gold injection here for the side of T1 for this Kassadin is massive, as it's a long con flank attempt here from BDD. Zeus is carded here. They get the Drake, but they do not secure any CC onto Guma. Stopwatch is used here, or the Zonias rather, but notice that Guma is not CC'd until the very last moment here where he just cleanses and kites back.
He's doing so much damage as they're all stunned right in front of him.
And Faker is just unkillable in this fight. Once the Jax is gone, and the lethality aspect of this Varus is done, after his Qs have gone off and he actually can't do anything damage-wise in the fight, like, you have no damage anymore. So then Guma's just walking in with Faker in the front line because they have no fear, they don't care at all. Just not enough damage, unfortunately, for KT. But in moments like this, you kind of do wish, I think, as aiming, that maybe you went for the on-hit variant of this Varus. Because yeah, you can chip away, you can poke, but when your comp is so reliant on hard engage, if you don't get the kill with that burst, if you don't lock down the Zeri, you're never going to compete, not even close, even if you did have even items, which you don't. And now she's got a QSS, so she bought another cleanse.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, actually, as, oh boy, BDD caught in his own jungle now. You can see kind of how the tides have turned. I was saying they're giving T1 a lot of free time, it feels like. KT, they had so much pressure in this mid-game to, like, look for picks, cut off vision, try to really get this game snowballing. But I think they failed to do that, and they kind of took a lackluster fight there, giving Zeri so much damage in the own jungle of T1.
Yeah.
And now it's anyone's game from here. I think KT could still win it if they get the good pick. But the Zeri and the Kassadin are gigantic.
But the advantage that they had is now gone, and they still need to take a fight where they start the objective and then turn. And it was better before, they didn't do it then. Will they do it now? I mean, they're trying to set up some traps here, but I think you have to actively start these Barons and force T1 to come to you. Otherwise, T1 will just play the poke game with you and be like, yeah, okay, you have a lethality Varus, and that damage is real, which is exactly what KT are trying to do. They're trying to hide in these brushes, chip away at T1 so that when they hard engage, the health bars are already low, they win that fight.
Arrow. Okay, it's going to hit Keen. That's a lot of burst already put into the Jax. Of course, they're not going to commit to that.
He might just have to TP back into this fight. The timing here is so thin for him to do that. He's not going to do it.
So you want to running them down, right? They're like, okay, we don't want you to TP. We don't want you to get away. We already got this burst, this little chip advantage, you know?
It's wild that after getting poked away like that is the time that KT decide, okay, we'll do the Baron now, when they had a lot more map control twice in this game and didn't decide to do it. Now T1 are in position to start this Baron off as KT back away. The bottom duo have just returned to base.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you have a Last Whisper now as aiming at some additional damage. But KT rushing to this Baron now. T1 are totally set up. Almost 4 items here for Faker.
Yeah, look at the vision diff now.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a massive flank ward there. There's double control wards on the Baron, triple, actually. And yes, KT will be able to take some space now and reclaim some of this vision, but...
BDD, he Destiny Gates bottom here, but he's got a long way to push before he ends up getting to that inner turret, so not a really big amount of threat here. He does swap back to his teleport here on his Unsealed.
They see you. They know this is starting. Yeah. They did not clear out that one ward. And as you mentioned, you know, the damage is there, but it's not huge. They can't just quite burst this down, but they're committing. KT going to commit to this one, as over the wall we have double smite again. Can they steal it again? Yes, they can! They take it down. And now KT are just lost. Where do you go from here? As ults are going in, they try to turn onto Meganar as Zeus gets low, but he will survive. And the damage not quite there. Guma's over the wall, goes to the ult. He is going to cleanse early, but he doesn't really care. He's still kiting him out.
There's no damage in KT's comp. They can't kill anybody.
Kill anybody. Faker is in the backline. Guma is diving the entire team. As some low health bars, Guma goes down. Faker went a little bit too low, and they turned it around.
Oh, they went way too deep. They went way too deep. And you know what? There's enough damage in this comp where if you just walk into 4 people, you will get killed. And the damage coming through just barely from aiming on this lethality Varus late game here. It ends up working out as Guma just takes too many hits, plus the engage there from Keen. As once again, you mentioned this double smite setup here. Look at that. The health goes from 2,500 to 0 in an instant. No counterplay here as Cuz tries his best. But then they focus onto Zeus, and look at where the carries are. Faker's full health, Guma's full health, but then they chase into a choke point. You've won your prize here.
This
Guma goes for the ult. This is fine, right? But
the
then,
next step was too much.
Yeah, this is fine because you get Lehens, but then going through this choke point with Faker and Guma here all in the same hex into Counter-Strike.
And this arrow.
And Sonya's, the arrow's huge. Like, this is a, I would go as far as to say this is a miracle team fight win for KT Roster, but part of it is because KT turn win T1 overextend. The punish play was real.
Yeah.
But now they have no Baron, but they have a lot of map control, and Elder has spawn.
Like you said, you know, if you're all going to go in the same hex against TF, Jax, Varus, like you are going to get burst down. And yeah, you're very ahead. You're trying to push forward. You're winning the team fight, but a bridge too far. Either way, we reset here on the Elder.
Keen is going to back here, and he buys Randuin's. He has a TP. And this is the last fight of the game here. This is going to decide it. KT need one more miracle here, one more pick onto these carries.
No double smite here for either team, it looks like.
No cleanse for Guma, but he does have the scimitar ready.
A lot of damage thrown into Keria as this is a straight up 5v5 BDD on the backside here, but so is Faker as we wrap around each other. As the arrow comes in, it's going to find BDD. They're looking for it. Zave's not really going to get the angle himself. Has to hop away. Tons of damage in onto the Elder already. As okay, that's the ultimate. They're trying to get in there, and it's a bit of a flip for KT are winning this fight as Guma trying to front to back, but it's already 5v3. As
Guma carry,
Elder's going to be taken. Elder's going to be taken. KT will turn this one, and Guma will get carded and will get executed. KT should take this, and yes, Faker will be taken out as well. Keria's got nowhere to go. And it looks like KT have done it.
Look at Lehens, he's clapping his hands. Keen looks relieved as Keria is going to look for an arrow here. It will not matter. And I didn't think I was necessarily going to say it tonight, Valdez, but we have a series on our hands. KT bringing it back in what was nearly an Elder flip, but T1 lose the fight. Keen carries.
A scary game, but they get it done, Wolf. They get it done in 37 minutes. Keria, of course, not going to be able to stop them. Down goes the Nexus, and we have a series on our hands. It's all tied at 1. And maybe that's it. Maybe that's all KT had to do. Just prove they could take a game. And now it's anyone's series.
Keen, BDD, Lehens, these players are so good at pick compositions, and they really showcase that power of their playstyle in the second round robin, where we saw KT go on that insane streak where they beat every top team except T1 in round robin 2. And we saw the Hens play champions like Blitzcrank, champions like Leona, champions like Nautilus coming through. And when they are ready to punish these neutral objective fights, and they're all on the same page, this team looks like it could be the best team in the LCK. I mean, legit, they have it when they're in the zone. And in those final few fights, they were. And one overextension from T1, from Guma and Faker there, was I think the losing moment for T1. If they don't actually hard force it, they just take their Baron buff and walk away.
Yeah.
I don't see any way KT comes back. They group up, they have prio for Elder, they win the game. But instead, just a little bit of greed here. It's a T1 game 2. We've seen a few of these this season.
Yep, happens again. Happened twice in this game as well. Happened earlier on where they just overpressed their advantage. They took a fight maybe where they shouldn't have, and they said, we're better than them. We can take them down, right? And the answer is no.
I do wonder what the draft setup is going to be here for KT roster, because I do believe T1 will pick blue side. They will have that advantage once again.
We'll have to see if KT have a response to that early game that we saw in game number 1. But either way, this is all tied up. It's anyone from here. We're going to take a break and have the space.
내가 안쪽으로 들어. 나를.
바이. 야 가만히 있지 못해 가만히 있지 바이. 대리. 장로. 야 또 잡자 3번 잡자. 2사초. 야 대리. 들어가. 대리 잡았어. 대리 잡았어. 하다딘 맞아. 잡고 미드 가자. 나 이거 애쉬 좀
미드. 나이스. 오케이 한 번 이겼다. 나이스. 야. 걱정 가보자. 재밌다 게임. 미치겠다.
빛과 아름다움의 왕국. 그게 제 겁니다.
내 불꽃이 무서워 보여도 걱정 마. 정말 안전하거든. 진짜 멋지잖아. 다음 편지에 다 적어야지. 좋은 노래 한 곡. 그게 최고지. 안 그래?
뭘 그렇게 어렵게 하시나?
난 물러서지 않아. 설마 두려운 건가? 살아있을 때
Faker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
I'd like everyone to do their best Bro Morgan impression, have a look at their hands to see how much game there is on them. Am I right, gentlemen? KT evening things out here, bringing us to a best of 3 between themselves and T1. What do we think of the draft, boys?
I was a little scared after what transpired early, and this Ashe pick in the early lane did exactly what it needed to, right? And that was the main pick that I was really worried about going into the later stages of the game, because with how far ahead the bot lane should get, you're going to lose a lot of pressure. But I did really like the KT draft, as we talked about extensively, because it gives them so many options of trying to find picks later. And with how scrappy T1 play, I think a composition like this that skirmishes very well and is able to punish people trying to set up flanks, trying to set up traps, plus the level of comfort that KT have on these individual champions is really, really big.
Yeah, I mean, I also really like the Jax pick because it scales really well. It's basically good against every 5 champion or against the T1. And especially if Faker picked the Kassadin. And it's like really, really hard to team fight against Jax, especially if Jax is fed. But the Jax was fed.
The Jax was fed. The bottom lane didn't start out so well, though. There were some hiccups all over the place. It felt like Faker kind of cruised to level 16. And then KT had to deal with the Kassadin. Died a couple of times, things like that here and there. But this was a game that came down to securing some of these Barons and fighting for these Elders. And we're going to have a look at the first Baron here. This was just T1 saying that this is ours.
Yeah, so, well, this is the worst part. This is the second steal that we get from...
Yeah.
Because this time they actually do have 2 smites. The previous one, Onan, was dead. And if you're a T1 fan, this one is going to hurt.
They didn't get the lesson.
Because look at how well this fight goes for a large part of it.
Yeah, I mean, they focus on Gnar, and Gnar actually leave. What's that mean? Everyone's really, really vulnerable, so that's why Guma find a way that he actually jump over the wall and be able to fight, able to kill the Leona.
Look at that,
and
low health bars.
Look at the LHP bar.
Oh, it's good.
Do not look at the Jax though.
Oh,
no! Guma came into the Jax face, right into it, and I mean, they could have ended the game if they actually win the fight.
Like, they have Baron.
Look at the timer. Like the death timer.
So this wasn't really a flip, truly, because they had an extra smite.
The one prior to that also not really a flip either.
But well, no, because then Onan was dead, so that was just a great steal. But they won the game there. You have Baron, you win the team fight. Just gotta hang back. You gotta respect KT.
Yeah, and look, we'd like to say that this is then KT utilizing a team fight advantage to cruise towards a cool, calm, and collected victory. That's absolutely not what happened. That's not the way we do things, not in these parts, ladies and gentlemen. We're Elder flipping. That's what we're getting into. And it wasn't actually a flip. It was actually a very good turn, but it was another fight that KT had to orchestrate.
Yeah, I mean, KT, I think they probably could have gone double smite, but I think they decided to go for the Ghost from the BDD because they know they're gonna fight no matter what first, and which is they were right. Like I think the Ashe engaged like pretty fine, but the thing is like they didn't have any follow-up. Like he blocked Kassadin really well, and even though he was a Mega from the Zeus, he can't find a way that he can actually follow up.
And you see again, like Keen makes sure that Faker can't do anything, so T1 just doesn't have enough damage. Like if Faker isn't doing damage, if he's getting zoned out of these fights, you're never gonna win, right? Like if you look at how much damage the level, like what is it, 17, 18 Kassadin does at that point, it's nothing.
Also, you need to know Ashe Zeri is not the team fight call. Like I kind of wanted to mention it from the drafted sequence, but the thing is like it's T1, so that's why it looked good because they're dominating the lane. But the thing is like, what if the game get messy? That's why I said from the pre-show, if the game get messy, they could easily make a mistake, which is what happened. They could actually drop the game. That's what happened.
Do you know what it's time for? It's time to give Keen his POG because he earned it so incredibly hard. Here he is, 7-1-7 on the Jax. And I agree with you, Hooney. I think that they have team fought really, really well with these sort of picks. This time around, actually challenged though, and it's Keen's undefeated Jax that helps them do it alongside BDD's undefeated TF.
And Keen, his form and his resurgence to form this split has been completely insane. He is one of the very few players that is able to win Jax into Gnar like very consistently. His Jax is just, at this point, probably the best. And it's Zeus' Gnar. We know how good Zeus is in almost any matchup, how confident it is on this pick. And Keen not just getting a lead, but last year we saw him get leads, not know what to do with it. This time around, he carries it home.
Yeah, I'm really satisfied with how Keen these days being performed.
Sonya's huge as well.
I mean, only thing that I was a little bit worried about his item build. I don't know what he was.
You know what? I think I'm gonna have to hold you there, okay, Hooney? We're not gonna go into it. We're not gonna talk about the Negatron.
Let him
cloak.
talk.
He had a lot of
Zonya.
votes. Everything was great. We loved the build, and now it's time to throw it back to the boys on the desk for game number 3.
Thank you guys on the space for that one, as KT, backed by Keen and the rest of the team, are able to get it done in game number 1. And I feel like this should be a very big swing. Now, T1 should select blue and then try to just do what they did in game 1, and maybe they continue, but I don't know. I think that now KT kind of prove it to themselves and prove it to everybody that they have a chance in the series.
Yeah, I think they certainly do. Now, T1 picks blue side, unsurprisingly, because they have all the big threat picks, right? The Elise, the Caitlyn, the Lucian, even as well, that you have to consider, and the Annie that you will never, ever see in this best of 5.
They also banned Varus on red side. Did KT? Maybe they ban away the Elise in that spot.
Maybe. Or maybe you pick up something different in the jungle, because I think the one champion that we know can contest the Elise fairly early. It's not always guaranteed, it's not an easy matchup, but it is playable, is the Lee Sin, right? Which we haven't seen at all this series. As we're just going to see the same MO. Like, oh, you would like to challenge the Elise early on?
There it is.
So 2 bans for 1 here, in some ways, because I think that the main reason why we are seeing these bans for T1 is because they wanted to have that Elise control. This time they will not. See what the final ban will be here. As last time it was the Zeri, will be once again.
Caitlyn seems to be pretty obvious. I don't think you want to leave this open, unless you want to leave everything open and try to like get yourself one of these like crazy 80 bot lanes. So instead of Caitlyn ban, they're actually going to ban Ashe here.
And if it's a Varus first pick, KT may just try to play Karma and handle it. We've seen that a lot from them this season. It's kind of been one of the comfort picks for KT, especially in round 1, where we saw so much aiming Ezreal with Lehenz's Karma. So it does feel like you're walking straight into that if T1 do prioritize the Varus here. But it still seems very strong.
I hope Zeus is okay after that game 2. He doesn't look very happy. I think he's just deep in thought, but... And especially with a pick like this, they're just going to go for the Lee Sin and say, okay, well, we don't need Elise, we'll just pick this instead. A very nice kind of blind B1 pick we have seen a lot in the end of the regular season.
Well, Varus is going over now.
There are a lot of strong picks still up, Wolf.
Yeah, and you banned the Zeri here, so in terms of scaling, that's one of the best options. Now, we may just see a Rakan lane here for T1, and that's what it looks like they're going to pick up. Alternatively, we could have seen the Thresh angle here, but it feels like a lot riskier here than the Rakan Xayah, because the Rakan Xayah has some ability to escape Wukong engages, you can escape the Varus, and if the Rakan actually hits some knockups in the early game, you can get some aggressive control over the lane. Now, Heimerdinger actually makes sense in this draft, but I'd still rather see Karma because I think Lehenz is better on the pick, and I just don't expect that KT is ever going to have leads to set up for. Okay.
Just don't pick bottom lane, because Lehenz can probably play whatever. Like, are you really going to expend 2 bans and then, like, he's just going to pick Blitzcrank, or, like, he can just play Leona into Rakan, right? Instead of that, just get BDD his comfort pick.
Yeah, that's going to be what they go with here this time around, as we'll see the LeBlanc taken away. Faker's had a lot of fun playing these laning phases out thus far. Even in the game where he was playing Cast into the Twisted Fate, he did play the laning phase very comfortably. We won't get a chance to play LeBlanc this time around. We'll see if they target the Karma and or Heimer here, or if they have other plans. Focusing on Keen instead does seem to be a good idea, because like you said, Lance has such a wide champion pool
I think you definitely want to take away the Leona at least.
Leona or the Nautilus is still another thing to consider here too.
Leona's just always been one of those, you know, great into Rakan, even Xayah Rakan lanes. Obviously, going hard engaged into Xayah is not always the best idea, but you already have a decent amount of range to deal with that. Curious to see what T1 will ban.
It seems like the safest choice, unless you're worried about something like a, you know, once again, Jack's pick here, but it's going to be face up this time if they lock it in now. As if you ban the Leona, I mean, there's so many other things you can play. You can play the Karma, can play the Heimerdinger. Renata is the most common into the Xayah Rakan, and that is what they're going to take away from Lehens here. And Maokai being hovered, interestingly.
Thresh.
Forest Thresh, an interesting lane. I mean, I think Heimer, you have enough control this time. They will go with the Leona.
I just wanted to see the Leona. I was like,
well, I mean,
what are all these picks?
I think a lot of
Leona again.
I think a lot of the other picks work out in different, more niche situations here, and Leona's the safest for the lane, but it's going to be very difficult to pull off into a Lee Sin, into a Xayah later on in 5v5 team fights. Well, let's see what the solo lanes are going to be here for T1. Cassante likely top. We'll find out in just a moment here what Faker is going to play. As
might just be mid again.
I was going to say, you know, Talia is still available, but looking for a Kassadin scaling option here, and Xayah is so strong in the late game in this meta. You have the Kassadin to match some of that scaling from Veigar. It's also a great matchup into the Veigar because you can just rift walk your way out of cages. You also are going to be playing into a lane where...
And you just scale.
Yeah, the Veigar is not really going to put kill pressure on. You don't have a lot of power there. It's Wukong Veigar's Jax once again into the Kassadin. You know, Huni mentioned it on the space. You know, it can be quite nice into Kassadin because what he wants to do naturally is rift walk forward into the enemy team, so it often puts you in Counter-Strike range. And if you've already used your Zhonya's in the team fight, the Jax will kill the Kassadin. It could be very sticky on top of Xayah and Rakan as well. And I also think that Veigar, just in general, is pretty good into Rakan Kassadin. You know, even though Kassadin has the ability to rift walk through cages, it becomes a lot more difficult to play, even at level 16 with that cooldown reduction, where you're like, okay, gotta wait a second, gotta be really careful how to position. You mess up one time, or you actually rift walk into a cage, where the cage is placed at a nice timing to defend your backline. That can be a huge problem, and Rakan has way less agency when he has to play around the event horizon, so I like the comp that both teams put together here. There you go, finally coming through. She's been waiting.
They're like, please play Xayah Guma, please play Rakan Keria. And guess what? They will. Together. As is usually the case. It says, don't get scared, ET. And they didn't. And at this point, I don't think they have any reason to. They were able to defeat T1 in that game number 2, and I will still hold the stance that I think it might be a big turning point in this. And even that says, you will regret choosing KT.
Yeah.
Gets a cheer from the crowd.
They may, as it is going to be a huge momentum swing in this series if KT win this third game. Because T1, they dropped the ball in that one-team fight. A game was lost by that, but they were in control most of the game. You lose this one, suddenly feels like KT are in control of the series.
All right, let's see how it goes, guys. We got game number 3 loaded up. The series is on our hands, and let's jump into the rifts. This is going to be a very interesting game. I think Guma's carry performance on Lucian in game 1 was fantastic for, you know, the obvious reasons of really pressing forward the advantage and that snowball that T1 always does. But I think he's got a great opportunity to carry on the Xayah once again into all of the nice engage on the side of KT.
And you've got Cleanse and the ultimate now to defend against those engages. And when KT overextend, maybe you call the blades, and you get a big root, you win the team fight for your team, Faker goes in and finishes off those targets. And one of the other cool things about Veigar into the Kassadin, so we're going to see this level 1 fight. Zeus is here though, BDD. Get some stacks. One of the cool things about it, though, is that, yeah, you can with a lot of mid laners, as the Cassidy later on, you can kind of rift walk your way out of a lot of the skill shots, you can avoid a lot. But if you get low, BD presses R and clicks on you, you die. You try to rift walk your way out of that one, you will not escape, you will not live. And BD is getting a lot of first strike value here, too, early on in this game.
First strike value, he's getting stacks, he's just enjoying his life right now. As much as this is a fun lane for the Cassidy, and it's kind of a free lane because you do just get to naturally scale, like Veigar might have some opportunities if you go a little bit too forward. Veigar also just gets to sit there and scale himself, so he's also happy.
BDD 5-1 on this pick.
First loss was game 1.
Yep. I was about to say that, and the control he has shown with this pick so consistently has just been incredible. And now Talia was banned against him earlier in this series. He's not going to pick it up this time. Picks up the Veigar early. He's just been such a point of consistency for this roster, and he's been so clutch, you know, and so many of these fights for KT towards the end of the season have been won by a big shuffle into an Emperor's Divide. Great cage. Guma has to flash this blade early. Yeah, and that's a huge boon.
Yeah, the Zyrakan early, you know, we talked about this Leona pick into it, is going to really enjoy this lane just because of how she interacts with the Rakan. As Cuz is here.
Just going to zone Faker out of a wave. There's more, half a wave, it looks like. Trying for anyways.
Cannon.
Yeah.
Hashtag worth, maybe?
Faker will get most of those. He had red buff, so if Faker tried to go up and try anything, would have been putting himself in danger. BDD also in danger, but Cuz here.
Owner, let's see how this goes. He hops into the cage. BDD is quite low, but flashes over and is looking for the kill. The last auto will get it. First blood is to Lee Sin, but BDD picks up a kill, and now Cuz has the play here onto Owner. One more hit would do it, but they call Keria roaming up, and Keria is here to turn the fight as Cuz hands in the air. Nothing he could do. 2v1 as the Prio from bot wins T1 the fight.
So 3 flashes expended for exchange of 2 here, but obviously T1 will end up getting the better gold. Now, the kill goes over to BDD and not to in the Faker exchange. He gets an assist. It goes to Owner. So both kills going to the jungle in the case of T1. Now, it is Owner on Lee Sin, and he does a lot with a little. He already has his Iron Spike whip online. Just hold up.
No flash. A little bit of a rough spot here for Keria. He's got an ignite on him. Another stun comes in. It's a free kill gifted on a golden platter to Aiming.
He's got a little smirk on his face on the player cam there as well. Just, you know, playing a little bit too greedy here. Gets punished with no flash. Now Cuz is coming over. They're going to set up a dive. This is what Lehens will do with this pick. And you mentioned it's great at the Rakan. When the Rakan has no flash, it gets even stronger here. Lehens has Hex Flash. It looks like maybe they were going to commit to the dive here on this level 3 Guma, who has no flash. This has been a pretty solid matchup for the Jacks this season. A lot of those games are Keens, in fact.
I was wondering, like, what is the stat on that?
As BDD here flashes aggressively, and if Faker gets out here, look at how close this is. BD gets in, one more auto takes him out. If that actually doesn't happen, if he dies before that auto goes off, this is horrible for KT, but at least they're able to get that kill and multiple flashes. Keria buffers the knock-up here with his flash, and will take Cuz out. But then subsequently dies down here. No vision of where Lehens is. Lehens knows it.
Got to dive in top side. Looks like he will be okay, but Keen does have to flash away.
Yeah.
But, hey, you can see T1 trying to be proactive, at least on the top side, which is not something you see all the time, but Owner very strong right now.
Yeah, Cuz doesn't have ult. He's level 4.
Spots him after the Warrior Trickster, so yeah, he's just gonna have to go away. And Owner is saying, okay, well, there have been some slip-ups, but I'm gonna solidify. I'm going to make us okay in this early game.
Keen has teleport, so you're not gonna lose too much here. In fact, don't even necessarily need to use it. Down here on the bottom side, Aiming, hitting some of that poke here. Does have his Dirk ready, and there were times in that last game where I was like, ooh, which would have been better, lethality or on hit? And it felt like mostly lethality, but there were some moments where you're like, okay, well, if he can't actually do anything damage-wise here, if he has no mana or if he's not able to hit Qs, this lethality virus isn't going to do anything. But when T1 overextended and when the engages were there, I mean, man, did he line those arrows up on this virus. And once again, he's going to play it.
Chains of Corruption also fantastic.
Yeah.
Just, you know, not even just for pick potential, but also for if they engage into you, because it can chain. That's the part of it, you know, the Chains of Corruption. that can really just kind of put a stop to an engage. As Faker is in the cage.
And BDD is just having so much fun in this lane.
Yeah, I mean, if you blink into Veigar at level 6, you're going in the cage. You're going to be punished, okay?
And if you already use that ultimate, then the mana cost is so high to continue to use it that, like, you're going to be pushed out of lane if you continue to do so. Faker does, end up having a similar amount of mana here to BDD, but BDD looking for a plate.
Okay, Q comes in because is here. He catches him on the end of the cage, goes back in onto BDD, who's got an ult and a dream. Can they get the kill? No.
But this should still be a lot of extra mid-prio here. Going over to KT Rolster, Lehens is up here as well. And they might be able to turn this into a mountain Drake here early.
Lehens coming in, trying to stop some backs. I feel like they could have stayed, maybe taken a plate, but just want to get the good back off.
Yeah. Deciding not to rush over to the Drake or collapse onto the enemy Xayah, who's bottom, and we'll have level 6 very soon. Aiming just hit his.
Nice play here from Zeus. He's going to all out him underneath. Keen in a little bit of trouble, but looking to maybe trade it back. Just no hops away, and in goes Zeus, takes the 1v1. And this time, he'll get the better of it.
Yeah, has the Ghost available. Keen no flash. Goes over here to try to defend this turret.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? Owner's here as well. The Warrior Trickster might save him, but they are on the chase. As Cuz does have flash, there it is. Trying to get in behind the minions, but it doesn't matter. Owner just flashes on him and kills him.
That was beautifully played from Owner. Third kill for the Lee Sin, and plate gold going over to Zayas. And Keen just overextending there, and Cuz with no level 6 comes over for the contest.
Maybe now an engage onto them. Chains of Corruption go in. Guma has to back away.
Still has ult and cleanse. And Aiming has no mana. Probably don't play this too greedy. Back looking at this again.
BDD at 67 stacks, 8.5 in.
Keen really overplays his hand here. Counter-Strike goes off, Zayas charges through, gets the Q, pulls him back, and then he knows, okay, I should have enough damage here. He has the Ghost, of course, to follow. One more dash Q, taking him out. Cuz comes over here, and because Owner hits level 6 off the kill, you could imagine that he probably is a few minions shy of 6, so maybe he thought if he comes up here in the tower and he gets like maybe 3 minions and he hits level 6, maybe he can survive, but the timing is off. Owner is able to come over and take him out with a really nice flash Q. Hits level 6 himself, and now they're going to take the Drake.
Lee Sin is going to be such a massive threat. So much of the gold that T1 is ahead in this game is onto Lee Sin. Whereas, you've got a kill on BDD, you've got a kill on Aiming, so some of the gold for KT in a quote-unquote better spot.
Yeah. Speaking of, this is going to showcase exactly what you're talking about.
Obviously, these leads on the top side of the map are pretty massive for the top and jungle of T1. As once again, more skirmishing. Keen looks pretty happy to take this fight, but gonna dodge the Counter-Strike, and Zeus is on the chase here, not gonna get the knock-up, and now Faker's here. Uh-oh. Keen does have flash. Yep, there it is, but the slow comes in. Another couple Qs, and yeah, they're just going to let him go.
BDD is going to trade this for a plate. So not all lost here on the side of KT Rolster. Still going to get some value here, but, you are Keen. You are an incredible Jax player. You have won this matchup before, but you're behind, and you have to respect the fact that this is a team that is going to play around topside. They will play around these vulnerabilities and kind of bait you in. As now with no teleport here, he's going to lose more gold topside. So yeah, your Veigar got a plate, but you're losing multiple here, potentially topside. Had to flash. T1 in a very dominant position here in this game. And unlike the last, there's not a great setup for KT to look for insane picks. Like, their comp is somewhat mixed in what it's trying to do this time around, and without a Jax that is fed, team fighting becomes way more difficult, especially when you consider the Xayah was just kind of chilling. No huge disadvantage here. Will be a plate going over to Aiming, but it's split gold.
Just farming it out, getting poked occasionally, but he has 3 biscuits and a potion.
Yeah.
I guess eventually those come in handy. But yeah, he's just hanging out, scaling. Faker, he's 6 CS, not really that big of a deal behind, so he's also just scaling.
The early Merc treads coming through from Faker here. delaying his build quite significantly, whereas Rod of Ages is done super early for BDD. And yeah, it's not going to be too significant in terms of like big power spikes for the Veigar, but it is going to help him get additional stats, as well as levels for his abilities. Okay, ult trade.
But the Storm comes out, they're going in onto Lehens as the Eclipse value is there. Ignite used. Lehens is just losing health slowly.
Lehens solar flared earlier, didn't get the ult out of Guma. This time he will with the Zenith Blade. It's not going to be the trade they wanted. So actually Guma and Keria will take control of the lane. And Faker is just very rarely actually in mid. You can see he's just constantly ready to come over and follow up on one of these plays. And yeah, it's cost him a plate, 2 plates eventually. But he's casting, and he will be relevant later. As BDD is really the big shining light right now for KT Rolster in terms of advantages.
Yeah, as you know, you go in, he's got a flash out. Like I said before, you know, it's relatively high cooldown at this point in the game, so if you're just rift walking into a Veigar, you will be put in the cage, and you won't be able to get out for a little bit.
They really wanted to bait Owner here. They had Cyclone, they have Lehens here, and the Solar Flare is committed. Faker has to flash, and so that's a huge win.
Oh,
no flash now.
He's going to catch him. Exhaust has to be used, and now he's turning it around onto BDD, who is quite low, and Owner's right here for the punish. 4-0 now. He's got Gore Drinker, as Cuz is just barely trying to survive here with the Cyclone.
Oh man, this is a disaster for KT. Lehens has no ult, so can't actually follow up here onto Guma, who also doesn't have his ultimate back available just yet. He's got Hex Flash.
All right, getting on in there. He's going to tap Keria on the back.
And this is going to be additional plates going down in the mid lane. And T1's gold lead is starting to balloon a little bit here. Getting closer to 3,000 here, about 2,700 at the moment. And I mean, you're really desperate for something here bottom side, but you don't have ult. As Zeus just controls this top side. He's almost got the whole turret. And this is a very different look for Keen here, unfortunately. All it takes is 1 kill and your lane falling apart in this matchup to really just be useless on Jax.
We've seen this before, like way back when we first started seeing this matchup, which is the Jax really struggles early, but not only that, if you get this far behind, it's going to be even worse, as he brings him right over to Owner, but nope, it's going to be punched in the face. No but, actually. It's just going to go down.
No ifs or ands either, Valdez.
Like, Cuz is there. Nope, just gets punched in the face. Yep. Sometimes that's what happens.
Cuz has no Cyclone, and that was such a great play from Zeus, just communicated with the rest of his team who's up there. And Owner's like, all right, well, bring him to me. I'll take care of it. As he will get the entirety of that turret, by the way. So 2 turrets now going over to T1.
Hens, you are on vision. That is the way it works. He's going to get knocked up. There's an Ignite in as well. Misses the Zenith Blade. And now flash forward. 1 auto nearly catches Guma. But now even this lane that was slightly in favor of KT, not so much anymore.
Yeah. By the way, I said 2 turrets. I really meant they got plate gold in mid and then the turret on top. Obviously, the mid turret is still standing. But there's no buts here in the bottom lane either, as Guma will get away. And, I mean, this angle here, you end up getting this hit onto Faker. You have ult, but you're still early game. You don't have enough damage here. And that shield comes through. The exhaust is there. And Cuz is just over here like, I can't do anything. And then Zeus pulls Keen into Owner.
Yeah. And then this is the no buts moment. He's like, oh, counter strike? Nope. It's going to get punched in the face.
Yeah. Cyclone? Nope.
And this, I don't really know what Lehens was doing. Like, maybe he thought he just randomly queued in the brush or something, but they had vision of him the whole time, so pretty straightforward for the T1 bot lane.
Yeah, I think the hope is that Guma's low enough and doesn't have flash or ult, so maybe they could get him, but his flash was back up, so actually.
Yeah. Here's T1 taking a second Drake on the map. So Mountain first, which is going to make this even more annoying. On top of the Chemtech, and it is a Cloud Soul. So I feel like it's actually not that bad, as here is BDD. He's in a lot of trouble, as now all the lanes are falling apart. The one shining light of KT. It was BDD, and now he's died 3 times, and he's going to lose his turret.
Yeah, turret's going down here. Cuz he's got Cyclone this time. I don't think he wants to use it here. He's just going to try to keep the turret alive. But, I mean, this is a massive gold lead here now. They have 30,000 to the 25,000. We're getting close to 5,000 gold now. In an instant, this has changed, right? It's a 2 Drake lead here as BDD feels safe because he has the cage, but this is a Cassante. Just goes through cage, he doesn't care. Unfortunately for BDD, the follow-up charm is there from Keria. Just chain CC'd to death. Thought the cage alone was going to be enough to save him. It's not, and now you don't have any win. KT don't have any win conditions. Valdez is what. Yeah, T1 just mind controlled my brain.
Sometimes you go Bruce Almighty. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Never go Bruce Almighty.
Except that one time Wolf just did it like 10 seconds ago.
Don't be like me. Don't do that. So you have Herald control now. And this should actually be the second turret for T1 when they decide to drop it here. The mid turret has taken so much damage. This goes back to the same sort of game 1 control conversation we had where you have a Kassadin, a Fed Lee Sin, and a Rakan. You get rid of that mid turret and you have so much siege, you can control oppressive vision around these critical objectives. See where Keria is. He can be up like this because he has so much support. And he can even engage over the wall. He has flash, he has ult coming back up. He's waiting for it.
Yeah, they have 3. They're like, oh, he should be safe, right? But I think the second you see Keria, you got to just, they're just going to have to back off of it. Rift Herald coming in here, looking to get a charge into the inner at 18 minutes into the game. And this is with a Xayah and a Kassadin on their team. This isn't like the, the Lucian, the pressure lanes, the Prio mid. No, it's just, they're just scaling at the same time.
It's interesting, we talked about this, we hadn't seen Owner's Lee Sin, which was surprising, but you consider the Elise draft, and then what they tried to play in game 2, and now he plays it, and it's just one of the easiest calls for T1 to make. Is like, yeah, we'll prioritize the Lee Sin on blue side, that's okay. We can play any draft with this. And this is Owner's game, man. He's everywhere all the time, setting up picks, getting these soul laners behind. And they have a massive lead on objectives here. Keen.
Oh boy. Well, he's going to dodge that Q. We'll see if it helps him out here. Hops over to Owner, and the counter-strike is there as, nope, just going to hop over and kick, as now we do have Lens trying to turn this one around as Q once again landing into Keen. And, well, not the best execution, but they do force Keen back.
Yeah. Still really well played. Zayas doesn't have enough vision or information to try to commit any harder there. And I think it's the right choice to back away, but still getting a flash away from the soul laner who's just desperately trying to get some farm and maybe some bounty gold. And what it turns into is he's pushed away, he has to flash, and it's actually a turret that goes over to T1. So they will grab this bottom outer. All outers removed from the map here for T1 now. Bit of a golf clap coming through as this is just the traditional T1 lead into 6,000 gold, sub 20 minutes type of game. And there's not much to say here for KT because there are no miracle fights or engages here anymore in this draft. The Jax is too far behind to make a big Counter-Strike play. He will just die if he engages. He doesn't have flash now either.
Yeah.
So these subsequent objectives should go over to T1, and I think it's not even unrealistic to do Baron on spawn, which is kind of where they're pushing towards right now. Zayas has TP.
I think you can at least bait a fight, perhaps. There's a really nice ward was just pushed down there, probably by Lehens, just outside the pit, just at the mouth of the pit, so that it can't be taken away by vision.
And Keen also has that flank ward to the left side of the Baron there, left of the river. Maybe he could get a flank angle off and set up for a Counter-Strike if T1 do commit. And
I really want to see the amount of armor that Cassante has right now.
I don't think you do, actually.
No, I think I do. I think I need to know.
I think I'm just projecting. I'm like, I don't think I want to know. I don't think I need
Lee
to
Sin
know.
has 120.
Yeah?
He has played with steel caps. So, yeah, the one Mountain Drake is also quite nice. Just to add to everything.
So as KT group up top side here to stop a potential Baron take, T1 are just not there. They're pushing bottom side. They get another inner turret. And they're going to be able to turn this into the Soul Point. And even though it's just a Kassadin here, it's one of the least diveable champions in the game. I mean, Faker has 80% of a turret here. So he also has flash. You can't kill him. And if you try, there will be consequences.
Yeah, I don't think so. Now with the Leona, they might try. No, they're not even going to. 2v1 on the bottom side. Zeus in a little bit of trouble here. Doesn't matter how much armor he's got. He will be taken out as they get an objective turret and the kill onto Zeus.
Yeah, but Guma also gets this turret here, another inner going down, so they end up winning overall massively here. And yeah, Zeus overextends. Probably didn't have to die there. Probably didn't need to force that. And by force that, I mean just continue to walk forward after the turret is dead. But, I mean, he's like way up here. Not much you could do to defend this one, unfortunately, but T1 really just trying to sell the idea of, like, you better dive that top turret as Keria is going up. The timing of this doesn't work out. Still, mid turret goes down to Guma. They get soul point. So they're winning in basically 3 parts of the map. Yeah, you lost top turret and a bounty went over, but it's not that significant. As KT, they're just grasping for at anything they can get, you know? Get that top turret, get a kill onto Zeus, but you can't start Baron yet. Small victories.
Yeah, small victories, you know, one step at a time. At least it's not Infernal Soul, which would have been a little bit of a problem. 2.5 items here on Guma, who was able to eke out 2 kills in the early to mid game. Some of those in the lane as well.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird how that early game went, where it felt like KT like had all these options and had all these win conditions, and then like top started losing, and then bot started losing, and then mid started losing. It's like one by one the lanes are like, oh, okay. Well, what do we do now?
They just had so many of these leads built up by Owner, which is making big impacts everywhere. You know, the near victory there in mid ends up being great for Owner. He gets ahead, and then sometimes with a lot of teams, like, okay, Lee Sin got ahead. What does it mean? How do they use this? Owner has used it everywhere, and now they're starting up Baron. Faker has not even swapped to Smite. They don't even need the double Smite here. He does have TP.
Okay,
they're zoning.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage in onto Zeus, right? Like, what? There were 5 people there. Or 4, I guess, for the majority of it. As down goes the Baron. T1 take it in the face, and they don't even get Zeus.
Yeah, he gets out, really nice all out there, and gets away from the top side, or gets away through the top side. As KT, unfortunately, is not able to lock anybody down, not able to get Cuz into the pit. And once again, this Cassante does his job. Like the last time, you know, we saw Faker on the Cassante. He was on the backside of the pit in game 1, just trying to prevent everybody from doing anything. Basically 1v5, and this is Zeus' job now. He's just going to try to keep Cuz away from this Baron pit. That's his job here. Karia's with him. Good dash away from Keria, and he does, of course, have the ability to continue to zone. Cuz just wants to get to the pit, but he's got the charm. And then the follow-up knock-up, so there's just no way Cuz can flash or Warriors Trickster or both into there for the 50-50. And they commit everything. And yeah, you lost ult, but okay.
Ghost available. He's just going to go straight through it as he does get stunned on the opposite side of it. But yeah, you're just not getting away from this. 4 people against BDD, and they feed the kill over to Guma, who's now on a killing spree.
And they have Baron buff, so they're just going to push 2 lanes here and start to take more of these structures off the map. They can just go straight for Inhibitor first here and then go for the top side push.
Well, I feel like game 1 was more of a game than this one.
Yeah.
And game 1 was not much of a game. This is just absolute stompage right now.
Yep, this is just vintage T1. And what do you do as KT here? Maybe Flash Cyclone? It's better than your Flash Cyclone angle in game 1. If you guys remember when Cuz was on this Wukong and he was like, maybe I could make this happen. Maybe we could go wrap around, and they just completely ignore him. And T1 are not overextending. They're not making any mistakes this time. And remember, game 2, KT had some advantages, and then they lost all of them. There were 2 Baron steals from Faker, and then T1 essentially lost in an overextension. And it's those types of moments where you're like, is KT gonna win this series? And then you realize it was really, if KT didn't get this opportunity to punish, like T1 was probably never gonna lose game 2, right? And then you look at this and you see T1 are just playing it very safe, very slow around their advantages. And you wonder what sort of choice KT can make in this game to even it up. How much proactivity is there even that they could potentially do? Soul point for T1, the Drake spawns in 35, and look at the amount of vision between KT and the Drake itself. They have to push through and clear.
They blue buff to Keria.
Why not?
I guess it makes sense. I think Owner also already had one, so we're like, yeah, sure, you take it. Might as well.
And KT will not contest the Drake, it looks like. Just going to simply defend here and hope for maybe an Elder Flip fight. If BDD doesn't have his death cap yet, that's pretty essential for these late game fights.
Yeah, and this time you don't even have like the Aphelios angle potentially. They have the Veigar again, but it's Valadivaris into single mountain Drake, but it's also Cassante and a Fedley Sam. So not really going to be dealing too damage to the top side of the map, at least. We'll have some opportunities to the other squishies on the map, but
and I don't remember,
a little bit too little.
I don't remember if it was Trinity Force Cleaver for Zeus last game or if it was the Sunderer, but either way, like Gnar is a frontline champion that can be punished by Jax very well. As we're going to watch BDD get caught one more time. Flashes, but still is taken out. But this time it's a Cassante, like you're saying. How much armor does he have? You know, I'm personally trying to look away. But the Jax can't actually
hide your eyes.
If Lehens hits a Solar Flare and a Zenith Blade on the Cassante, Zeus is like, yeah, okay, cool story though. You know, it's not the same type of game where maybe you pick Zeus on this Gnar at the beginning of a team fight. The front line is just too great this time around for the same type of pick to work with the Jax here in Game 3.
Let's see if they have some pick potential. KT gonna send it. Let's see how it goes as Cassante just in the box, but doesn't really care too much. Baker threatening from the right side, has level 17, and he will just be able to hop away whenever put under any pressure.
Buzz here just trying to help defend, trying to push out the enemy support as the siege continues here. And it's just the kind of game that feels so painful to watch if you're a KT fan. You know, you're watching this, you're like, there is no hope. Draining them of their energy here.
All right, little pick now onto the Cassante. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do. The ultimate from the Veigar. Enough to push through all of those resistances.
Zeus has TP, and there's no objective for KT to take during the interim here, so a bit of an overextension from the top laner here, and is unable to get through the cage with his dash there this time. Actually catches himself into it and is blown up. But it's still, it buys you time as KT. But the longer this game goes, the more frustrated you become.
Maybe in a little bit of trouble. Maybe a little bit was, yeah, underestimation. As, yeah, he was gone in a heartbeat. Did flash to try to get out, but that is the potential of Shirelia's Zyra Khan.
We talked about Zeus. You know, he's not going to be up for, or the objective can't be taken before he's up. He's respawning here. They have complete map control, and aiming is not really going to be here for the contest of that Baron if it is done right away. KT have to fight through so much. And T1 doesn't even have to start Baron. They could just siege straight up. Baker's backing here with TP. He could just push top. There's the TP itself.
Yeah, another TP comes in. And T1, they don't want to waste too much time with this. They want to take down the inhibitor, get it back in, take the Baron, and go for it as the cages are just not enough.
You just
see that Zeus isn't getting caught this time.
He can't get in range. BDD is trying so desperately to catch this team, but it's super mobile. The Shirelias is used by Keria so they can all get out. This is going to be Zeus here getting caught. Fortunately, yeah, just taken out, chained there into the cage, and aiming is just desperately trying to get farm. Like, he's just trying to farm. Like, can anyone blame aiming for this? No. And he's like, okay, we killed their top layer, they're resetting. I should be able to get this farm, but the long-range engage here, Gale Force.
Here we go again as in he goes, three-man charm. They're all stuck as the cage does get massive value. They do take out the Rakan, but I think that's all they're going to get in this team fight from the side of KT. As finally T1 find the angle, BDD might survive. If, well, Owner's going to put an end to that. As, yeah, they're going to get the ace, and T1 will be taking game number 3 in this series.
T1 going to match point here in this third game, it looks like, as there is just no recourse against this big of a lead. It's 12,000 gold here at 30 minutes, and KT fell behind early, and the composition of T1 just scales so much better. Owner, active in all 3 lanes, takes 3 early kills and pushes that advantage across the rift. So many near victories for KT in the early game. So many skirmishes that almost went their way. But T1, you know, 5% better, it felt like, in every single one of those exchanges in terms of damage, in terms of positioning. And when you're playing at this level, close just isn't good enough. Almost killing someone isn't going to get you that 300 gold. And T1 stomping once again for the second time in this series.
Yeah, they get the job done, as I think G-Sun is letting me know that Cassante had 236 armor
I didn't want to
Thank
know.
you for that.
Why didn't you just send him a private message?
Oh, it's Yundo. Thank you, Yundo. Yeah. At the end of it, didn't really matter. It was a team victory, and you know sometimes you don't want the gold to be on your Lee Sin, but when it's owner on Lee Sin, I guess you just do.
Yeah.
So he got like an early whip, and he just went to town on every single lane. It was really rough.
The early whip, and he was just hitting those E's, doing tons of damage, getting the slows. Cuz fell behind early because of it. He out-damages Gumayusi in this game on the Xayah. That's how much of an impact he made. And unfortunately, Keen, this time on the Jax, is shut down, picking up with a rare loss on what has been one of his most successful, I'd say his most successful champion this season.
Yeah, and that was his R5 counter pick. So now, as KT, I guess you go back to blue side and hope you can get something going like game number 2. Otherwise, this Mun might be in the bag. T1 looking scary in that last one. But guys, we will take a break and be back for game 4.
따먹을게. 빨린다. 나는 괜찮아.
괜찮아, 좋아.
앞으로 빨릴게, 앞으로. 와볼래? 나는 좋은데. 얘는 좋긴 해. 덱 잡았지?
나 배가 잡으러
잡았어.
배가 잡았어.
얘 다 잡았어. 이 사람이 죽으면 끝. 미드.
재미없게 끝났네.
핫도 되고.
이거라도 잡을게.
아, 막다. 나이스. 카타딘. 막다.
나이스.
레벨 치료. 한 마리. 아, 오랜만에 체크해가지고 너무 신났네, 이거. 나이스.
잘했다.
나이스. 아. 철검이 안 터지냐.
한판 잘하자.
나이스.
Emilio is a playful enchanter support who brings warm, fuzzy feelings wherever he goes. He's mastered a form of fire magic that can heal instead of hurt, creating the adorable Fuemigos from his eternal flame. Now he's off to Ishtal's capital to pass the ultimate test of greatness, making his beloved family proud. Welcome to the Emilio Champion Spotlight.
Come on, Fuemigos. We got a lot of work to do.
Emilio's passive, Fired Up, gives his friends a little extra fuel. When Emilio's abilities touch an allied champion, their next attack or ability will deal bonus damage, scaling with their attack damage. The target enemy will also burn for a few seconds. The burn doesn't stack, so reigniting it will just refresh the duration. Emilio wants to be the very best, but he always has time for fun. His Q Ultra Mega Fire Kick launches a ball of flame that knocks back an enemy. If it hits, the ball will bounce behind them and explode, dealing damage and slowing in an area. The ball bounces extra far when it hits minions or monsters. Line it up when you're sure to score a goal.
Score!
Cast Emilio's W, Cozy Campfire, to create a zone that follows the closest teammate. The zone heals over time and applies Emilio's passive every few seconds. It also boosts ally attack range for % of their current range, increasing with ability level. These effects apply to all allied champions in the area, so gather around the campfire, no song required. Recast its ability to have the zone follow someone else. Emilio loves to help others and makes new friends wherever he goes. Use his E, Warm Hugs, to protect an ally, granting a shield and move speed. Warm Hugs holds 2 charges, so the Fuemigos can spread the love or stack it up.
My fire might look scary, but don't worry, it's totally safe.
Emilio's ultimate, Breath of Life, unleashes purifying flames. Allies in the area are healed and cleansed, removing any crowd control effect except for airborne. Allies will also gain tenacity for a few seconds after.
You're welcome!
In lane, Emilio wants to play safe and bide his time for team fights, but he does have some poke tools in his backpack. His range is short, but the move speed from Warm Hugs can keep you safe when you run up an auto. Ultra Mega Fire Kick will bounce on hit, so catch enemies off guard from behind minion waves. Score consistently, and you'll drive your opponents un poco loco.
We did it! Yeah!
All of Emilio's abilities apply Fired Up when they touch allies, and those empowered attacks can run surprisingly hot. Cozy Campfire grants Fired Up 3 times over its duration. Weave in 2 casts of Warm Hugs and you'll get up to 5 passive procs on a single ally. Try this out in 2v2 fights to make sparks fly. Emilio is fast and hard to lock down, but he's squishy, and the knockback on Ultra Mega Fire Kick is his only peel tool. If you waste it, Emilio's out of gas against any assassins or other divers. It's also single target, so groups of enemies can quickly burn him out. And remember, you can't cast your ultimate while you're affected by hard crowd control. Emilio's flame may be eternal, but stay out of reach or you'll be quickly extinguished.
But I wanna help my family.
In the late game, Emilio's teamfighting powers really flare up. Stick with a group of allies to catch the most smoke for your fire.
I'm just warming up. Get it?
Cozy Campfire is great for healing all your friends, and at higher levels, the attack range boost shines even brighter. Use it to grant massive buffs across multiple teammates, whether you're torching turrets or late game objectives.
I'm pretty strong. I've been training like all day.
With Breath of Life, there's no waiting on a miracle. Its area of effect cleanse can turn any fight. Cast it in a pinch and you'll be out of there before you can say, Flamey-o! The bonus tenacity will also help keep your team out of the frying pan.
Tag, you're it!
Emilio can't wait to share his Fuemigos with new amigos. So what are you waiting for? Pick them up and they'll be sure to warm your heart. Join the gentle flame on his adventure at the links below.
Let's go, Fuemigos!
We will snowball you, finally! Faker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
Welcome back to the space, everyone. Yes, that's Tony and Chronicle doing some stuff. Thank you, Freak, for also taking us through Emilio with that champion spotlight there as well. And we are now into game number 4. T1, you can see I'm avoiding talking about the game a little bit there because honestly, there was not a lot to talk about after Ona just dominated that early game.
This was us asking for game number 5, which after that game, I don't know how likely it is. So the only thing that I really want to note, because there were a lot of similarities to the previous draft, was this Kassadin. The reason why it's yellow for me is because I think that T1 really look at their best, and we even saw some glimpses of it, but both bot and top were 1-2 hard, and jungle most notably, which snowballed everything else.
Yeah.
When Faker actually has agency, and I think the Kassadin in isolation is good into the Veigar for obvious reasons. You can skill alongside him, but you kind of knew the Jax was coming, didn't end up being a factor. And I think that I just like to see Faker on something with which he can impact the map. None of that mattered because, as you point out, that B1 Lee was something that I was worried about because of Varus, but it was okay.
Yeah, I mean, because I think KT pick up the support Leona. Like, it's really hard to snowball into Zyra Khan, especially. I think if you pick the Varus, you have to focus on no matter what, you have to focus on snowball.
Yeah.
And especially against the Zyra Khan, They scales better, the team fights better. The T1, the biggest different thing between game one, like the previous game and this game was they were team fightable. At least with this comp.
And I think we saw it as well. If I remember correctly, we actually saw KT hover like Heimer as well.
Yeah.
Like Heimer and Karma to me would have made a lot more sense because it actually allows you to utilize the aggressive pressure that the Varus can have.
I like the idea of a Renata in that spot also against the Rakan. Feels pretty nice. But let's jump into our first highlight here where Owner really started to get the work done. And it looked kind of okay for KT, but First Blood going over to T1 and then the following up kill. Absolutely fantastic for.
Well, I mean, you have to know this is where the SK. You have to know that T1 is actually closer to the. This is a T1 jungle side, so it's also they're winning bottom. So Rakan move faster, and you know it's the game's honestly kind of over.
And we saw in the previous game, we talked about Faker. Owner is something very similar, where if Owner doesn't have a good game, we often see T1 struggle in the mid to late game because he's responsible for so much of the playmaking that this team does. And that also works the other way, where once Owner gets fed, you don't get to play the game if you're playing against him. Like, he will take a lead and completely remove it. Nicely done by Faker here. Good bait, right? Has the exhaust ready, is casted in, so has the extra MR, has Merc treads rather, and then yeah,
I mean, especially if you're playing lead, when you're ahead, you can actually
just do anything.
You can just go anywhere. You will be getting something.
Yeah, and it was absolutely fantastic for Zeus there as well because it was never at this point where the Cassante wasn't able to do enough and claim relevance. We've seen in a lot of our previous best of fives over the last couple of weeks, Cassante struggled to find relevance, and Zeus this time, had some oopsies in positioning and things like that, but otherwise the lane was absolutely fine.
And what I really want to highlight as well is that this was very reminiscent of game number one. I don't think it was as much of a stomp because the matchups worked a little different, right? Zyra Khan are never going to punish the same way.
Yeah.
But it's still something that you're going to be worried about for KT, and hopefully on blue side they can try and find lanes that make better use, because the early game has been fairly T1 favored in most of the games.
And let's go into our next highlight here before we reveal the POG, as Owner is going to pick it up. Never mind, we don't have another highlight. And honestly, we don't need another highlight because Owner ran the early game, and then
I mean, honestly,
the only other thing was like
too,
a Baron that was just taken alone, pretty much.
And what we see here is that we did too good a job on our first highlight package for Owner, because it's just going to be the same place. And going into the next game, denying Owner a matchup as strong as this, I think, is going to be key, because I think Cuz has still had a great season, but he needs to be able to match Owner if KT wants to have a shot.
Well, I mean, I think I would say more so like from the KT, like when they actually pick like Varus, I think they have to also remind themselves like how they actually lost the game one. Like Faker play the Cassante and they keep diving bottom. Like those kind of play they needed when they actually picked the Varus. That's why Varus is OP, and you gotta get snowball.
Yep, it just didn't quite work out, as I believe it is now time to get into game number 4, see whether blue side is OP, or whether it's going to be a 3-1 for T1. Let's throw it back to the boys on the caster desk.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. What did they mean by not voting for Owner Wolf? I'm just curious. You know, the guy who did pretty much everything in the early game, he was supported by, yes, Keria and his top laner, Zeus.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think both of them had good games, too. I voted for BDD in the KT win, which I was the only one who did. But there's... People are entitled to their opinions. That's why we have a vote, Valdez.
Sure. They were all part of the team.
Media, so you know they had their own reasons that do make sense. If it was media, I'd be with you. But look, we have a talented team of people who are very in tune and watching the game very close, and 3 media votes.
Absolutely.
But let's talk about this KT draft here, because we're going to the blue side for them again. They were able to find success in game 2. And I think a lot of this is the fact that they have a lot more agency in terms of what they could do with their bans. And T1 haven't looked as strong if they're not dominating in the early game in the jungle. And so red side does hurt Owner's playmaking potential. Let's see what KT have in mind for this one, because I could see basically the same type of draft coming through here a second time.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised, as all stuff that we have seen before so far. Wonder if any focus will be on that Lee Sin. Maybe they get Cuz to play the Lee Sin here. because I'm not sure if you really want to ban it.
I think
you could ban it here.
I think that he'll pick Varus, or KT will pick Varus, not for Cuz, of course, but for aiming in the same spot again. Now, the Ashe is banned this time around. That was what was taken away by T1 last time, and as you know, you and I were talking about on the cast, when you talked about it, Ashe didn't provide a whole lot for the Zeri in terms of peel in the late game. Looks to be a Vi first pick here. First time T1 are going to give the opportunity for KT to lock this one in. It will, of course, be at the cost of playing into a Caitlyn lane potentially here. Could be the Varus lane coming for Guma, so it is at a heavy cost. See what T1 decide to pick with all the opportunities they have now on the bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, the guys on the space were talking about getting a better matchup for the jungle, and yes, perhaps it should. You're still giving owner Lee Sin, right? And I mean, they also had the opportunity even to pick Lee Sin third and go for a really strong bottom lane if they wanted to do like Varus Caitlyn or something crazy blind. Instead, they're just going to go Lee Sin Rakan. Say this worked in game. This worked in game 3.
I would have much rather seen, instead of a Zeri here, just a Thresh lock in. You know, you can go for something like Thresh Ahri here and feel really confident in your ability to set up for picks, and you have the Vi Ahri. Instead, we're going to go down the Zeri path, and this is not my first choice here. You're playing this into the Rakan Xayah, so there are some big threats, not only in the laning phase, obviously, but in team fights here, too. The Lee Sin, a big problem you're going to have to deal with. Vi can be very nice defensively here into this Rakan lane. There were so many different options, I think, that were much stronger here in terms of setting up picks and beating T1 at their own game. So they're going to use this time. They were going to lock in the Xayah, but they want to use this time to think about bans. Unless there's something special they have prepared here. I don't think so.
It's a lot of like sly sideways glances and other things that weren't Xayah that were being said. So maybe they were even considering picking for mid and, you know, maybe just pick some other random AD carry and try to get through it. But I think, you know, want to get something for the bottom lane. The Xayah Rakan has a lot of power together.
And KT, I think, picked the Zeri here because when they see the Rakan, they're like, all right, well, this is going to be a Rakan Xayah lane, so we feel safe. Because you never want to pick Zeri when Caitlyn's up. And it felt like maybe T1 was considering, like, dude, we play Caitlyn Rakan. It's not really a thing, but maybe we get the pushing power. Maybe that was something that was being considered. But I think they're mostly talking about the second banning phase, where they will take away BDD's Veigar. We'll see the little Blanc taken away from Faker once again. This time the Talia is banned. We talked about it previously, how it was left open and they prioritized the Veigar. This time both are now removed from BDD as best champions towards the end of the season. Azir nerfed so heavily.
Yeah.
Not on
Where's that guy?
Anymore. Yeah.
He's just gone.
It's been a while since it hasn't been Azir relevant every game. Like,
when are we going to have Corki picked into Veigar? That's my question. Anyway, Lissandra going to also be taken off, so maybe leaning towards the Ahri and Lee Sin combo here.
That could be. It's very tricky here for KT. It feels like this is a trap. T1 are just trying to play like Gragas or something, and they're banning Lissandra to bait out an Ahri pick here. Because the other picks that are super strong here, the Cassante is still open.
Yeah, Cassante.
And like, this is basically just saying, let's trade bans, because I want the Cassante. We have pick prio here on red side, and we're still going to have counter pick.
Could also just wait and try to get an Argon for Zeus. A little bit scary with Jax available, but if you pick it on R5 and maybe Keen doesn't feel comfortable blinding Jax, could be another look.
Yeah, and it is going to be that Gnar.
Or you just pick it.
Yeah. So this weakens the Renekton that is also available. But I don't think you want to be playing Renekton into this. You have to play around topside with this Vi. Okay, we're doing Twisted Fate again. This time, you know, again, the Gnar on the front line, that's not a pick that is going to live through, and they're actually just going to run back the Jax. The Cassante, I think, is so much safer here because of this angle, because the tankiness is so high. Your Xayah can survive. You have great turn with the Rakan, too, and the Gnar, if the Gnar survives long enough. But the Cassante is going to always make it through. As this is that Gragas I was talking about. They just want to be able to survive through. Ooh, going to match the Twisted Fate. The old response. Faker has played this so many times. It reminds you of the MSI 2022 where Faker and Xiaohu were constantly playing these roaming mids. The Galio in particular really stood out And it's a pick that Faker is so famous for because his decision-making is so good on the champion.
And it does provide another frontliner here pretty much. Obviously, Galio doesn't really build tank, but at least another thick body in the front so that Xayah can do some decent damage. Maybe Nar can chip away. They don't have a huge amount of damage in this composition, but they do have insane team fighting and lockdown and you know, like multi-man CC with Galio and Rakan alone, not to mention the Gnar.
Yeah.
It's going to be pretty insane if they can get some of those fights going on their terms.
I do think KT need to have somewhat of a lead going into the mid to late game if they're going to have a chance. I said that, though, in Game 2. As KT fans, KT, you can do it. Let's go to 5 games. Silver Scrapes, let's go. But I think that they can do it with this comp. My biggest problem, the biggest hurdle for them is, you mentioned the additional front line with the Galio. It's also great at taunting up anybody who's trying to hard engage. But the Xayah, that's just so difficult to kill. The Zeri they were able to lock down last time. This time the Xayah could just ult back. Flash and Cleanse makes it so difficult to lock down this champion that's fantastic in choke points. And Guma will have a lot more freedom this time around.
I love the response fan signs. They say, KT was the right choice. Let's go to the 3-1. And maybe that's what we have on our hands here, Wolf. We do have a series. It's not a 3-0, but T1 looked pretty dominant in that last game. I'm very curious to see if KT can step up to the plate here in game number 4. Let's hop onto the rims.
The rank Galio skin, too.
The one that is not a skin?
Yes.
I'm partial to the chicken one.
Not if it's Faker, though.
Not if it's Faker, obviously.
But yes, otherwise the BBQ chicken one that's not affiliated with BBQ in any way is my favorite.
Uh-huh. They are one of our sponsors, at least. Knock up here on the Amy, who is going to Ghost. So a little bit of fun level 1 shenanigans, as now even another Ghost is going to be used here by Guma. They just want to get out of here.
Yeah, and they will be able to.
Keria, never mind, goes over the wall again as Ignite going to be used. Flash away, Keria extremely low. But trading Ignite for Flash on Lulu, that's pretty good, I would say.
Yeah, it's just so scared of the Galio re-engage there. They don't actually push the issue any further. So a Flash is expended here by Lehens. And feel really good about this. I mean, it's Ghosts on both sides. Now, Keria taking some additional damage, of course, so there is a little bit of pressure here, and they should be able to force their way to a level 2 advantage. As Owner, this is a very early level 2 gank coming through. Lehens doesn't obviously have Polymorph. They realize, too, they see Keria and Guma coming, and they're like, you know what? This is actually going to hurt Owner's early game.
Okay, not going to stop the back, but it's really just playing with fire there as blue to bot gank. Not something you see every day, but with no Flash and Lulu. May have worked out, did not.
Wow, only 13 times this matchup. It feels like so much more.
In the LCK.
Yeah, of course.
Outside of the LCK, as you were mentioning. Definitely have seen this quite a lot.
Yeah, LPL in particular loves both of these champions.
And internationals.
Yeah, international events, we have seen it a lot. As it has been one of the ways that when we saw LCK and LPL dominance for so long, the macro for both the regions was so much further ahead, I think, than the rest of the world, that just allows you to make those plays without really showing too much draft-wise. Even when these champs weren't meta, they were picked by Korean and Chinese teams because just a way to get ahead early and snowball and win early group stage games. We saw it a lot. As crisis averted here, you know, Lehens had no Flash. Owner came down, but what he sacrificed, as you guys could see, in terms of the jungle farm here, is quite significant in terms of timings. It's going to hurt his ability to follow up and makes Cuz's opportunities a little bit stronger here, especially in the mid lane, potentially with gold card setup. C's coming over here at level 4. Going to be able to get the scuttle.
Yeah, I think anyway, Owner I mean, yeah, they both don't have flash.
No
Gunner
smite.
is down a level. So just going to clear out the ward and probably just go to bottom scuttle.
Yeah. Thought for a moment that Owner did have his smite. I was worried, but he didn't.
Have prey on bot, so this should be pretty free. Just going to take this one down.
It's not going to be the end of the world for Owner, but it's definitely a different look than Game 1, obviously, where he made an impact very early on in the game and then started to snowball.
Yep.
Not going to happen this time.
Or Game 3, where he got very far ahead.
Yeah. That is certainly the bigger of the gaps we saw.
The Cull versus Cull start in the bottom lane. That's we've entered a new era of bottom laning.
Yeah.
Everyone's buying a Cull nowadays.
Reminds you of the old Jinx Aphelios days.
Now it's just Zeri.
Zeri
she's a newer champion.
Zeri and lane opponent that isn't Lucian or Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Or Varus. As up here, Keen just playing this passively. Trying to see us under turret. BD being annoying. Ooh, nice sidestep. Actually going to be a really good trade. We mentioned this earlier, the 3-0 for the Twisted Fate in the champion stats was all BD. Now he won Game 2. In this best of 5, he's 4-0 on the champion, and still the only player, of course, who's played it in LCK this season.
There was the one freebie game where he played against Akali, but he actually played that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know.
Immensely well.
I think, yeah, I was going to say, that's a little bit mean to say, to call that one a freebie game. That was a really tough one.
I mean, he played it really well, but that matchup was just like, oh, you just save my ultimate, and then Akali doesn't get to play the game. Especially if you're ahead, which he helped get there. Here is Cuz. Gonna get a little bit of damage on Zeus. Could actually try to get... Ooh. There was a chance, like, if he flashes in there, maybe, but Zeus just flashes away, and then maybe you're stuck on their turret, so... A little bit scary there.
Still feels amazing, actually, to push this Gnar out. I mean, Keen wasn't super high health or anything like that, but now he's going to be able to crash this wave and he's going to get a teleport at least, and Keen should be able to come back with teleport advantage himself. So it does feel like a huge success here for Cuz on the top side of the map. So he has teleporting back in, as you guys can see. Baker doing the same, has his Lucidity boots. As we are headed for a fast Rod of Ages here for BDD. Keria wants to find an angle here so badly, but Flash is just now coming up for Lehens.
Yeah.
So missed his window to punish here. You feel great as the Zeri lane.
Yeah. Just hanging out. Double call.
Yep.
Farming the waves as you do. Okay, well, then you just face check the brush, and now Lehens is going to have to flash off cooldown. So probably not the look you were looking for.
He's like, I got my flashback, let's face check. Totally safe.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it felt. As Owner, now getting in there on the Cuz, who is just not fighting this.
BDD has ult. He's not going to commit.
Yeah. Keria was roaming up from the bottom side. As we are taking a lot of looks up here to the top lane. Definitely does matter, especially the way the last time this matchup did go earlier in the series. We want to see how this time it will go.
Yeah, and the farm lead that Cuz had early has kind of faded away a little bit. Still significant, the advantage he has, but it's not crazy. As we say, this Owner is going to come steal this red buff away. Aiming going to help Cuz get these Krugs. But the gold lead that you see, or saw, until that moment, for KT was mostly just, as we have a pause, we can talk about this a lot, Twisted Fate passive. Now, we are having a Drake group up here in live, and the Twisted Fate is pathing top side, but could of course just go back towards the bottom side and contest, so...
Hey, Wolf.
Yeah?
The last time these two teams went to 5 games in a best of 5. Just got the update from Gahan. 2017 summer, round 2 playoffs.
Okay.
It was a reverse sweep from SKT. They took the 3-2.
Yeah. And of course, the following year was the last time these two teams played against each other in a best of 5. Arguably T1's worst year in League of Legends in 2018, and KT was able to take that victory and go on to win, score a title. So
apparently Keria was not feeling well, but he's feeling much better now, so should be able to get back on the road here in just a moment.
Yeah.
It happens, you know, there's a lot of stress, so.
There have been, you know, it's very rare, but there have been some like minor health issue pauses that we've had over the years. We got to make sure Keria does not end up, you know, straight up like, he might actually be sick, and he says he's feeling better. That's the update we got, but he might actually have like, you know, a stomach thing, and he's like trying to hold it in, you know what I mean? Like that's, everybody's played a game where you really need to go, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you meant by that.
And, you know, maybe he's also in that type of situation, so really frustrating to play through. Kuve famously taking a bathroom break in a SPO TV game back in the day.
Yeah, that meta was not very forgiving for those types of issues when every game was like 55 minutes. Fun times. Here comes the Destiny Gate as they are looking to collapse hardcore, but in they go a little bit too deep. Faker with the zoning ult. 3-man taunt as he's just trying to help his team kill Cuz, and that he will. Now the turn comes in. Cuz will go down.
Everybody's really low here against the Zeri, though.
Yeah, the Zeri coming in. Another double knock-up as Owner super low. Faker super low, and now we do have level 6 for Guma. He's trying to turn it around, but so many kills going the way the side of KT.
Because it's so hyped, man. Because he knows this fight is won by KT. They take 1,000 gold to lead now. Zeri picks up a kill. 2 kills for BDD. And suddenly this game is totally opened up. Yeah, you got the Drake as T1. And Keria had some really heroic engages there to actually save them. Plus the triple taunt you mentioned from Faker. If that doesn't happen, plus the knock-on.
Dodges the Gnar. Keen's looking for it. As Flash has to be used from Zeus. The spacing is there. One more Q could do it. He's not going to continue forward.
Oh, man. Also, Lehens is coming up now.
The Lulu gank?
I mean, he might go for it here. There's no Flash, of course. This is going to be really tough. It looks like they're just going to start up the Rift Herald instead.
That's why you need Hex Flash on Lulu.
Yeah.
For this play. That way you can get over the wall. And
Keen's going to get some honey fruit here, and actually it's going to be fine. They don't actually commit to the Herald just yet, as Guma's going to grab a plate here bottom side. But watch the heroics here, because Extendo Beam hits only Keria, and then the wall ride here from aiming is great. Faker ults here, but it's not high value. He has to get the triple taunt to prevent everybody from chasing, and Cuz, he's clapping and laughing after this play because his sacrifice here pulls T1 to the left side of this fight where there's no retreat. Keria's just, again, trying to buy time with his Glacial Augment here. Slow's coming through, but aiming picks up kills, BDD's picking up kills. The whole T1 comp falls apart. Double kill here for BDD, and then top side they get a flash. The play happens subsequently, so KT with a lot of map control right now. As mentioned, 1,000 gold to lead.
That's a great start for them. T1 did get the Hextech Drake, which should be mentioned, but the kills and the golds here to get so many of these early items, like the Rod to finish super early for BDD, is pretty massive. So we'll see if they can roll this lead into a bit more, as Owner is just like, yeah, now that we lost a fight, I'm just going to take the Rift Herald. But I don't think you can quite do that.
They have Narbar and Faker's ults coming back up, so that plus Keria's roam here, you know, it's not all bad, but they decide to back away, and this is the problem down here, is Lehens and aiming are still here, so they're going to try to push this. You don't have your AD carry, and even with Faker's ultimate, very difficult fight to take, and they're going to give this up. Faker at least going to get a demolish here, take that plate gold. But this should be the Rift Herald going over, and you have to be so careful as Zeus.
Ult use and totally misses. Keria was very much on the edge and was trying to follow up something there. You know, Owners got kicked, so maybe they could have made something happen. Not meant to be.
It's going to be the Herald, and this is what I was talking about. Zeus, man, you have no flash. He's got ult.
Uh-oh, Zeus is in so much trouble. Gold card comes in. The Q should be enough. Stops him mid-hop, and they give that kill to BDD. As now he is 3-0.
Yeah, and Keen's not going to be the only one who loses out here, because he lost the kill, but he's not going to lose out on everything because he's going to be able to pick up this plate gold here with the crash coming through. So lots of money to the Jacks anyways. Aiming's picked up a shield bow here at 11 minutes because of the gold he's already gotten. His code completed. And KT in a massive advantage here now. And these are the types of moments where you got to be communicating better, and this is weird to say about T1, right? Because they know that the Vi is on the Herald. You have no flash as Zeus here. You're up in the lane as the wave has been manipulated against you. And this is just unfortunately super greedy from Zeus here. Yeah, you don't want to give up the whole wave because the wave is pushing. Perhaps trying to get a bounce off there. McKean's just letting the wave go through so they can come over here and get this kill. Vi has ult. Faker's nowhere nearby, and this really hurts. I mean, now you have a fed Twisted Fate, which is not the scariest thing, but the Jax getting all that plate gold surely is.
Yeah, Twisted Fate, he doesn't do too much damage, but getting some of those big items early, an early Lit Beam could really help him with that extra gold he's got. He could also go for the RFC that he did in the last game to help just get more pick potential. Speaking of which, looking for this now as Faker is here with the counter ultimate. Owner going in, they're trying to burst down the Vi. Do they have enough damage? The Q from Faker goes on a BDD, not onto Cuz. Now he's in some trouble. It's 2v2. Looks like it should go the way of KT as Cuz will survive. They're looking to take down Owner, but he's going to get the execute. And maybe now he's going to turn it around. Somehow, some way, BDD flashes and gets away with a kill. How did he manage that?
Unbelievable. BDD makes it happen. The ult comes through from Guma, and he's not able to get this. Owner played that so well, but the Q misses. BDD is able to get away. 4 kills now on this Twisted Fate. He's 4-0-3, 100% kill contribution. And down here in the bottom lane, Aiming is picking up plates. And T1 just like that, man. 3,000 gold behind. And this is wild stuff we're seeing here. These early skirmishes is so heavily going into their favor. The Q missing from Faker. You mentioned it. We'll watch this fight one more time. BDD is up 3 levels here. He's got a Vi. And Faker's over here. Ult's in. And the ult does not really hit. The taunt comes through. He has the Everfrost. The Q not going to hit the Vi at all. The Owner's like, maybe I come back over here and help this. BDD, of course, takes up a lot of this damage, has the stopwatch here. And Owner gets the execute, but it misses this follow-up Q.
I think he missed as well. Yeah, they did it like slightly early.
Yeah,
not 100% sure, but
really good play from Lehens, the flash wild growth to make sure he gets out of there. That was actually so well timed too.
Yeah, and then that force, it gives 2 extra plates to Aiming. Like, this game is off the rails. And it didn't have to be this way, but again, sometimes T1 just, they're like, oh, we're behind, but it doesn't matter. We're just going to outplay them. We're just going to win. We're just going to make these fights ours. But no, KT's good enough. They will smack you down if you go a little bit too far, and I feel like we're seeing a little bit of that once again here early on in Game 4.
Now it is Chemtech Soul, so this is pretty huge. Okay, hold on.
Here we go, going deep, and this is what this comp can do. There is no escape for Guma. He doesn't have ult, he doesn't have flash. Guess what? He used it desperately to try to kill BDD.
Carrier here looks like he will survive.
Okay, a little bit of a flank, but Zeus is not a Mega Gnar. He's desperately trying to kill a TF, and he will as Boomerang comes out. The damage from Aiming is pretty huge, though. We might have a second Zeri moment as he picks up 2 more kills.
Yeah, and now your TP is down on your Gnar as well, so Zeus doesn't even survive. He's the one who gets the shutdown. That's not who you want to give the gold to, but your AD carry died so early, it doesn't even matter. No one that you wanted to give the shutdown to is going to get it because Guma needs it so desperately. Now Faker desperately trying to defend this turret will not be successful, and Aiming is going to pick up that as well. So first turret over to the side of KT plus that amazing team fight. Sure, shutdown gold goes over, but it's to a Gnar. And he's going for this Trinity Force build once again this time around, but he's not going to be an amazing frontline when you consider how ahead the Jax is, how much gold he's picked up. Speaking of which, he doesn't have teleport to get back to lane, and Keen might actually just force down the top turret, so it could just be 2 turrets they get from this play. And it's all set up from Cuz and BDD here. They lock down Guma Yusi, and he's chain CC'd for so long. There's just nothing he can do. They know he doesn't have ult.
Yeah, and from ahead this comp, I mean, you can be anywhere. As Keen is in a little bit of trouble, does have the counter-strike. They're just cutting him out. Is able to kick him farther away, but it might not matter as Keen should go down. One more auto, and Zeus does pick that up. So all of a sudden, Zeus with the shutdown and an extra kill, he's beginning to line his pockets a little bit, but it's not nearly as much as this giant TF has at this point.
Yeah.
Not to mention the Zeri.
Remember last time when we had this fed Zeri for Guma, think back to Game 2, it was only the Zeri that was super fed and the rest of the map. Okay, hold on. Okay, not gonna actually catch him there. But the rest of the map wasn't really online, and we were like, okay, it's a fed Zeri versus a fed Jax and a Twisted Fate that's doing pretty well. Now you're dealing with a fed Zeri and a fed Twisted Fate and a Jax that, died here, but has gotten an entire turret worth of plates, so has a lot of money too. And the front line is going to get better here for Zeus, and Keen dies getting said turret. So this is the second turret that goes over. And he almost gets out. Nice sidestep on the Q. but ultimately will be kicked, and that is long enough of a stun here for the additional damage to go through. Zeus also getting the kill here. Hyperbrock comes over, he has the extra damage, so he picks up 700 plus this kill. So he's going to be relevant in this game, but it's still not where you need it to be. The money needs to be on this Xayah, or arguably on Faker, because he's going to be a bigger frontline this game.
Yeah, and I remember, you know, in the draft, talking about the immense amount of, like, big circle, team fight, engage, kind of wombo combo-ness that T1's draft has, but from behind, without vision, you know, against the pick comp of KT that can kind of just pull you around the map and doesn't really have to fight team fights, I think KT can, if they play this well, this game should be theirs. Not, you know, not to mention, again, the Zeri. You know, they have this Jax that's doing well. They have the TF that's insanely fed, which means that they should never have to team fight. So, I don't know. I think they're just in a great spot in this game.
Yeah, certainly. Keria looking for an aggressive play here with Owner. They could get caught. Twisted Fatal.
Here we go once again. Might have a little bit of a team fight. Faker's all the way up in the top lane. So he could TP. Okay, he is going to TP into this one. We are opting into a 5v5 as KT.
Yeah, Keen here looking for the follow-up.
Might not matter, but will it as the Vi is getting low. They take out the Vi! KT went a little bit too fast. And Furious, they do get the one kill to T1, but KT still with the lead, and the incredibly scary carries will push T1 away for now.
No objective to take or anything like that for another minute here, so Vi will come back up. Zeus trying to frontline set up an R-bar, so the engage is real, and if the follow-up there is not as crisp from T1, if the counter-strike is timed a little bit better from Keen when they decide to go in there, things look very different. Also, Keria had stopwatch, so you can hard force that. And I think that's what they're looking for here is, yeah, Twisted Fate ultimate comes out, but the kiting is good. Owner's kick is also fantastic, so they buy a lot of space, buy a lot of time for Faker's TP. And now it's hard to force the engage here as KT, because you're walking into a Galio taunt, you're walking into a Keria engage, which is going to happen here on the right side. Keria comes over, and he's not under any threat here of Keen's counter-strike because he has a stopwatch. Keen actually gets out of there. And that's a pick going over onto the Vi. No follow-up. And yeah, all the health bars are low, but KT can't force their way through that inner turret, or mid-turret.
Yeah. I think you need a little bit more finesse with this KT comp. You can't just sprint at them, you know? You got to be careful. They still have insane amounts of CC. Like, yeah, you are a Vi and you are ahead. Your team's ahead. As I say that, they are just going to ham-fist it underneath this turret. Let's see how deep they can go as Cuz is living, and he will open up 2 kills more for the Zeri.
100% worth, you know? I mean,
yeah, this time it works.
You've eliminated the 80 carry of your opponent, so you're going to continue to deny farm. And there should be a second Drake going over to KT as well, not the most impactful one. As, yeah, Owner thinks better of actually taking that Q. And Keen's going to come clear some vision here, and they're going to commit to the Drake. They have enough damage to do this. And with all these turrets down, they can just group S3 here without any cost. Like, yeah, you don't have a jungler, but it doesn't matter because you have the damage to do this, and there's no cross map where your solo laners need to be. There's actually nothing really to get on the map besides this Drake right now. So now 4,500 the lead here for KT. And it's been such a long time since we've seen KT actually go toe-to-toe with T1 like this in best of 5s. They are making it happen. Cuz gets the flank. He's the one who dies last time. They get the ult out of Guma early. He sacrifices himself for aiming to get the double here. And there's nothing Owner and Zeus could do. No Narbar here. Owner just desperately trying to hold down the turret. Will defend it, of course, but at the cost of the Drake and their 80 carry. Those the items here were in a very similar situation to the last time we saw the Zeri for T1. Might actually be 2 items up here if this continues for aiming. He has 6 kills.
He's about to get, you know, his Ori spike at 20 minutes into the game. That is a, we've had multiple Zeri moments in this one. So we'll see how KT can go with this lead. Cuz waiting in the wings.
And you know, what's interesting too about the Twisted Fate, we talk about Twisted Fate doesn't offer you a lot of damage, but in these early skirmishes with the lead he had, the fast rod, and also now this Lichbane, he does quite a bit of damage, right? And this is the kind of snowball-y Twisted Fate that BDD is famous for, where he gets so massively ahead, and it doesn't feel like a waste for the gold to be on him because he's making a huge impact. As you can see, 1,600 ahead, 2,500 ahead is aiming. Quick Blade's just hit as we bring this up. And this is going to be T1 now struggling to come back in this game. Looking for a pick onto Keen, but even this is greedy. A topside play onto Faker meanwhile.
Yeah, they're making a play up here. Or at least trying to put on more pressure. They, with the ultimate, are able to see that 3 people were hovering bot. So able to just push on in and make something of this.
Keen Does not have flash advantage, so he's kind of just sitting here under this turret. Not going to commit anything further.
Yeah, I kind of like the angle here for Keria. I think that in order for T1 to have a chance to come back in this one, they really need some kind of heroic engage that KT just don't see coming. And like maybe you catch aiming off guard, you burst him down. He does not have cleanse in this game. So if you're charmed, you're knocked up. Obviously, cleanse wouldn't help there, but if you can change some stuff into aiming or into BDD even, I think there is a way for them to come back. So Keria is going to be looking for those long angles.
Zeus going a bit... Okay, hold on.
Well, I say that, and now he's in a little bit of trouble as he is going to flash away. And aiming is just frontlining, just going to get kicked away. Faker just desperately trying to join.
So they get a ghost, but otherwise a massive advantage here. Keria has to flash, Faker has to ult here. He does have teleport, of course, but this is huge on the side of KT Rolster getting that pick. And I was just going to mention, it looked like bottom tower was going to go down, but it does not, in fact. As Keen stepped up too far to Zeus. Zeus did a ton of damage to him, but he's not actually successfully able to take that turret out. So T1 not even getting that on the bottom side of the map. They're very close to it. Very close isn't good enough. Aiming needs to be very careful not to get caught here. Holding on to this flash is really important. And we are still a ways away from this next Drake. The Baron is up. T1 are going to force down this mid turret. And they're faster to group for the Baron right now. Zeus does have teleport. I don't think they can start it, but they could definitely start to scare KT. Maybe force a Twisted Fate ultimate out, try to put KT into a compromising position here. I think that's the way you have to play this as T1. Like you said, setting traps like what Keria was looking for cost him his flash, but it's a proactive play that gives you an opportunity if KT make a mistake, if they feel the pressure here. Remember, T1 are on match point. KT have a massive lead this game, but it's by no means over.
I mean, especially if the game goes pretty late, like you would probably have to favor the Zeri, but at the end of the day, you know, we did talk about the wombo combo abilities, so we'll see how the fights really go. I think it's still going to be difficult for T1 to find good angles from behind, you know, with lack of vision and all that stuff, but let's see. K2 were pretty apprehensive in Game 2 when they won that one, you remember. They, like, kind of got a lead, and they're like, okay, we have a lead. Now let's chill, let's wait. And they gave a lot of time to the Kassadin and the Zeri in that game. As, well, might have another skirmish here on the bottom side of the map as Faker's going in, two-man taunts, but the damage not quite there. Zeus in a lot of trouble. The gold card hits as everybody is just being run down. Zeus gonna go down as well. Another double kill for aiming. Is that his fourth in this game? Because now he's looking for a Guma here. He has to go into his stopwatch, but I think he'll be totally fine with that as Faker is going to be food for the Zeri once again. Cool taunt bro, they say, as now aiming is 9-0.
9 kills on this Zeri. It's insane how much he's been able to do. His positioning is so good. That's a Baron play here on the side of KT now. His owner is alive here, and he is on the flank trying to get some additional information.
They know. BDD's looking for him.
Yeah, and there's the trinket. They push him out, and this should be Lee Sin that is getting out of here, or one way or another.
BDD's so fast as, yeah, owner's dead.
Yeah, he's just dead.
And he is going to get over the wall here.
Oh.
Okay. What? Just...
All right, just focus.
Kill the Baron!
KT focus. Okay, panic.
No, they have lost focus, Wolf.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They need to. As they end up losing out the kill onto Owner. He doesn't even have to flash, and nobody's on the same page here in terms of the turn as Rakan is coming over. Watch the positioning, by the way, of aiming in this fight. Is you walk into this one as Zeus, and they think, okay, maybe we win this fight because Counter-Strike's on cooldown. Taunt comes through, aiming dodges that, is able to get through the Everfrost, bolts multiple people here so he can get this damage over the wall. And he's Zeri, so he's just going to continue to get kills. Faker's pushed away. And the aiming wall rides the chase here, and the stopwatch timing is perfect on Faker's ult. And yeah, he gets a knock up onto Keen. Faker also breaks his own. And yeah, the taunt happens here, but there's no follow-up damage as Guma's been out of this fight for a long time. The follow-up there on the Baron is a little bit regrettable, and I think KT fans are stressed, and as now T1 are going to start this up because KT are very far away.
They're just making it interesting for the fans, I think, as Guma has to go into the Featherstorm here. We do get the engage onto aiming, but Keria is all alone. And unfortunately, Rakan does not have much damage. That is a ton of damage into the Zeri, though, as that got more close than it should have been. But they still will win the fight very handily. Should be able to take down the Baron.
I've never seen a Zeri have a moment like that. barely surviving. Immortal Shield Bow pretty good. She barely gets out there. If she dies, maybe a different story. Maybe T1 can actually contest, but it's 3 kills going over now. That is Baron. And now, very likely the game going into KT Rolster's favor to bring us to Silver Scrapes, because there's just too much of an advantage. You have 10 kills on the Zeri now. And going back to this, it's Guma who's polymorphed here. BDD for the follow-up. Gold card is denied by the ultimate initially here. And then Owner's Q is pretty perfect, but notice that even 1v2, there's enough here with the Zeri. Aiming having that shield bow buys him just enough health to survive.
Yeah.
Very close call.
Chemtech Drake extra shield power.
Oh my god. Ox is watching. Oh my goodness. Ox, secret KT fan.
He's got Bloodthirster now as well. Think about the value.
The value is quite high, in fact. Now his stopwatch is broken. He's got so much money that he could turn that into a GA.
Next.
Or Zhonya's. I mean, he really has. He's got the options.
I'm down.
Now, I mean, with this Baron up, first time KT is actually able to really secure one this series and push leads. We're going to be able to take a lot of control off of this map and then get some deep vision. You already have a Twisted Fate to super ahead. Now he's got Rapid Fire Cannon. And all these turrets just falling by the wayside.
Yeah.
Guma can't even farm freely, safely here. He's just waiting for these waves to hit the inhibitor turrets. That's where he's going to be farming. There's so many minions are being lost in the top side of the map. And that's where BDD is going to put his focus. They've pushed now mid.
I do feel like KT could have, used the side lanes a little bit more. The game got so scrappy in the mid to late game here that it was like, well, I guess we don't really need to. But if the game was really slowed down, I feel like you could just, throw a TF into one lane, a Jax in the other, keep your Zeri safe in the 3 and mid.
And Owner has had so many impressive plays already this game. Zeus too. I mean, they almost collapsed on and killed Aiming right in that last fight. I don't want to say it's over until it's over, right? I mean, they have 2 stopwatches for those players. Faker has his Zhonya's, right? And he can make a big play happen. All you need is the big wombo. Like, they have their own wombos, right? It's not over till it's over, and I think because of this, KT playing so passively here is respectable, considering that one wrong move and then T1 get back map control and the game with it.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah, I mean, when you're down 1-2 in a best-of-5 in playoffs, that's the way you have to approach this sometimes.
Still a pretty massive lead for KT, of course, but I think the point still stands. Better to just wait it out, slowly push him with the Baron. I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more value with the Baron buff, but, 4,300 gold is probably good enough.
My problem is the gold is less significant than getting an inhibitor, because the inhibitor is permanent map control, right? And, well, not permanent, but semi-permanent. It's like 5 minutes that you're going to get. And if they just get gold, I mean, you already had the gold lead. You already have a fed Zeri. Getting 4,000 gold extra, 4,500 gold extra is not as great. Now, they will be able to turn this into a recall here, buy some additional items, and then head over to look for the soul fight. Zhonya's picked up.
For BDD?
Yes. And we don't know how much money Aiming is sitting on right now.
Yeah,
you have to
he was backing, but then he stopped. So I think he's trying to get a little bit more for the GA, probably.
Yeah, I think it's going to be GA. Speaking of, Cuz just picked his up. So, I mean, look at the gold held here, the item value, rather. The gold that's held in these items. 2,000 ahead here for Aiming, 3,000 ahead for BDD. And he's almost level 18. Damage negligible, but it's the setup for the massive damage they have in the back line. The Jax, the Zeri.
They are really trying to force this turret down, and yeah, they're going to get it, but Faker might just die as he is going to ult away.
Look at Aiming on the long con flank. He's coming all the way around.
Not much of a wombo combo here, but the 5 are together as Aiming's still not here, and it might not matter as finally they will take out Keen.
It matters a lot, though. He's not here. He did nothing.
They're going to
have
get
the combo.
Let's see if they can actually get Aiming. As the Q is in there, but everybody on the side of T1 is just kind of being zoned, corralled into a corner.
Keen has teleport here, but now KT have to get out of here.
So much for being safe, right? Like, what is happening in this game?
Okay, this is a really tough fight for KT in this choke. Faker's here, has flash.
He does have the, if this were old Galio, maybe he would have had the 5-man taunt.
Oh, yeah.
Not the way it's meant to be, and I think KT are just going to say, well, that was a little scary. Let's take the Chemtech Soul.
Yeah, Aiming wanted to wrap all the way around, but he took such a long flank angle to get the wraparound there that when the engage came through from BDD and Keen, he was not there at all. And even though it was a great engage with the Jax, it's like, wait, where's the damage? Where's the damage? Looked very scary there for a second. But ultimately, it is still going to be the solo going over here to KT Rolster.
You mean the Elder Spawner?
Yes. And that
for the, you know, the 38-minute Elder Steal?
Functionally, that is what it is going to be this game, as there are some advantages. Obviously, we talked about it, and how it's going to be. It's great for Azeri, too, with this build, because she's below half health. That extra damage is pretty massive, but look at where Azeri is on the minimap. Like, that's actually really where observers should be on. It's like, aiming is a million miles away, still really far away.
I'm flanking.
Yeah, and then King comes over and gets taunted and charmed and knocked up, and he's dead. And now your front line is gone. Your Vi is super low. And luckily for KT, they have the movement speed in this comp to actually get out, but very messy.
Yeah, that's very true. And T1 were like really a thick unit of 5 of a big ball of wombo combos, so really got to be careful. Not a lot of ults used as well, other than Fakers, I believe. Not sure if Gary used his. Probably did. But either way.
Aiming, yeah, he has the GA that we were talking about now for this one. So, I mean, you still have that stopwatch as owner, and he's got to be super close to getting his own GA, actually. It looks like he needs a little bit more money for that, but like this is the fight. Yeah. This is the fight that T1 need to win. They need to stop this Baron, because this Baron ends the game. But look at the setup here for KT. It's so difficult to play into this.
Oh, they're just going to try to 100-0 Carrier. Once again, it's not really going to work. Destiny Gate comes out.
Yeah, not the most impactful one, and Carrier will be able to back. Lost his flash. They're just going to rush over now with that Destiny Gate to the Baron and rush it down.
Yeah.
They have the damage, but do they have the lockout down onto Owner? He's not even coming over here.
Yeah, he's not even going to try. Down will go the Baron.
It's almost like the, T1 here, with no vision, they try to force something. They're kind of resigned to their fate here in some ways. They're not just going to roll over and die, but Carrier losing flash and all that map control and the speed at which KT can go over and do this Baron, they decide maybe their miracle is going to happen elsewhere. As we've seen already on the first Baron, KT didn't get that much lethal damage to the base. We'll see if they can unlock some inhibitors at least this time around. It's going to deny a bounty bottom side.
Aiming's build has 5,000 more gold value over Guma's right now. Guma just barely trying to put together an LDR. Keep in mind that the Xayah, it's not quite Zeri, but can still be insane. If Cuz goes a little bit too ham, if Keen goes a little bit too ham, you get a bunch of feathers stacked up. You really got to be careful, and that's, again, just another reason why KT have to take this so slowly, even with the gigantic lead that they have.
Yeah, I mean, if aiming dies for any reason, like, the GA isn't really passive on it. The res isn't actually going to amount to too much. If you're losing the fight, you'll just die a second time.
Oh, in they go. Just trying to slowly chip away at these turrets.
Yeah, the damage is real here. The Runan's just chipping away at multiple people at once, as you can see. Yep. Extendo beam. From a head like this, Runan's is so oppressive for Siege, and
realistically, as long as KT don't make any mistakes, they should be able to take down all the inhibitors, end the game.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe we're going to 5. It looks like Valdez.
Looks like it. Pony knew the whole time.
He knew, man. He's always right with these preds. It's scary.
The only 3-2 predictors is in a lot of trouble here. He's going to have to back away. Owner is dead. It's desperation moment for T1 as they cannot stop the onslaught of KT at the end of this game. Game number 4 should almost definitely go the way of KT. Looks like they will take down the turrets. Although T1 are desperate to try to stop it once again. They get in. Finally, a charm is hitting, but it does not matter. Down will go the turrets, and we will have Silver Scrapes in the Telecom War.
Telecom War, round 2, top of the bracket. KT picked this team. Lehens is waving to the crowd here. And man, was this game not close at any time. T1 falling apart early in some of those early skirmishes. And once again, BDD on the Twisted Fate, 5-0 now. Maybe this pick deserves a ban. At this point, you have to look at it. You have to consider it. As we are going to Game 5, we are going to Silver Scrapes.
Yeah. Silver Scrapes, guys, so happy.
and it's been so long. I ran into some KT Rolster fans at the cafe before the series, and they were like, "Who'd you predict?" And I told them, like, 3-0 T1, and they're like, we're KT fans. And I was like, look, I had to predict 3-0. I think it's the most realistic prediction. We go 1-1. T1 goes to match point. KT strike back again with this Twisted Fate pick. And now it's anyone's series to take. Keria feeling the pressure. You could definitely tell in this game. Felt a little bit sick, had to pause. And the damage is real here on this Twisted Fate. 20,000. BDD was all over the map.
Even Cuz, like what? 21K on a Vi? It's kind of insane.
I think T1 picked blue side here, but
absolutely,
man, if you ask me now who I think is going to win, I'd have to think long and hard about it, man.
I'm going to have to pick blue side myself.
we had a big upset earlier in playoffs, right, in round 1, with D plus going down. If KT win this, I cannot even explain how much bigger of an upset it is.
It's pretty massive, and it might just happen, guys. We're going to take a break and be back with the space.
나라 높여요. 다이브하자. 달려. 가인 뺐어. 나라 높여요. 뭘 보던가 뭐 알아서 해. 나 이거 텔로 올게. 텔로. 나를 높여. 텔 바로 찍어봐. 나를 가인 뺐어. 보성아 나랑 같이 X 연기하자. 다야 볼게. 나 이거 다야 봐줘. 야, 하나 둘 셋. 보여. 다야. 나이스. 와우. 굿. 이거야. 짜증나. 막 가야지. 쉽게 가면 안 되잖아, 팀원.
Snowball to you. Finally! Baker has a big game himself, a huge smile on his face.
What an impressive game coming through here from KT.
In the wise words of Chronicler, what an impressive game coming through here from KT.
Great quote.
Eloquently stated,
yes.
And definitely fits this moment because they were brilliant in this game and brought us to game number 5, the Silver Scrapes. Blue side OP, what's happening, boys?
I don't know. What's going on?
Boy, you're asking me. So what I want to highlight is twofold. First, if you're going to last pick your mid laner, don't ban Lissandra, ban TF. If you're gonna R4, like LeBlanc or Ahri, both which are banned, but like obviously if that's your train of thought, sure. But otherwise, even if BDD like ends up with the Ahri, that's I think that you'd rather take that, and then you don't have Lissandra than what happened here because his TF is nuts, still undefeated on the pick. And secondly, and this is something I really want to credit KT for, and something that T1 has been struggling with, is that T1's drafts often rely on then winning. And that's why they get away with a lot of stuff that other teams don't. And if you draft for early skirmishes as well, like KT did, and you win those early skirmishes, they kind of fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing that, like, how, you know, like, what happened to Game 3 draft as well. Like, if Lee Sin doesn't get the early lead, like, the game could be kind of frustrated for T1. Like, that's what
Game 2.
That's the thing, like that's what happened in this game. I really want to repoint it out again. They lost the same way at the game 2 against the TF and Jax, and they reopened it because they thought probably Galio could be the answer. But the thing is, like, it's no.
It's not enough.
No.
And I think that also, like, TF does fix a lot of KT's issues as well, because not only is BDD fantastic at the pick, you then sort of get free moments of map control, right? With being able to press your Destiny button, you can use it beautifully in order to set up these sort of ganks and side lanes and things like that. And we saw them do it absolutely beautifully. Here is going to be the first Destiny that we saw, and it did work out quite nicely.
And Uni was very not happy with the Destiny in the previous game. It didn't work. This one, though, was amazing.
That's why the game was just so one-sided. Like, that's what happened in the East, especially the Pro Scene. Just, it's so smooth. I mean, honestly, from like in the detail, like Owner, I think he actually missed the first Q on the Vi. That's why I think the fight was like way too one-sided. And like, I think it's everything was like just physical play, the macro play.
And when T1 doesn't get these leads, they struggle, but I do think they still have a very good sense of flanks and how to catch opponents off guards. But that's where the TF comes in again. The pick does so much with like making sure your opponent can't surprise you. And with this Rod of Ages build that is way beefier than previously the Everfrost build. Like, you can take these long skirmishes, also pretty uncharacteristic, as you're pointing out. Owner actually making a ton of mistakes in this one, missing an E here as well. And those are the moments, I think, where T1 could have gotten some grip back in the game, but instead, snowballed completely against them.
I mean, and Galio, if you lose at the 2v2 with Galio, that's, I don't know, that's donezo.
Yeah, and it did definitely feel like that. Of course, T1 was sort of holding on by a stretch, but I think as soon as you saw Guma go for that flash Featherstorm and miss the Twisted Fate, you knew that there was some emotions at play in this game, and I think that T1, now moving to the blue side, should be able to reset that. But in this game, it was a rough time. Let's have a look at how KT really closed this one out.
Yeah, I mean, if you see the fight, I think the T1, they tried to manage the first, like how they want to open the fight, like with the Nara stacking his rage a little bit, and the Faker TP came in first. But the thing is, like, as Max mentioned it, this is like what KT kind of bad at it, but the thing is, like, he has the Destiny actually covers all of it.
And it means you can't really create the situations that you're looking for. You can't try and skirmish. And we talked about Owner. Keria also having a really rough game here on the Rakan, like getting caught multiple times. Just all the credit to KT, because they are very clearly putting T1 under an amount of pressure that they haven't really faced in a very long time. And it's throwing them off their game. So KT really scaling into the series.
They certainly are. And now it is time to have a look at who picks up POG for this game number 4. It will be BDD. I don't think that there was much doubt in many people's minds. The man was absolutely amazing. 21 silver participation, like at 14 minutes, what was that, 100%?
95.5% of KP.
Yeah, man's insane.
Yeah, I mean, he, like at the 15 kill, he had a 14 out of the 15. Like, he was basically everywhere, every single fight, and he was controlling all about the map.
And after winning those first couple of skirmishes, the T1 comp just couldn't keep up, right? Like, yeah, they have okay team fighting, but with Xayah in particular, you're still relying on your opponent engaging very hard onto you. And we actually saw that KT, because they've played these style of comps so much, are actually able to play around it really well, and all started with BDD getting his team out. And this was, I think, where the mental also broke, like him getting out here. Yeah, that's going to get to you.
Yeah, that looked like a very difficult time. 7 out of 11. Some aiming voters there in the media room, having a really good time alongside the LPL commentators as well. Everybody else throwing it over to BDD, having a very good performance there. And it's now time for us to throw it back to the boys to get into game number 5.
Thank you, Spacers. We are back here for game number 5, aka Silver Scrapes. We are here for the first time since 2017 that these two teams have gone head-to-head in a best-of-5 and made it all the way to game 5.
A full house tonight, KT and T1 fans of a rivalry that spans time longer than League of Legends has been around, and Faker's 10-year anniversary here in the upper bracket. KT's second playoff performance, their second playoff appearance since franchising, and BDD is undefeated on his signature Twisted Fate. And man, it doesn't get more hype than this, as momentum definitely in KT's favor right now. And T1 have legendary players who have crumbled under pressure in Game 5s. They lost MSI in Game 5 with this same roster. They lost Worlds in Game 5 with this same roster. Will they lose to our number 3 team, KT Rolster, here with this roster in the first round of playoffs? Remains to be seen. At least they have blue side advantage this time, as one more Faker reboot comes through. It is so tense right now, as we might have one of the biggest upsets in LCK history on our hands here if KT close this one out.
Yes, and, you know, Pony, I believe, from what I remember, was the only person to predict a 3-2 in favor of T1, but nobody predicted that KT was going to win this series. I think you may have been ridiculed if you actually did make that prediction, to be quite honest. Like, there were a lot of 3-0s. T1 definitely the favorites coming into this, but hard to say now. We can say a bunch of things, that T1 definitely not looking as strong over the course of 4 games that we've seen them all over the regular season. We can also say that Blue Side has won every game, and it has been going strong. And T1 is going to get it here in Game 5, as they did, of course, have side selection on Games 1, 3, and 5.
Yeah. It's all about mentality now, Valdez, going into this series.
Whoa.
Now, we do have special Game 5 music actually this season. And this is the first time that this has happened. And this is it. Everything comes down to this, as we will once again, of course, see the Annie ban here by KT Rolster. Question is, does Elise get through? No, does not. As once again, Vi will be banned. A huge impact cuz made in Game 4 on the pick with the Twisted Fate. And this draft feels so far very familiar. Every single time T1 on blue side bringing this through is Lee Sin will be banned. So a lot of strong picks here in the AD carry role for Guma to lock in first here. Could be the Caitlyn, could be the Varus. I really like this adaptation. Ashe as well
is available. They leave a lot up, and they banned Ashe in the same position in Game 3. It's not going to be Teemo, guys. They banned Ashe, and Lee Sin was selected. So let's see what the choice will be. Wukong.
All right, Wukong coming through. A lot of jungle bans here, so the pool's getting thinned out. KT will have to lock in their jungler here now. What else can they hide, though? As this gives the opportunity, of course, for a counter pick for AD carry for T1. With a Varus highlighted here again for aiming. Zeri has been so fantastic. His late game champions have been amazing, but his Varus in the late game from behind in Game 2 was game winning. His Qs, his arrows from range, fantastic. And now, what jungle pick do we get here? Is all meta picks are basically off the table right now. And Viego is disabled, as far as I know, still here in the LCK. We didn't have the graphic for that.
Yes.
And yes, we got a confirmation. Xin Zhao here.
Yeah, I mean, this was always the go-to with this many jungle bans throughout the regular season, at the end of it at least. Canyon pulling it out.
It's got a very high win rate.
Yeah, over 4 games, but still counts.
Yeah. And, I mean, that's the thing, it's niche, but it has been successful. And we'll see the Xayah Rakan to come through here into the Varus lane. Can be very tricky to play this one out. We have not yet seen Lehens be willing to play a non-engaged support and just play, I mean, minus the Lulu, of course, but be willing to play the Karma, the Renata here. I mean, I think you prioritize it here right now. You're into Wukong, you have a Xin Zhao, you have so much disengage.
Watch him play Singed. It's like, yeah, it's me, it's Lehens, it's Game 5. I think it's pretty insane, but...
BDD's Taliyah! They prioritize the Taliyah!
I mean, BDD is playing like a monster in this series, so prio for him, I don't mind it.
I was already ready to say they're playing Renata. The Taliyah pick is coming through, or through the bans for T1. But they actually get the soul lane here. And it's Lehens, like you said, very difficult to ban against Keria in these situations, but Lehens, similar situation where now if you use a ban here on the Renata, it almost feels like you've lost a lot of power here in terms of your bans.
Yeah.
They're still going to have counterpick for Keen no matter what here. They will ban the Renata. This gets a little bit more dicey from here. We'll see if it's just one more LeBlanc ban for Game 5, and it will be. Oh, man.
Just denied for the majority of these pick bans as what is going to be the last choice. I do agree, it's really difficult, especially with a lot of support stuff available. And so they are going to ban the Jax instead.
Wonder if KT would be willing. It's going to be Blitzcrank, maybe.
Oh.
So risky, though, of a pick.
Yeah, look at his head. He's like, ooh, I don't know, you know. Heimer.
Wow, they will actually pick the Heimer finally. It looks like he nods for it. And this is what we've been kind of waiting for. Is KT confident enough? No, never mind.
Nautilus, okay.
I was going to say, are they confident enough that they can actually get objective controlled setup with these and win lane super hard against the best duo lane in the LCK? But it will once again be Nautilus for lockdown. And Gragas opens up a Gnar pick here, potentially, if it is going to go to the top lane. There's no way to hide this, as T1 right now is Faker's best champion in the later parts of the season was his Gragas. So the first team to pick it and make it meta. And the rest of the world followed suit. Bit of a smile here from Zeus. What's it gonna be?
Well, it's not gonna be blind Yasuo, right? That's one thing I think we can...
Well?
Right? I mean, maybe you play it into Taliyah? Yasuo's pretty good into Varus and Taliyah, but not into the others. So it will just be the Gnar.
See what Keen's answer is going to be. The Jace. The Jace made it all the way through the draft.
That was quick.
They have double lethality here In terms of poke, I thought perhaps maybe they just say, we're going to play around topside, we play a Camille, and that's going to be the gamble he takes here at the end. But against Xayah, difficult to pull off with the front line that they're playing against. He's just going to try to chip away at it with that lethality. He and Varus will have so much damage with Taliyah engaged and shaping these team fights, man. That is what BDD has been so fantastic at. Whether it's the Twisted Fate, whether it's the Taliyah, the Azir that's no longer meta, he is so good in these early skirmishes. And if T1 overextend one more time, they lose that early game, they fall behind against this composition. It gets even harder to play than the Zeri comp we just saw in Game 4. But it is against, of course, the best duo lane in the LCK. You have the Xayah Rakan, and getting advantages there with the Varus isn't going to be free. It's going to come at a cost. Top side of the map, definitely a strong matchup here for Keen.
Who's going to stop Keen? Our top laner. I also saw a very seductive Cloud Templar behind it. That was interesting. As the T1 fans are out here in droves, of course, at the same time.
Waited so long for this moment to come back to form, to come back to the top. You mentioned it's been 6 years since we saw the Game 5. It's been 5 years since they defeated T1. They didn't make a playoff appearance until last year since. This is the second time. To win this means so much to these fans that have been waiting so long for this moment, this opportunity to play a close series against the rival telecom team that has been so legendary over the last 2 years.
I think more reliable wombo combo for T1 this time, but a lot to shape the rift on the side of KT. It's anyone's from here. Let's jump out of the rift for game number 5.
Level 1 here, trying to trap the Gnar.
Oh, no, he has no idea. But it's not every day that you just walk into that brush either. So yeah, he's just going to take Hop.
That's huge, though. Going to really help Keen get an early advantage in this lane. Better that than losing Flash, but still a huge advantage. We'll see if T1 can set up something counter-wise here when they return, but it seems unlikely at this stage.
It's crazy that Faker, you know, he has such a massive champion ocean that he goes back to Gragas. Feels like, you know, this season comfort, and he was by far the best Gragas that we've had, as, by the way, it looks like he took the PTA.
Yeah.
Which has just been hovered here.
Interesting. Doesn't feel strong in this draft, really. Could be helpful against the Xinjiao ganks, potentially on the top side for some additional damage when Wukong comes over. But without fleet footwork here, without Conqueror, you know, dueling this Jace, this is going to be so incredibly difficult. He has, of course, the Hop, but Keen is going to be pushing this advantage early.
I wonder if it makes his level 1 really strong. He's like waiting here in the brush, just waiting.
Looks like that's the idea.
Rocket. Obviously, you know, starting Hop, maybe that was all part of the plan, you know, to put on some extra pressure. Doesn't really look like it.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit hyped, you know.
Well, I mean, look, with Zayas, you always have to trust, and you always have to know there's a plan. This might not be the level 1 plan you were talking about, but he definitely has a reason for this, so we'll see how it plays out later on. And it's going to make him great in duels and extended trades.
This was not a good trade from Faker, as he did not hit level 2, but BDD did, so he just took a massive chunk.
And Showmaker's on a 3-loss streak until the most recent we've seen, of course, but BDD was not on that list. He was one of the ones who were putting the Taliyah win rate very high. And, this is level 2 now for Keen. And starting Hop is really, it's just unfortunate, but that's what they planned out with their level 1 here. And it's wild that Jace goes all the way through the draft, a pick that we haven't seen Keen on in a while.
It got banned first by KT, actually, in games 2 and 4. And then it got banned in second rotations by T1 in games 1 and 3. So it was definitely on a lot of teams' minds. Or I guess I had those backwards. KT on the, banned by,
Yeah, everyone knows what you mean, yeah. And Zayas is like the Jace player.
It was banned a lot,
you know, you think about Kana, I'd say Kana, Zayas are probably the most iconic Jace players we have in the LCK, and for Kana, you know, that for a lot of people that's not always a good thing, but he has played a lot of Jace, he has prioritized it a lot. Khan, obviously one of our most famous Jace players of all time. But in a series like this, it's just been so far removed. Zeus feels like the Gnar pick is going to be the safest to blind. And then they level 1 him, so his agency is even lower than normal. He has turned this lane around a little bit, though. Actually has a experience advantage at the moment.
Yeah. There's not too much going on. To go back to what I was saying, it was actually KT banning it all 4 times. They just did it on blue side in first rotation and then second rotation on red.
Yeah,
they had banned it 4 games in a row at some point, and then they get it in game 5, R5. It's very interesting.
It's been the Jace Gragas flex that T1 relied on so much. And I say relied on, it's not like they needed it, but they leaned on it, right? They used it, they utilized it, they popularized it. As you can see here, Faker is 10-0 on the pick this season. This is kind of going back to...
This is overall.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. I was going to say, that seems a bit high for this season.
Uh-oh. Slow down here on Zeus. He was trying to get Mega Gnar. I don't know if he's going to get it. Flash in! First blood to Keen!
Uh-oh.
A solo kill in the top lane!
And this was the one angle, you know, that you're thinking if you're a KT fan, maybe you could get an advantage here. But it's like, okay, Keen is second best top laner, but he's playing against Zeus, so what does that really mean? But you give him a counter matchup like this, you get him that advantage early on, and he's going to roll with it. And that was the one thing I told those KT fans I ran into earlier. They were like, is there any way? I said, Keen.
Oh, dodging the hook, making him go to the wall. Cuz is here. You see that T1 will just back away once they do see this. There's a lot of hiding of vision from Jonah Strong, so I thought something was awry, something was happening.
So Faker, you know, you talked about how that's his all-time record. He's only played a few games of Gragas, of course, in mid before this season. But let's go back to Keen's play here on the top side. As he just goes in. It's the W, extra damage. Shock Blast is empowered. He flashes for the final auto. He's just so calm, man. He's chilling. This is game 5. The fans are screaming in the background, and he's just as cool as a cucumber. Doesn't care at all.
Yeah. It's only the first step in many to try to take a victory here in a game 5.
Leah's coming up.
He has ult. Spotted. Uh-oh, this... Oh boy, Owner's in a lot of trouble. He's up against the wall, in between a rock and a hard place, and down he goes.
Oh no, Valdez.
2 early kills for KT.
2 early kills for Keen, especially here.
Oh boy.
What an extended lead he should be able to pick up now. And man, you have, as this composition as KT now, so much agency on the map too. You should be able to force this early Drake into your favor. It's a Mountain Drake, which you definitely want to deny from T1, considering the Jace and the Varus. Even one solo Mountain is going to be pretty good against your composition. This Faker's trying to set something up here, but he just doesn't have the angle. And Talia is very good into these quote-unquote safe laners because she could just constantly chip away at them. And
another one ignites in. Faker's in trouble. Cask is good, but can he get out of this one? I guess he can. He's got Keria nearby. Holds on to his flash.
And, you know, Faker's playing Gragas here, very safe champion, but in order to CS, he has to put himself in harm's way for these shoves. The shove comes through, Lehens comes over, gets the hook. Faker does not have to flash. The Cask does come through, and as you mentioned, the roam coming up, he will escape, but you can just see how lethal this composition is, and this is so much setup now on the Drake here for KT Rolster. Cuz level 6.
Uh-oh, Guma face checks, tries to get a ward down. He doesn't have flash. I think he's dead. Down he goes. Aiming gets another kill, and that is now 3 on the board for KT before 10 minutes.
And T1 have found their match in early game. They have found their match, you know, and it feels like this is a hard counter to T1 in some ways. When you get a lead as KT, T1 don't know how to lose. They don't know how to play safe, play back, play defensively. You're just walking into these time and time again, and KT are like, thank you for the gift again. In this moment here where Owner's like, I'm going to play around top side, I'm going to play around getting this Gnar head. Look at the Gnar bar set for Zeus. Like, they wanted to make this play happen, and if there's no Talia in this game, with the Gnar bar the way it is, they probably make that work. As Guma comes up here, he's got a control ward in this brush, just walks face first into this. Man, that's another kill going over. And man, KT fans are losing it here in the arena as we take a 100 or 1100 gold lead at 8 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty massive, and I mean, because he's been trying to have a big impact on the bottom side of the map, this is something you have to do, especially taking the Xinjiao into Wukong, right? You want to have that early impact. Is able to get down there and get a kill onto Guma, who did not have his flash, so It's an excellent way to now get your other lane fed. You already got Keen in a great spot on the top side, Cuz also part of that kill. And yeah, just a really good start here. The majority of the gold lead is on the top lane still, of course.
And BDD double shove.
Oh my, this is just getting out of hand.
Yeah, and Faker, he's going to lose about a fifth of his health here. He's going to be able to tank through most of it, but I don't know about contesting this anymore. Keen's over here.
There's a lot of ultimates available for T1 if they could layer them well, then perhaps, but against this lead and against Xin Zhao, I don't think they should be allowed to take this, but they will. They're just going to walk up to take it down, and now they're going for the fight. They take down Xin Zhao. No, the Crescent Guard comes in. Cuz
Unbelievable! Unbelievable!
Lives! How does he live?
Oh man, the Cascade was perfect, but the Crescent Guard is just too good. And that's 2 kills going over to KT Rolster. The eye is picked up by Zeus. And he will be able to get some plate gold potentially, but not right now. He's going to take that empowered recall and get the hell out of top lane. As Keen's going to come up here and pick up this wave, but it looked so good, the engage. They had everything set. Like you said, if you layer those ultimates, and Xin Zhao lives with almost no health. It's reminiscent of something we saw from KT against Liv Sandbox, you know? Yeah. Almost the exact same Herald contest.
Otherwise you lose.
And they did not kill him. He flashes out. The Crescent Guard is going to keep him alive here. Keria goes down. Faker is dead. Flash is down now for 2 of these critical players here in terms of engage. Watch this from Cuz's first-person view. He's cast in. Crescent Guard pushes the rest of them away, and his mouse movement as well as he flashes further away. Oh, man.
I think his ult just got off cooldown as well.
Yeah.
I think the timing was actually perfect for him to just barely survive. It's crazy. KT are actually just playing everything perfectly, even in the face of some of this, you know, what has been over the regular season, just perfect kind of layering of CC. It was just barely not enough to kill Cuz.
Keen is going for Gore Drinker. He's got it already. And he's like... He had his Iron Spike super early because he picked up those initial kills, right? But now he's got the Gore Drinker. And you could argue that lethality could be stronger when you're this far ahead because you could just snowball the game a little bit better. But he's playing into a pretty tanky front line here. It's Steel Caps on the Snar. And he just wants to be able to win these crazy fights that T1 are forcing non-stop. And adding that extra heal on top of him is going to be massive. And because he's so ahead, he will still have his second item very soon. And he's still going to be doing big damage with Shock Blast. His poke is still relevant. But you already have one other lethality member who's going to be able to challenge in terms of poke in your bot lane Varus. So it's not going to be the end of the world here that he is not going to be spiking as hard as a normal 4-0 Jace would in previous times before the nerf to Eclipse. Skuma's going to come down here and try to get a plate. Will he be punished? I don't think so, but he won't get the plate. I'm still like in awe at how quickly T1 has crumbled in this series. And, I wasn't trying to curse it when I was saying that, we've seen a lot of Game 5s fall apart here, but T1 in the LCK domestically, they don't play Game 5s. They win those series fast, right?
Yeah.
Not this time.
And how immaculately KT have played this early game as well. I mean, it's just been a masterclass. It's almost like they're powering up as the series comes along. They're the first team to potentially get a win on red side if they do it. Would be pretty massive. The Xin Zhao starting early, getting so much value. The Jace counter pick into Gnar just left up only in Game 5. And you've got BDD just holding it down in mid like a champ. Things are just going incredibly. Another stun goes on to the Gragas.
No flash.
Here is Lehens, another good cask. It doesn't look like BDD quite as the damage, but he is layering it, and actually, he will as Faker. Yeah, he does not have a way to get back over. I thought he would have body slam in time, but no, it's just a straight-up kill from BDD. Lehens is there to support.
There's no cross-map to be had here. Zeus is playing with fire here as well with where he is on the map.
And again, they are trying to force fights when they should not be, when they cannot be.
And T1, they just don't know how to lose. They don't know how to play from behind. It's wild watching this happen. It's actually crazy.
It's insane. Zeus is going to go down as well. This is a massive early game stomp.
It's that moment where you're like, Faker Young, you said if you die, we go in. You said if you die, we go in. They used a lot to kill you, right? And he's coming down. Zeus is there, but he has no damage. He's sitting on the steel caps and a Kendall gem, and he's not in position. The Nautilus is still there. And you're forcing a fight because T1 in these really rough scenarios, in these extremely tough fights where they're down on members, have turned it with their coordination so many times, but this was an unturnable situation. This is a massive lead. Is aiming. Will he potentially get caught here? Cyclone and Flash for Owner.
He's trying to run. He does have Flash. There it is, as on the chase is Keria. And he will get the charm in. Cyclone comes in. Healy used, aiming, trying to survive. He stands alive, and finally he gets knocked down. Owner burning to the Ignite, but he will survive as well. And now, Lehen's going down. T1 maybe finding an angle of their own, as Lehen's did go into the stopwatch. Has to use Featherstorm. Here comes Faker. Picks up a kill on the BDD. And that's a bunch of shutdowns that all of a sudden T1 are coming back.
Never underestimate the clutch factor of T1, though. They will make this happen. Faker going to tank a lot of turret shots here. Cuz wants to come over and lock him down. Flash.
Oh, he's dead. Now, oh, cast. Yep, doesn't matter. Cuz going to take him out. And that'll be the end of that.
So that's a lot of gold going into the pockets of T1 this last exchange. And this was really well played. Love the ult usage there from Gumusi. Perfectly timed. When the Hens came out of stopwatch, make sure they lock down the kill. But they spent a lot of time doing this. This is the moment where things really go wrong here for T1, though. Faker has a nice cask to push Lehen's away. But Lehen still has Flash. He's still within range, and he hooks perfectly, so he doesn't hit the wall, but actually hits the Gragas. And then they decide they want to force this here when there's no prio top. And Zeus, no Narbar here whatsoever. And the predictive Shock Blast there from Keen does so much damage to him. And Lehen's is here. You have a Weaver's Wall, and T1 just put themselves back against the wall here into the corner. And then the bottom side play, I don't know how much we'll get to see because stuff is happening in live. This is really well played from Owner, Keria, and Faker, who's rotating over. Aiming plays as well with the Ghost Blade Flash. As meanwhile in live.
Yeah, we got a setup here. They're going in. As, oh boy, looks like Chains landed on Taguma. He doesn't have Featherstorm as he's going super far down the lane. Doesn't matter. As down he will go. It looks like KT should be able to line this up into a Rift Herald. Yeah. Down goes that turret as well.
Second Rift Herald. And in the bottom side, like everything was played well from Guma. He gets a kill. They shut down the enemy AD carry. But it's not going to stop the snowball that's rolling down the hill that is KT because they have so much map control. And Lehen's on engage supports, man. It's just a thing of beauty. They were not going to play the Heimerdinger.
Can't believe they made him play Lulu twice. That was a mistake. Let's not see that again.
I mean, I'm okay with it with some of the Flash Log growth plays we saw, for example, but
sure. He is really coming to his own in this as well. I mean, he was great last year as well on Gen G, but
no one was really playing the engage support Varus outside of Challengers, right? We saw that in Challengers, and then Lehen's was like, I'll play Leona, I'll play Nautilus, I'll do this. Yeah. He's like, I'll play Blitzcrank, it's fine. And when the changes, the nerfs to Enchantress came through, Lehen's was just so happy, man.
3 turrets already gone. This is going to be a 4th. As they cannot stop it. Nobody's even here. Guma's behind his turret.
It's a 2 Drake lead too, and is it okay?
Oh, it's Cloud.
Cloud. It could have been Hextech or Infernal though. So, you know, if you're a T1 fan, you're like,
sometimes
could have been worse.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're this far ahead, the Cloud is actually really good. You chase them down faster.
Sure.
You know, you don't quite need the damage.
But if it's Hextech with this Varus and Jace, or if it's Infernal with the Varus and Jace, I feel like you're feeling really terrified. But yeah, the Cloud is still good. Like, don't get me wrong. Could have been Chemtech again. Nobody wants that, except T1 fans. In this case, I guess.
And Ox, of course, who's watching at home.
They should be able to survive here, but they're not able to get the turret. And T1, just trying to force somebody out of position. Maybe we all in on somebody. Faker doesn't have Flash, but it's coming up soon. Gragas engages happen from so far away. Stuff like this, trying to get some additional vision. So risky, but you have to take risks right now here in this 5th game.
We have this stat that T1's recent record in game 5s of best of 5s, obviously, 2-4. And I'm not sure how recent that is.
Now, yeah, consider the Gen G finals.
Great.
Yeah, the Gen G finals in summer, right? MSI, Worlds, those are 3 that I can think of on the top of my head right now. Didn't go to game 5, but a best of 5s, right? And I'm gonna watch this play one more time. Is those chokes have come through, right? Those have happened. Where, you know, you see underperformances. I think the game 5 draft from DRX really threw T1 for a loop. You know, Kingen had an overperformance in that series. Zeus had an underperformance. And this game is just T1 falling behind early and then still trying to force team fights into their favor.
Yeah, they still had the aggression level set to the max when it should have definitely taken a little step back after the way this game started off. As it'll be interesting to see where we go from here. Obviously about almost 5,000 gold to lead for KT. It is quite large at this point in time. A lot of first and second items even finished on multiple members of KT. They have double, actually triple tier as well. Behind all of this, it's like, oh yeah, we're destroying them. And also we have 3 tiers.
Yeah.
So we're going to have Saris, we're going to have double Muramana.
And if this game continues on the trajectory it has, we're going to have a lot more tiers than that here in LoL Park. And three
You're
tiers,
not wrong.
3 tiers stacking up. You have a Gragas who's naturally going to get stronger, right? But is not in a position this game to actually make a high impact here damage-wise because you're behind. You're going to get dove now.
Yeah, they're going to go for this if they find an angle. Lahen's thinking about it. Doesn't have to,
and
as they do respect it.
He's going to get a bounty here, but it's in trade for Inner. So it's actually still arguably, while this feels okay for T1, you're still happier as KT Rolster because this is more turrets off the map, setting up a different win condition in the bottom lane. And in terms of the gold picked up here, like trading even, quote-unquote, it always feels good, right? People like to say that when you're behind. But is Faker picking up that and some additional money on a Gragas he's so far behind on? He's only 5 stacks in to the Rod of Ages. We're talking about a 24-minute completion of that. And the way that Taliyah is going to naturally scale now with this Jace and the Varus is just... You don't have to force anymore, actually. You just set up on objectives and say, this is mine. You annex them, essentially, and say, like, come and lose the game, T1, or lose the game by not showing up.
The bottom lane is going to be such a disaster here. Like, there's no way that Zeus can get close to the Jace. Hey, this isn't fair. Lahen's is here, too? Wait, the entire team is roaming down.
Yeah, and the Drake is going to spawn soon, so... got an angle.
Oh, the predict! Lahen's, did you really have to do him this dirty?
I mean,
when the game is already this in your favor.
I mean, they could try to push this inhibitor turret, too, before this Drake spawns. As BDD has teleport on the top side of the map, it's not safe to push mid because they'll just collapse on you. They're not going to push it all the way, but they do get a big rotation over here from Faker. And this means BDD is free farming. So you know, basically give and take here for T1, but you're trying to defend your base. You lose a Gnar, and then the Taliyah gets more advantages on the other side of the map. As T1 maybe try to start a desperate Baron here with the vision clear. Could be a thing, but it is very greedy right now.
It is so desperate. You're just hoping that KT do not check.
And so far they have not.
Well, they're TPing, so this makes it a lot more obvious. As, okay, they're just going to go for it. Feels like KT haven't really noticed yet.
Yeah, they're very late
slow. Okay, now they know 100%.
This is a T1 moment where you could turn this game back around, but they don't have any vision here. They probably have to back away. Cuz going in!
Yeah, he's just going in. He's got Crescent Guard. He is so tanky right now. They're not really able to turn onto him. Faker's got a nice angle. Big cast. In goes Zeus. They take out the Jace. That's a lot of the gold gone. Is it enough is the question.
I think maybe.
Cuz, though, he is fighting 1v2 against these guys. Down goes the Forest. And down will go Cuz.
And that's Baron.
T1, they found an angle and they found a fight.
And this was... KT just not doing their due diligence on this Baron, and they come over way too late, and the Crescent Guard engage is desperate. Now, a lot of low health bars here on the side of T1, so they're going to have to reset before they actually go over to the Baron. And in fact, with this Cloud Drake open, which KT, by the way, did also not take, T1 could look for even more here. There's still bounties available on the map here, objective-wise, so this is going to be some additional gold they pick up with this Cloud Drake. And man, KT really flubbed the engage. Now, we're going to go to this pick here first, which was really cool prediction. We don't need to watch the rest of this, though, because I want to see what's going on in live quickly. We do have to get to that Baron replay. But the Baron fight is really messy here. Faker's engage here with Keria is basically perfect. And it's an 80 carry here that does not have the ability to the long-term team fight comparatively to what you're going to have as Guma here. So look at aiming. He's doing very little with the Keria Wombo there with Faker. And aiming, he just can't kite it back. He can't take Zeus out.
Too.
Yeah, there's nothing he can do, and then Cuz is taken out here. Owner gets some additional heals, does not go down. Very well played. And I'd like to see if T1 actually were able to secure the Baron. We don't know. So grouping up for it now. Still not enough vision control, though.
Yes, one Cloud Drake. Maybe that helps in setting up more of those engages on the side of T1. They have also collected 750 gold of objective bounties.
Owner, if he goes down, there's no way to get a Baron. Won't be able to get out with Warrior Trickster.
Yeah. And KT this time, I think after that scare, Like, this is game 5. You can't be messing up stuff like that, right? I think they're going to try to take it a lot slower. That's part of how they were winning their games that they won, right? Is just taking the games really slow with leads.
And Faker's just been sitting in the side lane this whole game. He's now on his Rod Seraph's completion. It's going to be done in like a minute or 45 seconds or so. He's got a stopwatch here. He has 20 CS lead over BDD because he just sent it to the top lane, and he was just like, I'm just going to take out the bounty. I'm just going to keep pushing. I'm going to grab a turret. I'm going to grab some additional gold. And he was trying to do that Faker thing where if they collapse on me, we'll get something else. Nobody collapsed on him, so he got a turret. He got a bunch of farm, and he's starting to come back online this game. Talked about how Gragas and Taliyah both naturally do similar things in terms of how they scale. And the Taliyah is going to be more of a damage carry, Faker going to be more of that engage carry, as we saw in the last fight with Keria. There's the Rod completion. And man, it is such a tight race here for winning this Baron fight and setup, but every time you group too heavily, the enemy team gets a little bit more side lane control. BDD is Taliyah without teleport, but does have the Weaver's Wall, and he could maybe set up a flank. It's taking a long wraparound angle.
Oh boy, the pick potential is massive. Owner going to be forced to Cyclone before the fight even begins.
Horrible. That's one of their best engaged tools and one of their follow-ups. Look at the shock blast damage.
Somebody's got to check, right? Somebody's got to get in there. The cask is massive. Can they burst down Faker? Goes into the Zhonya's. Now Keria gets over the wall. The damage is massive for the side of T1. KT have gone a little bit too deep, a little bit too far. And now they're on the run in T1. Maybe they've got an angle here, although BDD, trying to be the hero, will take out Faker. Guma is just collecting gold as we speak. He's going to get another kill. The Gnar comes in, and it's an ace for T1.
T1 may have just done it. I mean, there's so much gold here on the map right now, and the Baron is theirs for the taking. And the engage there from Keria. Once again, fantastic over the wall as KT vastly overextend, and similar to game 2, you have to be so careful with these leads against this Rakan, and you're going in so deep. Look at Keria's positioning here, and you're ahead, I get it, Keen, but you cannot go this deep. You get caught by the cask, then the follow-up from Keria hits. And where's the damage here? Aiming can hit a few Qs here, but long-term, and when he has to kite back, when he actually is gotten on top of, there's nothing this lethality bars is ever going to do. BDD will trade one back here onto Faker.
And they both die.
Yeah.
Maybe if you stay alive, maybe like BDD could poke them, but no, instead they just get aced.
So there should be at least 3 turrets that are taken here for T1 on the map, as the T1 fans are so hyped about the comeback here in this 5th and final game. Let's take a look at where we are here now. 1400, the Baron power play, but KT, faster group up on what will be their sole point, so massive that T1 was able to get that one Drake away from them. Makes that even if they lose this one, it's not that significant. This game is so tense, so back and forth.
It should not have been in this position. KT were so far ahead. They had the game in the bag, it felt like, but T1 decided to bait them into a couple of fights, and KT could not resist. They say, we're so far ahead, of course we can fight you, that's fine. But what happens is, when you have so much gold on one guy and he dies first in both fights, you cannot afford that. You lose so much as Faker now going to have to flash.
It was really well played by Cuz. He tries to bait out the body slam, has the sidestep. Faker has to flash. Guma's taking a huge shock blast, and now he's pushed out of this fight.
This is how you're supposed to fight for it? This is how you're supposed to fight as KT.
Yeah.
This is how you do it, not what you were doing before, whatever that was.
And they are doing it well here, Lehens. Closing this gap.
Gotta continue poking, gotta cover your flanks. They see Owner.
He has Flash Cyclone. They have to respect this.
And this is a singular Cloud Drake. You can see that they are going to respect it, because still on the Drake, Mega Gnar about to spawn. Zeus always on time with that one.
KT so split on the calls. They're chasing this Wukong, and they're losing control of the Drake.
But no damage on the Drake from T1. As I don't even know if they care about the Drake. It looks like they want to take the fight. Zeus with Mega Gnar. As Owner's going to Cyclone here on top of BDD, or rather onto Keen. As now the damage is in, it's going to be taken by the side of Cuz, but the flank comes in! Keria gets the flank, and can they get on top of BDD is really the question, as he's going to get away. Cuz looks like he's dead, and more kills go to the side of T1.
Oh man, they tunneled so hard onto Owner. He survives. He had the Cyclone early, but they did not see the flanking Rakan. Again, Keria pulls it off here. TP from Faker to the top side of the map. They still have Baron buff for 20 more seconds. That should be 2 additional turrets going over. And yeah, KT end up getting the Drake, but it's just Soul Point, not the Soul. Turrets falling all over the map. KT roster here. Can you catch Faker? Remember, Keria just below him. And it's not over till it's over, but man, T1 are back in the driver's seat in a huge way.
Somehow, some way. The Baron buff power play was like 5,000 gold. And yeah, they lost the singular Cloud Drake. Who cares? They are so much better spot now compared to earlier.
Look at the long wraparound from Keria on the minimap. And you hit the Cyclone here. Now KT awkwardly trying to turn back into the Drake. And look at Keria, flash ult here. So many charms. Aiming is deleted. The BDD on the side here, and there's no one to actually kill the carry. Guma can just clean up the rest of the fight. And Guma has never really been under any threat here outside of that shock blast. This is Keria's first-person view. Look at how quickly he comes in and the shot calling, how rapid it is. You can really feel the tension in this series that KT almost stole away. Just calling a push for the bot lane. Zeus' reaction.
He's like, oh, this is fun. Zeus is having a great time.
Reminds me of another top laner who said a similar thing.
Yeah.
Doran in the best of 3 last year against D+, formerly Dom1, of course, in that series last year. But look at the items now for Zeus. He has so much money he's picked up. He's actually becoming a huge frontline threat. Before, it was like, okay, Keen didn't go for the Eclipse build, but Nar's not that tanky. It's very difficult for him to actually frontline and look for these fights, but now he really is. He's got a Thornmail online. His Force of Nature is coming online soon, so he can be able to deal with some of that BDD poke, harass, as well as engage. And look at the gold held here across the board in items. Only Keen really still having that big advantage, but it's on Gore Drinker Jace. So how much do you really care when you have this tanky frontline now? The Zhonya's is done. And T1 are just looking to get deep Baron vision.
The last 3 or 4 fights have all been the way that T1 won a fight, right? Like, it's just full-on engages, crazy, scrappy. Casks are sending your Lethality Varus flying into the team. The Jace, even though he's a little bit tankier with the Gore Drinker, doesn't matter. He gets thrown into the team. KT have not have a moment to breathe and just poke them down since, like, minute 15.
Yeah, this is what happens when you lose map control and all that standing gold. It's just hard-to-hard engage now, you know, because there's so many different ways to peel as T1. And the Xin Zhao, who has a stopwatch, the Talia has a stopwatch, doesn't want to get anywhere near that Xayah. And Xayah just going to ult and be fine. Faker is just so tanky, it's hard to actually blow him up. And then you look at the Gnar build, Force of Nature is done. Zeus is hard to kill, so who do you kill? The flanking Rakan? Do you kill the Wukong that you tried to kill last time and failed, who has GA now? And it feels like checkmate here in terms of the itemization. KT's comp somewhat does have a timer on it. You know, the hourglass is running out here because you did go for double lethality here. And now the armor's up. Now the armor's ready. Now you have to deal with the late game Xayah, who's about to hit 4 items.
Even the Zhonya's, the GA, the Thornmail, obviously. Lots of armor just strewn across multiple members here on the side of T1 is absolutely going to help as this goes, as T1 just going to start this one up. That was actually on Vision. They know this is happening. I don't know that KT can stop it.
It's going to be really difficult to do so. KT need a miracle fight here. Look at the split. Keria on the flank again. Control Ward is ready. He's got flash too.
He's looking for that angle. Not going to have it just yet.
Man, Keria making my heart stop. As he often does.
All right, there is a controller in the back of that pit, so this one, I think T1 also have identified, like, okay, if this game goes late, we're probably going to be fine, so we can play it slow from here. Unless, you know, KT really try to force something on an objective, then maybe we look for our engage, our team fight, but otherwise, maybe just wait it out, you know, get another Cloud Drake, start stacking them up, and take little wins.
And they can stay over here on this Baron too.
Or just kill the Hens, who is killing a ward. Okay, he's just going to flash.
He does not have Hex Flash, so this is actually pretty significant that this is taken away, one of the best engaged follow-ups. And he's pushed away. And T1 finally going to get owner on this Drake. This Scuttle is so valuable. As KT need to try to wrap in here now and push this Baron and look for a pick. I mean, Faker's level 18. And they're just not going to get anything out of this. They're going to let the Drake go, and they're not going to contest. They're not going to set up on Baron. KT falling apart here in the last hour. Because the only chance you have is trying to push on these tanky front lines when they're alone, when the damage is on the Drake. And you had Scuttle Vision there. You don't use it. And, like, T1 are like, okay, well, we know that they are concerned that we could be wrapping around with the Wukong. And now, like, they're just not going to do anything. So if we go over there, we're going to get the Drake, and then we're going to have the better group. And this is exactly what's happened. T1 setting up for this.
Zeus is so fast. He's just getting in there. He's looking for someone. Lens doesn't have any flash. He's looking to go down. Nobody can help him. Keen's here. I'm like, I don't do damage to Owner. What am I going to do? And that's a dead Nautilus now. We didn't have flash to begin with, and maybe this is now when T1 pull the trigger on this Baron.
What a comeback win this would be for T1, as they've got full vision here around the edge of the pit.
All right, let's see, cuz very important smites for your career, as in they go, and they're getting burst! They're getting burst! They're going in one by one, as in the front line, cuz will eventually go down, and GA, very important for Owner, but look at the health bars on the side of T1.
Okay.
That was not the fight you were looking for.
Definitely not. They wanted to actually force the fight here instead of trying to go for a 50-50 smite, and yeah, you kill Cuz, but it comes at a huge cost here. 2 members down, Carry is picked. Owner loses his GA and is killed subsequently as well. And these are huge wins for KT now, as Death Cap is getting closer. Guma!
Wait, there's a Zaya there! Guma with the stealth assassination. Gonna get the kill here, BDD. They had no idea. As he's on the run, Zeus will be able to take him down. Faker can just go into Zhonya's, and now they're looking to push mid.
Yeah, I think they might just be able to end it here. With no defending Talia for 50 seconds, T1 at least going to be able to try to force this inhibitor. They don't even have to waste time on Baron. That inhibitor means the follow-up Baron. Zeus has Gnar, and they have full map control.
Here they go. Here they go, Zeus looking for it. He's got flash. He's just going to hop the wall, and he's going to be looking for an angle to open this one up. 28 seconds on the Talia, 12 on the Varus. T1,
they've got the wave
on the doorstep of winning this best of 5 as a massive amount of CC in that front line.
Minions down.
Trying desperately to stop this, and they do take out the minions, as you mentioned, which is so important. They will back off now.
Yeah, BD is up in 10 here. Owners on the Baron. No teleport for Talia. Keen's teleport coming back up here, but there's no wards. They're just trying to chase down and force this fight here on the Baron. This is probably going to be the fight that decides the game if they commit to it. If you give the Baron over here, that mid is open still.
They have to.
They have to fight for something.
Well, they have to give it up. They're not going to get in here on time.
Yeah, it's too late, because we're going to go all the way back to this. Carrier going in, gets rooted here, and is instantly deleted by all of this damage. Keen takes him out. The GA is popped for Owner early. And then, yeah, you end up trading one back onto Cuz, but you can't win the fight anymore through this choke point, through the Jace and the Varus. And T1 will take the Baron in live. You have to imagine this is a huge mistake from KT after what was a fantastic fight. Just coming in here with no vision on where the enemy AD carry is. 2 kills go over to T1. And I think, you know, T1 now should be able to just take the whole map with the Baron that they secure.
Yeah, you would imagine. I mean, especially with the inhibitor down in mid. We are taking a look at all of the replays. You can see that the minion wave, biggest thing, it's gone, so not much they can do. They can't force it there. They have redemption, so that's there. But here is the Baron push.
KT let it go. Like you said, though, real fight there. It's going to have to be a good wave there to hold.
Ooh, the double knockup. The carry is almost gone. And BDD's desperately trying to carry this game.
Where are you at?
He's trying to desperately carry this game from the depths.
And Zeus, he had his Snarbar set. That's why he was flanking there.
He didn't expect Carrier to just appear in the middle of nowhere.
And he just instantly dies. Carrier looks so frustrated on the player cam as he wants to make that engage happen. Once again, Guma hanging out and hiding, as that's a lot of your Baron power play gone. Now for T1, Baker's trying to set this wave. This game is crazy. It's going 40 minutes maybe here. Elder still not spawned yet. We're looking at maybe even a 7 Drake game.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Okay, Guma is seen. He is going to back away. Lehen's going to push over, and they have control. And this will finally, it looks like, finally be the Soul going over. As look at the setup here with Zeus and Carrier. It's a double hit here for BDD, and then Zeus decides to go in anyways while the rest of the team is so far away. Not the right call here. Bit of a choke here in this critical moment.
Lehens, where are you?
Punished.
Where are you, Lehens? He's got flash. Looks like he will be okay. The team, meanwhile, doing the Cloud Drake as they're desperately trying to kill Lehens. He's just trying to survive here as he will flash and ult as, oh god, that wall almost blocked him off.
Yeah.
Either way, he is fine, and KT, they got the Cloud Soul.
This is a lot of extra movement speed for them, which is massive for their movement and rotation around the map. This bottom inhibitor is still very difficult to take here for T1 with the wave clear that KT has. And we'll see if round 2 works out better this time around.
20 seconds on Baron buff. They really desperately want any kind of value out of it.
Yeah.
Because so far they took it and then died over here. 10 seconds. In they go again. Knock up here on a Faker. He's taking a big chunk, but the turret goes down.
Bar set for Zeus. He's got to be so careful, cuz in the front line.
Okay, they're going to let this one go. KT not going to fight here on the inhibitor. And T1 gets some value at the end of their Baron power play.
All right, backs coming through. No objective for 5 minutes. There were no Elder, rather, for 5 minutes. The Baron spawns in 3. So there's going to be a bit of a late game lull state here. But the inhibitors are going to be perma-prio here for the side of T1. Mid inhibitor going to go down, or rather respawn here for in 1 minute. So KT will have that pressure somewhat relieved, but the bottom pressure, which is the opposite side of where Baron is a huge concern. As Faker is full build here. As you can see, doing a ton of damage when he does have those engages. Zeus as well, a huge threat at level 18.
Yeah.
KT need to somehow deal with that inhibitor down the wave and somehow stop T1 from doing Baron. Zeus
hiding on bush. They're going to try to take down Zeus here. He's knocked into the rocks. Down goes his GA.
Guma's not here.
Can they get anything on the backside of this? Zeus will go into Mega Gnar. He will survive. And he is now on the run. And that is the GA gone now for the Gnar.
Yeah, and that's going to be his teleport. He's going to have to commit. Guma's just trying to push top here and get a third inhibitor. They're going to have to defend. They have to defend this, I think.
The response from KT pretty slow. TP back in from Zeus. He doesn't have Mega Gnar. So they're really trying to make this inhibitor go down. They're trying to force it by any means. Owners in mid.
Mid's back up. KT going to have to be decisive here. Keria on the edge. Once again, drops a ward. Got to be so careful of BDD's engages. Has been the bane of T1 here in this late game.
Oh, man. Guma's just in there. He's just poking away bit by bit. Owner. And you can see the base is falling apart on the right side of your screen. The inhibitor also going to go down as, okay, Cast comes in, but that just pushes Lehens in. Cuz pretty low. Goes into his GA. Didn't have Crescent Guard. As now he might, as he gets up. No, he's just going to get smoked down by Owner, who takes him here.
Keria?
Oh, Keria getting a little bit too close to the sun. Keen is fine. He's getting in there with the damage. Finally gets charmed up, and Guma frontlining. Guma gets knocked up. Guma cannot do the damage. They're standing
Aiming's alive
on their base. The tatters, the ruins of their base. Owner is trying desperately to get this one down, and Aiming will take him out.
Oh, so close. Oh, so close. And
Inhibitor.
that's the late game ace.
Aiming your mid inhibitor.
He's going to defend it. Oh, man. I don't know how much more of this game I can take, Valdez. It does not get closer to
roller coaster
in Game 5. As Cuz is caught here early in this fight by Faker. The cast doesn't hit him, and that's the opportunity he sees to maybe re-engage here. Doesn't have the Crescent Guard.
That's the big issue.
And if he has it, maybe this fight is so much cleaner here because the poke damage from Aiming and Keen is fantastic in this fight. Great flash onto Keria here. Without that, I think they lose this fight for sure. And then these Nexus turrets doing so much damage here in the aggro. Lehens, so much high value. You're going to look like for maybe a second they could turn this with the GA pop from Owner, but it's not enough. Lehens does go down, but Aiming will pick up both kills. Baron, TPs from KT. They have that TP advantage. They're going to rush it down.
And they should be able to. I mean, there are some wards in the base as Redemption is in, but they should be able to get this one. Now, can T1...
Can they get out?
It looks like they... No, Rue comes in. Cuz has Crescent Guard this time. The knockup is there. Faker's getting on in. As the chains go wide, the cast takes him out.
BDD's coming over.
As well.
BDD's coming over. There's a lot of long-term damage in this fight here for KT.
Just putting up a wall, just trying to save his team as meanwhile, in the base.
Yeah, Baron buff here now defensively for KT is going to be pretty useful. They're trying to get this inhibitor potentially.
It's 5v4. I think T1 can just step up. Yep, they're just going to take down the inhibitor.
They got to be careful of this poke. There's so much poke between the Taliyah, the Jace, and this Varus. Guma so far away from the fight here, wants to be positioned well, doesn't want to get hit by anything before he engages. 43
minutes, and Elder is spawning in a minute.
And Cuz is going to be up for it. He's not going to have flash.
T1 not going to take any chances there. I like it. I mean, especially the way this game has been going.
Oh, man, I can't believe this game might come down to a 45-minute Elder 5v5, which could be a flip, but it seems unlikely considering T1's advantages here as they secure this, but Cuz gets caught here, does Crescent Guard and Flash to try to escape, and he just barely is taken out. Good dodge there on the ultimate from aiming. So maybe there's actually a re-engage angle there if that hits. KT gonna defend. There are no... I mean, like, these inhibitors down, teleport from Faker, teleport from Zeus, these things can just end the game, so they have to prep these waves, which means T1 will have prio on this Elder no matter what. Like I was saying, it just seems unlikely it's going to be a flip because of that ability to just end the game.
At least KT have the 2 Nexus turrets, and they did just get that inhibitor. You are right, it's not looking great for them, but they do have some space. As they have made their way into mid lane, they get prio.
Owner on the flank, Flash Cyclone is ready. They have no vision.
Cuz Crescent Guard, I'm checking for that one now. As meanwhile, yeah, they just have no idea where Owner is.
We don't either.
Where is he? Okay, there he is. He's pretty fast. But is he fast enough is the question. Ult comes in, they're taking out T1's jungler.
That's no smite.
T1's jungler is gone.
Cuz Crescent.
Meanwhile, oh no, KT's jungler is gone.
Okay,
what
so is Carrier. Carrier's gone here. Guma has to carry this fight. Guma will have to carry this fight. The Narbar is fading away, and they've got poke. Oh, Valdez.
He has to go back. He has to stop the wave. There's too many super minions up there. He's got TP, though.
And Zeus could just TP and end if he wanted to, so he has to come over here and stop the minions. Oh, this game. Oh, my God.
I don't even know who's going to win.
I mean,
45 minutes in.
Nobody knows.
There's just no way. Okay, Baron here still for 20 seconds.
There's no smite.
Start it up. Yeah, no smite. Might just come down to a straight up actual flip. As Faker gets aiming! And that's it! Down goes aiming, but the follow-up, down goes the Saya! And all of a sudden we're trading again! Faker too low, in the middle of 3 members of KT. Down he will go, and I think
Zeus has TP? Does he try to TP to end? I mean, I don't know if he can do this without Narvar. He's about to have it.
Cuz just respawned. He's like, do I defend? Do I go over for the smite?
I mean, Zeus, how's your steal, man? How's your steal?
One boomerang and a dream. He doesn't even have vision. Nope, that's going to be Elder to the side of KT. And they will be able to defend their base at the same time.
Oh, there's inhibitors coming back up, top inhibitors up, mid inhibitors up in 2. This is the craziest game I've ever cast of League of Legends.
Insane.
This Owner is caught here, but T1, they can't start the Elder during this chase, and they don't actually have good follow-up here. The Weaver's Wall prevents anybody from coming through, and Cuz is caught here on the exchange, so it's a trade of junglers here. But the follow-up here from Faker that we see in the next replay, where he's waiting for this flank angle to kill aiming, is so significant because he uses everything.
Yeah.
And like, if he actually gets the bigger priority target, the Taliyah, in this fight, I think it's different because the Varus is basically a poke champion right now, whereas the Taliyah is actually the really long-term carry with the Leandri. So if you kill the Taliyah, it's one thing. As we start off feeling good and not so great at the end of the fight.
Oh man, that was
roller coaster.
Okay, 41 kills.
We have passed that.
Yeah, we're way beyond that. We're at 52. They can still somehow do math. Here we go. We're going down mid.
Okay, Elder is ready. BDD has TP.
All right, the burns are coming in. Hence, hey, you got to be careful about some of those. I don't know about that, buddy. As the wave clear is still good. Note that KT does not have Baron, so you know, either you're diving with Elder or you're taking it slow.
Yeah, you're going to have to hope for some Shock Blast to connect. Heria is crazy for going on this flank. 1 Shock Blast and he's 100 to 0'd.
All right. Cuz again in a precarious position, but he's okay. He's got backup this time. And the poke with Elder, it's just so powerful.
Yeah. Cask misses.
Cask miss.
Huge miss.
The wall will not miss. It gets them the turret. It gets them the inhibitor. Still 30 seconds of Elder.
They're going to try to force down a second inhibitor here on top. Zeus. Oh, yes, GA, but...
Oh, boy. All right, they got this mini wave. Look at this little cannon. He's doing his best. He's tanking it up. He's reducing those resistances.
15 seconds on Elder. This might be the end for this push for KT, but they can just rush over to Baron.
You got to go back.
But I mean,
go to the Baron.
If you lose this Baron fight, you lose the game either way. KT maybe need to set a trap.
Ping on bottom lane from T1. They have double TP.
Yeah, I think KT really need to consider.
You got to send someone back. I think you got to send BDD.
I mean, Keen has TP also.
Oh, maybe you just made a fight. T1 trying to push in mid as a unit, trying to push over to that inhibitor.
Inhib is taking some damage here, but it should be fine.
Back comes in. King gets back, but the damage on the Baron is going to be so fast.
It is super fast. I mean, we are 48 minutes in.
And look, like he's got a TP now. They both got a TP. Are they just going to give it away? Are they just going to try to steal it? Cuz is going to, nope, they're not going to get in. Cuz flashes in, and now he's probably going to go down.
Where is the follow-up? Where is the TP? Here it comes.
They're finally TPing. Feels like it's hours late as Cuz goes into his GA. And he should be going down here. He doesn't have flash. And now Baron available for T1.
But they have to go back and defend their inhibitors. I think the reason why they waited so long to TP was KT was indecisive about whether they TP to end or they TP to actually take the Baron, because they have 2 TPs to push into the base and actually take out those Nexus turrets and then kill the Nexus. If Cuz gets in there, wins the Smite fight, they have Baron buff on those TPs too. So they were really being indecisive about it, but I think that was really the main reason why they waited so long. But now T1 has Baron buff here. 40 seconds on this Xin Zhao.
Look at this. This is so cute. It's going to buy them some time. It's going to redirect some of the minions for a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't know how significant it's going to be here. They need more than that. They need to get a pick. They need to actually win the team fight.
Trying to buy time for Cuz, right? He's up in 25 seconds. They need to buy as many seconds as they can.
Pressing guard is available. Redemption.
Oh, God, look at that damage. Where everybody's full build at this point. There are no boots for the Varus. There are no boots for the Jace.
Yeah, the top wave is really stacking. T1 are going to back away. And I think we're going to have another Elder fight here. Baron buff and Elder lined up here, but with super minions to deal with, I don't think T1 really has the advantage here. It's going to make it easier.
Yeah, we're going to get a second Elder in this game.
This could end up being the longest game of the season.
It's looking pretty likely. Look at this roller coaster we've had.
Our longest game, 51 minutes and 47 seconds. So 1 minute away, 1 minute 12.
We're going to get there.
We're getting there.
We already surpassed the kill amount.
Keria on a flank. Again, he has all this vision set up, and he has been so critical in every single objective fight that T1 has won. JS pushing top here, does have teleport. He's going to push that super minion wave away. If Keria is caught here, the game is essentially lost, but because he knows he has vision and he's swept this out, he could just kind of play this long con game as Lehens thinks he's trying to come over here on the left side of the pit, but he's not. Lehens is trying to look for him, but he's actually just going to commit to the back instead.
Yeah, they're just trying to cover all their bases. Like, with how insane this game has been, they choose now. I mean, it's better late than never, I guess.
They have the Elixirs bot, the Elixir bot here for Lehens. Ward upgraded item here for Keria. I mean, that's the late game we're in right now.
And the damage is there to clear these waves, even with Baron buff, pretty reliably. So KT are doing a decent job of that. They need mid-prio, which they will be able to recollect.
That top prep,
we're getting close.
That top prep from Zeus was so huge. We've reached longest game of the season now, and
all right, it's going to come down to this fight.
One more fight to decide this best of 5.
This has got to be the end, right? Like, there's no way. The poke is there for KT. Everybody is buffless. The Cloud Soul might be the difference maker. Let's look at the poke. Look at the damage here. Like, T1 just can't really match that.
Okay,
That's what I've been asking from KT this entire time.
Owner, they're going to try to collapse on him.
Oh, no way! Oh, the angle, they get Faker! They get Faker on this one, and that's going to be the end of Zeus as well. 2 pinks go the way of KT. Zeus goes into his GA. Keria is desperate. Down goes Cuz. Okay, wait, hold the phone.
Okay, but there's not a lot of damage here in this fight outside of the Xayah. She still has ult. It's going to have to be on Guma to carry this. He's got GA and ult. He also has Gale Force here, so picking him is very difficult.
KT don't have a jungler.
Yeah, teleport coming through.
Okay.
Faker does have TP when he respawns. I don't know if this fight's going to go that long, but it might.
It might. I mean, yeah. Like,
it's hard to decide for either team to win this.
KT just can't let them start it, right? They don't have a smite, so they just have to fight only. Unless you can keep at least forever, basically. You're never really threatening an Elder Drake.
And
Cuz comes in again.
I mean, Cuz does not have teleport when he respawns, so T1 have the advantage here. The KT are on a timer right now. They need to hit this poke, and they're not. They're not hitting it. Zeus is on the edge here. KT, they cannot give this up. You're going to have to find an angle.
Redemption by 2 is just so much value. That's okay.
That's
they get the clone, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, at some point you're going to have to engage. Lens has flash ult.
Yeah, you got to go. Hook misses and change miss. Not
Zeus has
hitting
Gnar.
it. Zeus, Mega Gnar. No GA, in he goes!
Carry him!
Charm as Skooma goes so far forward, and the damage, it looks like it might just be there. They take out BDD! Skooma gets the double! And I think that might just be it. We have a respawn of Cuz, and no smite right now for an owner. He should be able to get it back. It might not matter aiming here on the run. Down he will go as CP into the base. Are you kidding me?
Oh, wait!
Are you kidding me, Kane?
He has GA, but I don't think it can end. I don't think it can end.
Oh,
Zeus,
the damage, okay.
So many minions here.
He got so many backs out. He's hitting the turrets. Can anyone take him out?
Oh,
Looks
they
like
got
Owner.
all the backs. He got all the backs. The Elder didn't go over. The Elder's
Zaya's still going. They're still pushing. T1 are still pushing. They stopped the back door. And T1 are pushing into the base. T1 should be able to take this down.
I think they've done it.
Oh,
Cuz buying time. The minion. One minion.
Oh, he's going to get it. Okay, no, there's another wave. There's another wave coming in. I think they've done it. Cuz is just going into a GA. And Skuma's so low. And he's going to back up. Make sure he takes down Cuz. I think they've done it. T1 have finally won the game. T1 take game number 5. They take game number 5 in this telecom war against KT. Down goes the Nexus. And T1 do it. Somehow, some way.
T1 do it, game 5. They win it off of some amazing engages in these critical objective fights. They do not crack under the pressure. They were so behind in this 5th and final game. They were throwing objectives away left and right. They were fighting when they were behind. They were giving kills over to aiming. They were giving kills over to Keen. Keen had a 4-0 start, and he almost ends the game off of one teleport play to try to finish everything off. As what a series we just had. And it's not an upset win. It's T1 taking game 5. They were the favorites and they will do it. Pony's prediction comes true, but Valdez, it shouldn't have been this close. Most fans will tell you. Longest game of the season. Highest kills, 60 kills in total here in a record long game. Zeus having some shaky moments there, but in the end, when it counted, his prep of the top wave, pushing that top wave out so that they could not actually end with a teleport was so critical for getting Elder Prio there. Oh, what a best of 5, and you've got to be so relieved if you're a T1 fan, but if you're a KT Rollster fan, you have never been this close in 5 years, and it all slips away in the late game. T1 were just more clutch on the night. Their objective control has been the best in the LCK, and KT just couldn't do it.
It has been the best. I don't know what to call that game 5, but there were a lot of best. There were a lot of also insane just back and forth plays, mistakes, and stuff like that. As
longest game of the season.
Longest game of the season.
Almost 55 minutes.
What a series. And what, like, what can you even say at the end of that? Like, I guess whoever made the least mistakes at the end of the day wins, but I'm not even sure that's how it went down at the end, as maybe we'll get a look at the last fights, but maybe it was just too long. It was like a 2-minute sequence.
The problem is
Keen almost won the game by himself.
The problem was that I feel like KT lost this game because they were too indecisive on some Baron calls. And then when we got to the crazy, crazy late game, T1 had team fights that they could take that they should not have been able to take. And you look at the ways some of those fights went, like the trade of the junglers, or trade of jungler for Faker really favored T1 because Faker has TP, and that fight went so long, he actually comes back up. And unfortunately for Cuz, he can't teleport back to the fight. He can't actually be there, so we're going to go all the way back to level 4 here. And remind everyone who tuned in late, or show everyone who tuned in late, how massive the lead was for KT in this early game. The series looked done.
They had like 5,000 gold to lead at like 18 minutes. And T1's, starts off with fights like this. Faker and Keria putting 2 and 2 together, 1 and 1 together, and winning some really scrappy fights to get themselves back to even.
And I'll be the one to say it. I always say this when we go to these crazy games like this, but I always think it's way harder for the favorite to win in Game 5 because all the momentum is against you. You're like, oh man, especially massive favorites. The more favored you are mentally, the more difficult it is to actually prevent that 5th game from going over to your opponent. Sometimes the crowd goes against you. And tonight, they had a massive deficit and still came back and won in this 5th game as the massive favorites. This is a massive win for T1 because if you can win this one, maybe those international Game 5s don't slip away this time. You know, you're challenged here by your old-time rival in KT. They have a huge lead, and you still stick it out. You still play better. You still take the W in the end. You win this best of 5. What they couldn't do at MSI, what they couldn't do at Worlds, but man, was this an impressive win.
We're like watching this fight, we're like, oh, I guess it's done here. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Let's go to Elder Fight 1. And this is Faker gets this amazing play, but then Guma Featherstorms before the Nautilus ultimate, he immediately dies. Yeah. And it's like, oh, okay, I guess KT are going to get the Elder.
But then the base is completely open, and Xin Zhao isn't here, so we go back to another fight.
And this pick, we're like, oh, KT have done it. But the value of GA?
Yeah, value of GA is massive. And this is a trade that really favors T1 because now the jungler can't smite. And they can teleport in with Faker in 10 seconds when he respawns.
And look at this all-in dive from T1.
Yeah. Edge of Night's up here. It's so difficult to engage into this.
Guma goes first. And then Keria's right behind him.
He goes in and wants to break those Edge of Nights so that the follow-up from Keria is fantastic, and that's exactly what happened. I gave my POG to Keria. I thought he handled the pressure extremely well, especially when you consider he was feeling sick in Game 4. How well he turned it around, man.
I think we ended that replay a little bit early.
Yeah.
There was Keen. He nearly backdoored. If you missed that, you should go back and watch. Killed both Nexus turrets. Forced like 2 or 3 backs, and then 2 other guys pushed in bot, and then they almost didn't end. Like Guma and Faker together on the last push.
What a series. I don't know if anything will top this for the rest of playoffs in terms of excitement, but KT, a fearsome opponent to face now in the lower bracket.
I mean, the fact that they even got us to a Game 5 is huge, right? A huge shout out to KT for making this even possible and giving us this awesome series. But we have done enough shouting and talking about this game. Let's give it over to the space and see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the amazing cast of such a marathon of a series today. This was honestly, theoretically, going to be one of the closest series that we had, and it's one of the biggest gaps of a series that we've ever had, and it was instead just absurd.
Pony was the only one who knew, by the way.
Ooh.
He saw the future.
He did.
I was like, double elimination. Sure, I guess that could be cool, but now I get it. Because what if this happens again? We can get this matchup again!
Oh my, I don't think my heart can handle that, Chronicle, I don't know.
That's the point, right? Like, and that's the amazing thing to me. I'm really happy that we keep KT in the tournament. And I just wanted to highlight that because in the old LCK bracket, that would have been it. And KT would have been knocked out.
That would have been really good. Yeah.
And that would have been the end of it.
That's not it. No. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Okay, so let's get into the draft, shall we? It feels like a billion years ago, but we did put the Talia in green because she's pretty good. And I loved the KT draft this time around, and they played it out really well in the early game.
I mean, but the thing is, like, as soon as they picked the Jace into, like, today I think T1 might change the top pick. Honestly, he picked Nar like more than like 3 times as a blind, and then one time, like against Jax, against Jace. I mean, that's why being ends up Game 5, they banned the Jax. But the thing is, like, Nar into Jace is just not good. That's why he falls off like all the game, even later game. Like, it's just the game was like completely kaboom.
The game was completely kaboom.
And then it went more kaboom.
That is. Well, we thought it was over, but then it didn't go over, but it got really weird.
Yeah. The game was over, and then it was over, and then it was over again, and then we were just flipping objectives. Then Cuz was getting caught randomly, and then Faker got caught, and then...
If only there was a word for this experience of going up and going down and going up Go down again.
Yeah, no, I don't think there is one.
No, I can't think of one.
Yeah, I mean, the game was that close. I mean, what can we say?
Let's jump into our first highlight here, though, as this is, 24 minutes into the game. It is the longest game we've had of the season, about 60 minutes long, so we have to come in pretty late.
And they were winning. KT was winning so hard, right? Like,
not even close.
Yeah,
it was not
big
close.
time winning.
They played super well, snowballed the early, and then, just go into a choke.
Look at the beautiful angle cast. And King got hard stuck in the enemy jungle, middle of it, and without the flash. And that's why, I mean, I don't know, I thought Faker was kind of inting first point, and it just body slams it. And I think, I mean, that's a kind of in zone for KT, because that's way too deep that is not able to put the DPS from the backside.
Yeah, you can't go into Xayah, into Gnar, into Rakan, into Wukong, into these tight and close spaces, right? And this was actually the second time. Or I think this was the second time, or they might do it one more afterwards. I don't know, this game had a lot of stuff. It was the second time, yeah. Because the previous one was a fight where they tried to take Baron and then Faker flanked from bottom, had a really good cask.
Yeah.
And that's what started everything else.
And it's so difficult because all of the plays are kind of jumbled in my brain as well. All of the moments, it's just all non sequiturs. Okay, this is another one that we're going to pull out of the vault.
So KT does have Baron here.
Somehow.
I don't remember what happened exactly.
I think they killed a Baron.
Yes, yeah, well, they killed Baron. And then, like Lehens, as many players in this game, continuously has been walking the line between hard 1v9ing and looking like he's running it. And then they find Owner. And this is a really big moment. Like, because of this, you're like, okay, KT, you've done it.
I mean, I really like the decisiveness, but I don't know why. I don't know what happened. I don't think his screen was on himself. Like, that's the only thing that I can assume it.
Because
it's Elder, man.
They don't have a jungler.
It's Elder.
You have Baron buff.
We killed him jungle, but our jungler is also dead. What happened?
I know you have this.
So what's gonna happen? Elders, they're just gonna be chilling there forever.
I didn't realize that what we were gonna do is just repeat exactly what we did while this was actually happening backstage. But I guess we're just gonna do that again.
Because it showcases, and the reason why we make fun of it is because we're just sitting here. We're like, this is a game 5 in a marathon series.
Yeah.
That is again like some of the best League of Legends players in the world. So this is gonna happen. Like, you're gonna be forced to make mistakes. But man, what a journey.
I mean, this is not the last one.
There's one more.
No. The last one is incoming too.
Yeah. Let's actually bring up the real final highlight, the real moment where it all went wrong, because this was almost actually close in the end as well, because Kane does so much damage to turrets.
It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, because
it actually almost looks the same.
The poke's really good, right? So look at this.
They have a Baron again?
That doesn't matter. Yeah, no, I think T1 had Baron at the beginning of this, but they lost it. All right, so look at the poke. Oh, they don't have boots, so they have so much damage available here. So it's really hard to play out, right? The shock blast, the arrows.
And also you need to understand, like at the 50-minute game, everyone has a six item, and they don't have a pin cord at all.
And then this play happens, and you're like, it's done.
And Faker get pumped.
100-0.
And they overextend, like not even they overextended, the jungler overextended. And Cuz decided to go back to where the Xayah feather is, and then he got million feathers.
And
then he got popped. Imagine he was alive. There's an Elder, another one.
And now, no team can do anything because right? Like T1 can't start it because there's 4 people and they will die. But KT can't do it because they don't have their jungler.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, only thing that I don't know.
Yeah, Huni.
Like, if I was
look at the top wave.
If it's my Jace, I would TP on top.
You TP'd already.
Yeah, he TP's here.
Yeah.
To that inner wave.
Yeah. Or no, I would TP as soon as Gragas is up.
As soon as Gragas TPs.
As soon as Gragas is TP.
So Huni's waiting.
So I'll be back. I'll be back more. I'll be like sitting at the around like mid bush. I don't know. And I'll TP as soon as Gragas right now. I TP it in and I'll kill the game here. I'll kill the Nexus.
And I want to give credit as well to one of the big Yaguma and Keria were insane. But I want to highlight as well that T1, this roster has lost their last 3 game 5s.
Yeah.
So that was semis at Worlds to Dom1 in 2021, then semis or finals at MSI and finals at Worlds. This is the first that this roster, the first game that they've been able to win, and then it's a game like that? Are you kidding me?
Ooh, I don't know. I mean, they clutch at the last one. They managed it somehow.
It was a lot of different clutches as well in this particular game. We noticed that I think it was
Forward,
like
backward.
46 minutes into the game, the gold was separated by 100. That was this game. Like, it was absurd. Let's give Faker his POG, shall we? Let's put him up on your screen. Here he is. 8, 7, and 13. The Gragas, yes, he was called out a bunch of times, but he also got them back into the game.
Yeah.
He was the one that did it.
Faker, this is the flank we were talking about earlier. This is what saved the game.
I mean, they're extremely behind. You guys are on
it was like 5-6K.
Like 5-6K behind, and they're still making these plays. So, I mean, that's why it's well-deserved. It's a way harder. The vision controls are it's way worse compared to enemy team. And he still find a way that he can flank. And this gets also beautifully.
Yeah, this is what we've been talking about a lot, right? Where Faker goes in and then is kind of bait. The rest of the team follows up, is more than ready. But I hope we see a split vote personally, because I don't know if it will be. Yeah, yeah, there we go. Because, yeah, the carry-out votes, I think, amazing as well. Like, his engages at the end were impeccable. Guma in the final team fight made some big plays, but Faker was the one that kept him in the game. So,
he certainly was.
Deserved. My
What a series. What an incredible series. And now it is time to have a bit of a chat to T1 to go over what exactly happened. So here is Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the post-game interview translation. We are here joined by the victorious T1 players as they advance to the next stage of the playoffs. Congratulations! I want to say thank you before we start for bringing this wonderful and entertaining best of 5 series for everyone watching the LCK. Zeus, how was playing up against KT Roster, the team that you guys decided to choose as your opponent? For me, it was really challenging to play against Kiin. Yeah, indeed, Kiin is the all LCK second team top laner, and in numerous interviews you also mentioned that you think Kiin is one of the spectacular top laners in the LCK, so how was playing up against them? So to be honest, like up until the first game to the game number 4, I was able to actually play better than the matchup has to go. Well, other than game 3, you know, there was an accident, but still, everything was going pretty well. Even better than we all expect from the matchup. But in game 5, I was like having a hard time playing Gnar into Jace because we all knew this is a very hard matchup. And then it actually happened. So I'm super bummed about what happened in that top lane matchup. But yeah, it happens. But in the end, you guys still managed to get the win as a team. And we had a very long game and a very long series. In game number 5, it was not even in T1's favor early on. What did you guys focus on to turn the table around? We just wanted to, you know, get through the hard times, and we just wanted to hold on until we spot a really good chance, which was the play around the Baron. And game 5, it was actually you saying that, whoa, this is actually so fun. So what was on your mind at that moment? When were you confident that you're going to win the game? Actually, like when we got the Baron, I was like, wait, this is in a big favor for us. So I was pretty confident, and then the game got extended so much, so it was really hard to end the game. Now you guys are qualified for the winner's match, the upper bracket of the playoffs, and one more win, you guys will be at the finals. Obviously, apparently, playing playoffs is so fun. Much more entertaining than regular season. And I'm just gonna keep working hard.
네, 그리고 오너 선수.
And let's hear from Owner. Your jungle opponent Cuz was on a massive momentum, and it was the key play matchup for today's series. What did you focus on going into this matchup? Because he's really good at Sejuani, so we wanted to make sure that we are removing that every single game.
그렇게 해서 실제로 세주안이 벤이 계속해서 나왔던 것 같은데 저희가 3세트를 보면서
And then in game 3, we had a very interesting play where actually you get to hit level 6 after killing a clone of a Wukong. So could you walk us through this play? With that kill onto that clone, you were able to hit level 6. Did you calculate that? Well, I'm a jungler, but I don't really get to kill Wukong clones, so I actually didn't know. But I got lucky and I got the XP, and then I hit level 6, so I was able to get the kill. Owner was having a super lucky day today, and T1. This season, all 5 players made it to the All LCK first team, which never happened before. And Owner, this was your first time actually being selected for the first team. How do you feel? It was my first time, so it felt amazing. But still, you know, I think all the other junglers in the LCK also deserve to be in the LCK first team. They're also super talented. I just want to make sure that we just keep up the great work throughout the playoffs and finals, and we will keep working hard. Then what is your mindset heading into the next round of playoffs? Today, it was pretty dicey, but we will keep working hard in order to bring more an awesome series in the future. And Faker, this was actually the first telecom war in 5 years in the LCK playoffs. And Faker, you participated in every single one of them. What was your mindset heading into this series? You know, we have to play at least 3 best-of-5 series, so I actually wanted to get a clean win today, but it was a lot more harder than we thought, but I'm so relieved that in the end, we got the win. And Faker, you unlocked your 75th LCK pick, Sante. Like, how are you able to showcase new picks in such a decisive moment? Were you preparing some new picks? Yeah, I mean, we had a while to prepare for playoffs, so we were experimenting new stuff, and we had new patches as well this spring season. So there were a lot of chances of having new picks in the playoffs. And Faker also bought chicken for everyone here at Lowell Park and also everyone working today. And there was a fence sign saying that, Faker, please buy me chicken in 10 years again. Now let's take a look at this replay where you are able to find a massive cask into the enemy backline. We were actually like in a very rough situation, but still we focused on Jace because as long as we can remove him, we would be able to win the team fight, and we were able to pull it off, and we were able to get a big win over there. So today we had a very intense series, you know, going back and forth, 5 games. What was the most challenging part today? I think KT also fought really well, but at the same time, I think we were also making a lot of mistakes. This is really uncharacteristic of T1, so I want to say the most challenging part was ourselves. Then how did T1 make such a crazy comeback window? Yeah, we were like falling behind quite significantly in game number 5, but still we were able to, you know, keep calm and look for that one timing where we can turn the game around. And Guma Yusi, how do you feel about today's 3-2 victory over KT Roaster?
I
actually like came to Lowell Park pretty relaxed. I was like, I'm gonna teach them some lesson, and then like I was not expecting this much of a crazy series, so it was really hard. And we were focusing on the bot lane matchup as well. So what did you guys focus on in terms of the bottom lane composition? We wanted to kind of get rid of the picks that KT prefers, because other than that, we were pretty confident in whatever matchup. And Gumayusi, you were having a lane kingdom down on the bottom lane. You were able to scale so well, carrying the late game team fights as well. Are you happy with your own performance today? I think I was doing a decent job up until game 3, but heading into game 4 and 5, I kind of lost my focus too. So in order to do better in the upcoming best of 5s, I think I really have to work on those issues. And I think today was just like, alright, just okay. Then what are you gonna focus on in the upcoming best of 5 series? Well, today, like after every game, we were like going through a lot of game plans, how we're gonna do, but the conclusion we found is like we have to be a lot more confident, a little bit more aggressive, but at the same time a little bit more stable and consistent. Who do you think you're gonna play in the winners match, the upper bracket? I think Genji's gonna win. I thought so, but Hana Life now, they are like looking scary, so I don't know what to expect, which is the fun part of playoffs. And Keria, there was one moment where you actually was not feeling well. Are you okay now? I was like feeling fine. I was feeling my best before the game started. And I'm feeling awesome right now too. Great to hear, as you just had a very long fight game series, and Keria, you had a phenomenal season this spring. You were on the LCK first team, you were the season MVP, you were the player of the split. How do you feel about your spring season run? Thank you. And I mean, this is gonna still mean a lot if I don't win the LCK title, but I promise you, I'm gonna win the LCK title this season. And you had some performance for your entrance to the stage wearing a sunglasses. I was like planning that for a couple of weeks, and I was saving that up for the playoffs, and I was like, I'm gonna do it if I feel good today, and I was in a great mood this morning, so I packed my sunglasses on my way to Lowell Park. And people were also so hyped about this Keria Lian support matchup. How was it? I think every LCK support is super strong right now, and Lian's obviously he's really talented, so I had a lot of fun playing up against him. And one more win, you will lock in to the grand finals. What is your mindset? We will come back stronger and better performance. We're excited to find out what T1 will bring in the next best of 5s. And Faker, thank you so much for the chicken. You know, you actually bought chicken for all the T1 fans here at the arena, and also all the staffs, all the talents working for the LCK. So any last message before we go? Thank you so much for supporting us. I could tell that you guys had louder voice because of the chicken with the full belly. We will keep working hard in order to, you know, just share love with my fans, and I will make sure that we can show everything we've got this season. And this will be the end of the interview from T1 players, and I'm gonna pass it back to Atlas, Huni, and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from the T1 players. Pretty honest from these guys, saying that things were a little bit shaky, but very happy about the victory as well. And yeah, one more of those. They're waiting in the final and heading to MSI. Pretty crazy.
One more best of 5 win. How hard can it be? Well, as we saw today, very hard.
That's the way. Is it more difficult for the players or for the people watching to put up with a game like that, though? I don't even know. It felt pretty difficult for us as well. Oh man, but
Got it.
the predictions, of course, no one on our side managed to pick it up. Pony, though, he knew. He knew that it was a 3-2. He knew they were going to be able to get it.
We'll win. So.
We did. We did. We were a lot more confident, I guess.
Good job. You got him.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so T1 is now through to round 3. KT as well, not out of it just yet. They will be waiting in the lower bracket. We'll see who they're going to be facing. Gen G and Life Esports will be taking to the Rift tomorrow, and we'll see where it's going to end up. We could have a Summer Grand Final rematch on Saturday, and then on Sunday, Life taking on KT.
After the last couple of days, D+ losing, and now this, I thought it was gonna feel pretty secure with like a one-sided Gen. No, I'm 3-2ing. I'm a 3-2er now. I don't know for who yet. I'm leaning Gen G, but I'm getting worried.
I don't know. It's going game 5. We'll see tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree. It's going game 5. Because of that, I have to Life Esports because I just don't think they lose those. They've got too many of those players that are pretty good at them game number 5s. But, ladies and gentlemen, we need a rest real bad after that. I think we also need a checkup. We're all going to go see a doctor and make sure that our tickers are working. And now it is time for us to say goodnight. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK playoffs.
team skipping the first round of playoffs here in the LCK.
HLE, the only team to defeat T1 this season.